Section 1 of Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie, Wehmeyer. Secret Service or Recollections of a City Detective by Andrew Forrester. My Great Electioneering Trick. Part 1. About 12 years ago, there was an election anticipated in the borough of N. It was a notorious place for bribery, as I, who have been professionally concerned in many elections, perfectly well knew. It was an extraordinary town. It had once been a very flourishing place. A staple trade had been carried on there and almost nowhere else, but an evil spirit of gentility pervaded its corporation in those days. The genius of 2 or 3 well-known men would have taken advantage of the neutral position and prospects of that spot and its neighborhood to found there a new industry, and give employment to an immense population of skilled artisans. The labor of these people, however, could only be set to work and supplemented by smoke. The mayor and town council of N, acting in the supposed interest of its inhabitants, determined they would have no smoky chimneys within their town. An act of Parliament had been obtained sanctioning such municipal regulations as enabled these wiseacres to keep out the threatened innovation of gold-producing smoke. The new industry had, therefore, to settle down in the neighborhood beyond municipal control. After this achievement had been successful, the surrounding district went on rapidly increasing in prosperity until it reached its present exalted position in that respect, and the trade of N went on diminishing to its present abject or exhausted condition. Meanwhile, also the stagecoaches which ran continuously through its streets, for N was on the Great Northern Line of Turnpike Road, dropping in their course a modicum of wealth for the inhabitants, were themselves put down by the unequal competition of a trunk railway, so that N became in course of time what now is a clean, shabby, pretentious, and poverty-stricken place. Stagnation amid activity distinguishes it. The grass grows in its high street and marketplace. The remnant of independent people, that is, people who have a pecuniary independence, show airs and walk about the neighborhood under the belief that they are thought to be and are superior beings. The inhabitants who are not in this sense independent are craven, humiliated, impoverished, and corrupt. Yet N is a parliamentary borough, and consequently its present dilapidated, forlorn position supplies a fine opportunity for adventurous politicians, whether with or without brains, no matter, who have heavy purses, skillful agents, and good machinery at their command. Before I describe the special incidents of the case I am about to lay before the reader, let me supply some further particulars about the electoral conscience of this extraordinary old town. It has 3 classes of voters, who have been classified by a well-known conservative electioneering agent, an attorney residing there, and a similar or rather obverse classification has no doubt been made by the other side. In the first list or classification are the really true and honest electors, men who would resent as an insult the offered bribe, sterling worthy fellows who would resist almost, or perhaps quite, to the death any attempt to coerce them to vote otherwise than as their consciences directed. There is another list or classification of men who are inclined towards conservatism, as perhaps some sardonic reader will suggest everybody in an old place like N ought to be. And these men will take half as much from the real supporter of our venerable institutions as they can get from some mushroom-pursy adventurer professing ultra-radical principles, who desires to make a market of his political influence, or is perhaps anxious to satisfy the cravings for distinction of his wife by getting himself as her marital adjunct returned to Parliament, and privileged to wear MP after his name. The third list or classification embraces those electors who have no political principles or character or conscience whatever. These are fellows who want as much from conservative as from radical or from Whig. They are scum and refuse or dregs of political life, and this foul element of political existence at N is by no means the smaller portion of the 3 classifications. The operator, or agent as he likes to be called, although as police magistrates and all other people dealing with crime are aware the title agent is complimentary, knows precisely with what material he has to deal. He plays his cards, as he sometimes describes his anxious labors accordingly, and is only liable to one derangement. It is said that honesty and good faith towards one another is characteristic of thief life. I have, in a former volume, shown that notion to be a fallacy. Politicians supply an additional proof of the accuracy of my statement. When the operator or agent has, say 2 days before the election, made all his arrangements for voting and feels quite confident that, as the representative of Mr. Heavypurse, his candidate, a gentleman who rejoices in a retiring forehead, thick neck, small brain, a little talker and small doer, who has no political character, principle, sentiment, or notion whatever, he has made it all right by virtue of the money already dropped, and the vastly larger amount promised, he goes to sleep in his downy, well-curtained bed at the Dodo, charged to the brim with rosy wine and deep spiritual potations, only to be awakened in the morning by a vigilant subordinate who informs him that shortly before the witching hour overnight, there came into N a post-chaise or a trap with 4 horses, which did not seem fatigued by the length of their journey, for they had only come from Z, but were the drawers of a load on the floor of the carriage which hindered their movement and might have sacrificed their character for speed. The operator or agent knows that some wealthy political speculator has arrived with a good round sum in golden sovereigns. He does not think the affair so cleverly planned as it might have been, and would seem to have been on the first blush. But still he is a little tremulous because he knows that the problem of success may be most easily resolved by the hand which can ply the largest or heaviest golden solvent. He knows that the magic of gold nowhere exercises a more potent influence over the soul than at N. And he would already feel inclined to give up the contest if he could be sure that the new arrival had a large preponderance of gold over his own man, notwithstanding the fact that he thinks his candidate a superior man, and one that the constituency, if it could be made honest, would be sure to like, and notwithstanding also that he has had the start of 3 weeks in canvassing, and got the promises of a considerable majority of electors over the comparatively needy Liberal candidate, who has been hitherto opposed to Mr. Heavypurse. The third arrival disquiets the operator. One other remarkable fact I discovered in this town. I hope the reader will not be startled by it. I relate it as truth. I state it as an undeniable proposition. I am open to be convinced if I am wrong, but if I am right, it is a thing to be laid before Parliament, as a great argument in favor of something or against something else. Every fact surely leads up to an inference. Every truth has a moral. This fact I commend to all whom it doth concern, and I declare it. It is this: the representation of N is usually determined by the brothel keepers of the town. All the men who ever sat for that borough since the Reform Bill passed have been returned by these despicable human creatures, who derive means of sustaining their own existence out of the most loathsome, although we are told incurable, evil. How do I prove my fact and moral, the reader asks? Thus. When all the really honest electors have been polled, the operators or agents exhaust the comparatively decent section of the bribable part of the town, and the result of the whole gives to the Conservative, it may be a majority of 4, or it may be a majority to the Liberal of 4, or it may be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 11, according to circumstances. We may suppose this to be late in the day, but there are still from 23 to 25 of the morally unclean 10-pound householders or burgesses in a particular street of N, who regularly pay their rates and taxes within the date prescribed for exclusion from the register, and who are, therefore, duly qualified voters. Neither Liberal nor Conservative will lose an election if he can help it. In the emergency of the time I speak of, the Liberal, finding himself in a minority of 4, goes into Stew Street and buys up the 23, 4, or 5 occupiers of these leprosy distilling houses, and pays any price for the occupiers think fit to demand. They are taken up to poll like free, independent, honest, and moral electors. They turn the scale. They return the member. All the rest has been a farce. Printing the addresses of rival candidates, engaging committee rooms, everything in the way of machinery or principle up to the visit of the operator or agent in Stew Street has been useless. I hate shams. I detest mockeries. Why not leave Stew Street to return the gentleman or blackguard who is to be called MP for N? Apropos to this, or by way of postscript to my moralizing, let me inform the reader that a cabinet minister has been returned for N, and that beyond all earthly doubt, Stew Street alone, or its voters and the cabinet minister's money, returned him to Parliament in the way I have pointed out. Well, as I have told the reader already, I saw the opportunity for getting an engagement, so I went to somebody who put himself into communication with somebody else. This gentleman, who for the present may be called Mr. Somebody Else, having made a fortune in trade and having a wife who had persuaded him that he was a remarkably clever fellow, and that he ought to go into Parliament. Mr. Somebody Else had no political principles.
He had himself always voted as an elector, just in the way that his largest customer had recommended, which largest customer, as if events happened by chance, had always been a liberal. Somehow or other, Mrs. Somebody Else got into her feminine head that her spouse had herein gone on the wrong tack, that it was not respectable to be a liberal, that the highly genteel thing was to stand by the Tories, and she therefore determined that, whenever her spouse went into Parliament, he should be a stanch Conservative, to which he, like a fond husband, said, "I will." This did not much matter to me. Mr. Somebody Else would do for N, and for me as well as any other man. I was not careful about political opinions, and therefore made no hesitation about rendering my services to him. It is always desirable to go through the usual forms. Occasionally, forms useless in themselves are made essential by custom. A man who could write was therefore employed to write an address for our candidate, and 1 or 2 fellows were also engaged to cram or coach him with speeches that he was to redeliver. They were not very fine speeches. The oratory was, in my opinion, gassy, flowery, nonsensical, or, as the great Mr. Barnum would say, and I shall take the liberty of saying, they were humbugous. We went down from London direct to the borough. The party consisted of myself, my associate, who was the agent, an attorney, and the candidate whose name, address, and quality I had now ascertained. The reader may now know this gentleman as Mr. Jolifat, a retired tallow melter or chandler, then residing at Melpomene Lodge, Clapham, and supposed to be a sleeping partner of the old house, in which he had skimmed the cauldrons of boiling tallow admirably for more than 30 years. On our arrival, we put out the address of our candidate. We started a personal canvass. We did all that was usual except bribe, and the time had hardly come for that. But all that we did only served to discourage everybody but me. My associate had told his candidate that he thought a couple of £1,000 or thereabouts would do, whereas I told him it would cost £5,000 at least, but that he ought to be prepared with 7 or 8,000 if he really meant to go in and win. At N, the candidate got to learn there was no chance for him with 2 or even £3,000. He was chapfallen and telegraphed to his wife, who came down in a sumptuous anonymity, which to our annoyance had more effect than the simple announcement of her name and her relationship to the candidate would have had. This lady, unlike the wife of Sir Baldpate Belly, under the like circumstances became presumptuous and impractical. She said she thought that 3,000 gulden sovereigns was a very enormous sum. It cost her good man a very long time to make that ere sum of money, and although she did not mind his spending his money like a Briton or a prime minister, she said she thought £3,000 ought to satisfy everybody, and if it didn't, why, she wouldn't go no further, and they might do as they could. Mrs. Jolifat also said that she liked to see her way sure before she began. If it could not be done for that price certain, why, she'd rather not try it on at all. 3,000 gulden sovereigns, as she often said, was a very big sum of money, and it was not to be tossed into the Thames. That is what they would say in London, and she meant it was not to be made ducks and drakes on. I was a little astonished, more especially when my associate boldly told her that, upon his honor, he would do it for the money. Of course I could not there and then contradict him, and in effect say he was a jolly humbug to let in a thrifty woman and her spouse in such a mode. So I held my peace until I got him alone. Then I protested. He replied, "Oh, gammon, make the old boy and girl spend. They won't do any good with their money if they don't drop it here, and after all, rely upon it, I will make them shell out £3,000 or £5,000 more if it is what I wanted." I argued and expostulated. My associate was firm. He said, "We have gone too far into the matter to go back. We shall both of us be ruined in our professions if we run away from the stake. I say that we must go in and win and make the old boy pay. I have heard it said that necessity is the mother of invention. I believe the proverb is familiar to most of my readers. I am going to supply another illustration of it. I was oppressed and conscious about Mr. and Mrs. Jolifat and their purse for the rest of the day. I felt that we must go in and win, or we must not go in at all, but must run away. Then my associate and partner would stick by the candidate and perhaps really succeed in doing as he said must be done. That was, gladden the hearts of the candidates and his wife by a triumph at the poll, and get the requisite amount of money to pay him for the operation. About the former part of the business I was not at all certain, but if, on the other hand, he failed, which was more likely, could I rid myself from the responsibility by merely withdrawing at the present stage of affairs. I resolved to go on, and make the best use of that little legal knowledge I had obtained. so as to keep out of harm's way, I was ultimately able to devise what I then thought and still think my greatest electioneering trick. I took a stroll in order to collect my thoughts, and after cudgeling my brain for an hour or two, hit upon the following expedient, which I carried out in the manner described. I hastened to London by a midnight train, took a cab from the Euston station, and knocked up a clever fellow in my own line of business who was instructed by me and who acted under my direction to the letter and spirit, so that the ruse was, as the reader will see, entirely successful. As far as I could, of course, I directly superintended the details of my scheme. Residing in the neighborhood of Soho was a man of considerable ability who, as I was informed, and have now good reasons for believing, could talk and write with great ease and facility. What his political principles were I do not know, nor did I then care about any more than he did himself. He was ready to accept the engagement which I offered him. For a price he agreed to become a third candidate for the representation of N. My man, the new candidate, and I, after quitting the lodgings of the former, went to an adjacent hostelry where, having secured a private room and called for pens, ink and paper, cigars, and a bottle of wine, we concocted an address to the free and independent electors of the borough we were to humbug. This was taken to a printer who, for a little more than ordinary pay, got into type and printed off 500 copies within 3 hours. We next paid a visit to the shop of a well-known clothes dealer not far off, whose name has a flavor of Hebrew in its orthography, where our candidate got rigged out in admirable style, although at an expense, I think even now a little extravagant. When thus costumed in the habit of a gentleman, he really looked such, and with the influence of external prosperity, and I suppose the magic of 20 sovereigns in his pocket, such a sum as he had not been in the enjoyment of, I fancy, for a very long while, all the traces of want and dissipation left his countenance. He talked with additional volubility and became so eloquent that I really thought it a pity he was not the real instead of the sham aspirant for senatorial dignity. I plead guilty to a passing idea which then possessed me and suggested an odious comparison. I thought he would have fitted the character of MP much better than our candidate, Mr. Jolifat, whose jackal or provider he really was. I next took our party to a restaurant in Regent Street, where I called for and paid for a sumptuous dinner. Over our wine, suggestion and plot developed themselves grandly. I became indebted for many valuable hints to my new chum and his clever friend. We smoked and chatted and afterwards strolled into St. James's Park until the time began to arrive for our leaving town. One other call had to be made at a trunkmaker's for 2 or 3 goodly portmanteaus, which, although expense was not of much importance, I preferred to have second-hand, as I thought shabbiness or at least a soiled appearance would look better, as an accessory to the scheme or great trick we had already begun to play out. I should also tell the reader that I promised the popular candidate in embryo a bonus of £50 if he played his part skillfully and kept good faith, but I gave him no security beyond my word, from which I never departed in my life for the fulfillment of my part of the contract. Neither of us had then or thereafter to regret the manner in which it was executed and paid for. The portmanteaus were stocked from an outfitter's, a hosier's, a perfumer's, and other tradesmen. We also purchased a large, heavy wooden box from a dealer in antiquities. It had huge steel clasps and a ponderous lock. It looked like a thing designed for the keeping of treasure, and a thing customarily so employed. We filled this box. We then went to the printer's, where the copies of the placard we had ordered, and of which we had not thought it necessary to see a proof, were all worked off, and it looked, in clear bold type, fascinating to the eye of each of us, but most charming of all, it perhaps seemed to the man who embodied most of its unreality. It is astonishing how many excellent devices and how many grand projects and schemes of lofty usefulness are marred by inattention to detail, or it may be the want of a single but essential ingredient. This was nearly the case on the present occasion. My great electioneering trick had almost failed from an oversight in its initiation. We had up to this moment retained no lawyer or attorney, a most essential feature of such a plot as that we had engaged in. This omission was discovered by me just in time to be filled up. We heard of an attorney, a low sort of fellow, I believe, who lived in the neighborhood. I hired him and sent him down with the other 2 to the borough of N that night. I parted company with my friends at the Euston station. They proceeded a little more than 100 miles to the populous town of H by railway, and there alighted. From this point the journey was performed in a lumbering post-chaise, as I had desired my party not on any account to arrive at the town of N before 12 o'clock at night. I preferred that it should be a little after 1 in the morning, and I suggested they might as well get up a little sensation on their arrival. This I told them might easily be done by a pretended anxiety to keep their arrival dark and quiet. My instructions herein were obeyed, as I afterwards ascertained with unerring exactness. There was at a very short distance on the outside of the town a toll bar, always locked at night, and the keeper of which was not renowned for his vigilance or wakefulness. The party found a trifle of real difficulty in gaining admission to the borough. It was some time before the man at the toll-house, rubbing his eyes, opened his little wicket and came forth to unlock the gate. As he did so, he was startled by the sight of a vehicle with 3 persons in it and heavily laden. The man's sagacity penetrated, as he thought, the whole secret. He winked and nodded and grinned significantly. He saw in one of the party another candidate for the franchise of the free and independent electors, and in the other 2 his agents. His acute vision dived through the keyhole of that box, and there beheld a weight of gold, which he defined in conversation next day as such a sight as he never saw in his life before, even at an election. My man kept up the delusion well by throwing 2 half-crowns to the fellow, and each of his companions tossed a handful of small coin at him, as he closed the gate after them. Away rolled at a slow pace the heavily laden vehicle, the horses throbbing and panting, and the riders chuckling to their heart's content. At length the town of N was reached. As quietly and mysteriously as possible, the vehicle was driven by the strangers, its occupants up to the hotel of our opponent, and after ringing the bell, refusing to accept the servant's answers, and insisting upon awakening the host, my man tried to strike a bargain with the hotel keeper, putting him under his confidence, to let his house as the central committee room of the independent candidate. Boniface was proof against temptation. He had let his house to Mr. Sallow Twitch, the Whig candidate, and he was not a-going to break his engagement, not he. He never had done such a thing in his life, and never would. They must go elsewhere, he said, and the interview was closed by the irate landlord sheering off to bed, telling them he didn't want to have no more to do with them. Next the party went to the hotel where Mr. Jolifat was staying, and in which he held his quarters. A similar interview with Mr. Bung at that establishment ended not unlike the conference with Mr. Boniface. At last a solitary medieval-looking policeman was observed torpidly creeping along the market-place, and for a consideration he undertook, in the first place, to find the best quarters now available, and in the second to keep the arrival of his patrons as quiet and as solemn as death. It was unfortunate, he said, that they had come into the town so late, because the other parties had been in the field so long, and had got the regular start of them. However, there was a tidyish sort of place, which had always been the headquarters of a third candidate, and, for his own part, he did not think it much mattered if the candidate was a regular gentleman, which house he put up at. This shrewd policeman thought it would be all the same if the candidate had about him friends who knew their business. The policeman's advice was taken in the selection of a central committee room, the Green Swan with 2 tails, which, let me confess and regret, was a comparatively humble place for headquarters. I should have very much preferred the first hotel in the town, and if that had been possible, I would have yielded up the place in which Mr. Jolifat was enthroned. However, as the sequel will show, this matter did not influence the success of the coup. Without further loss of time, that is to say, early next morning, my man went to work. The first person to whom, as the agent of the independent candidate, he paid his addresses, was not the mayor of the town, nor the town clerk, nor an alderman, nor a town councillor, but he was a bill sticker. End of Section 1, Part 1.
Section 2 of Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doug Fajardo. Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective by Andrew Forrester. My Great Electioneering Trick, Part 2. There consequently appeared upon the walls an address which ran as follows: To the free and independent electors of the borough of N. Gentlemen, your borough has too often been the arena of faction fights. You have been regarded as the supporters of Whig and Tory. Your grand historical traditions and your eminent public virtues have not been respected, cared for, understood, or, apparently, known to your representatives in Parliament, or even those who have hitherto aspired to the most honorable distinction of representing you in the legislature. Gentlemen, although a stranger among you, having resided many years abroad and having but lately returned to my native country, having studied the political institutions of Europe and America and seen them in practical operation, and having, moreover, read the history of your ancient town, which forms so many brilliant pages in the grand history of our native country, and having had the good fortune to inherit an ample estate, I have resolved to place my services at the disposal of my country, with a special desire to serve the interests of a free and enlightened constituency, such as that of N. Gentlemen, under these circumstances, I offer myself as candidate at the forthcoming election for the representation of your borough. And although I shall immediately do myself the honor of waiting upon you individually, and canvassing each of you at his own fireside, I think it right to lay before you concisely a statement of my political principles. Gentlemen, I am in favor of the broadest and most comprehensive scheme of reform which political philosophy can devise. If you should do me the honor to return me to Parliament, as I feel confident you will, I shall, by my speeches and votes, support every measure which tends to increase the happiness of the people by extending the demand for labor, increasing the wages of industry, at the same time adding to the profits of capital, and promoting the comfort of every man, woman, and child throughout Her Majesty's wide dominions. Gentlemen, I am in favor of other measures of political and social amelioration which benefit all but injure none in their comprehensiveness and benefice, that I find it impossible to properly explain within the limit of a printed address, but upon which I shall have many opportunities to offer explanations when I meet you face to face in public meeting, in your own houses, and upon the hustings of the day of nomination. Gentlemen, I have the honor to subscribe myself, your very faithful and obedient servant, Horatio Mount Stephen Phipps. The bill sticker lost no time in placarding the walls of the town, but his functions had been largely anticipated by the disclosures of the toll bar keeper Boniface, his boots, bung, and his ostler. The town was set in a commotion. The Green Swan with Two Tails was crowded in the bar parlor, in front of the bar, and in every public room it had. Mr. Horatio Mount Stephen Phipps, received a dozen offers of professional assistance, 2 or 3 score of requests for the honor of making his acquaintance, letters innumerable for his autograph, with other delicate and indelicate overtures of goodwill and friendship, all within a few hours. Mr. Phipps, after he had returned to London, and been retransformed into Smith, told me it was the jolliest spree he had ever been engaged in during his life, and my man told me that the fictitious candidate played his part with the skill of a genius. In the course of the morning, a crowd assembled in front of the Swan with Two Tails, and loud huzzas were heard in honor of the independent and now popular candidate. A speculative printer had, without orders, either in the excess of political zeal or in reliance upon a careless auditing of accounts, got another placard stuck upon the walls, which read thus: Phipps forever. The mob became, towards afternoon, a little impatient and uproarious, and the candidate had to present himself on the balcony of the hotel and harangue his admirers. I regret to say, no shorthand writer being present, I cannot give the reader a report of this speech, which I am sorry for, because I have been told it was one of the grandest orations of the kind ever uttered by a pretended or real candidate. However, let that pass. Towards evening, a deputation asked permission to wait upon Horatio Mount Stephen Phipps, Esquire, to express their admiration of the principles so clearly and exactly enunciated in his address, and so beautifully illustrated and enforced in his most eloquent speech. Their request was granted with the utmost cordiality by that great man, and he supplicated them to do him the honor of dining with him. The hospitality of the Green Swan with Two Tails was, I am told, worthy of a more pretentious establishment, and ample justice was done, as the penny-a-liners say, to the culinary skill of the hostess. Mine host's vintages were also duly appreciated, or at least I judged so by the items of account which I afterwards saw under the date of this entertainment. It is true that the good things bore familiar names, but that circumstances may rather be ascribed to the English character of the candidate and his admirers than to the limited capacity or means of the landlord and his better half. Sherry and port and champagne and port and sherry, seemed to have been mingled in profusion with cigars that, in the aggregate, weighed a few score pounds, and were, I take it from the price they cost me or my principal, the finest that Havana could produce. At this improvised banquet, speeches were, of course, delivered, toasts were drunk, and songs were sang, until the finale, a medley of variations from Rule Britannica, God Save the Queen, and We Won't Go Home Till Morning, which last chorus embodied a resolution that the patriotic admirers of Phipps did faithfully perform. Out of this party, a committee was formed by the sober men, for, let it be observed, Smith, that is, Phipps, kept faith by keeping sober with a constant eye to results, and all now was expected to go on merrily as a marriage bell. The next day was spent very much as the previous one had been, except that the third and popular candidate, as a matter of form, called upon a number of respectable inhabitants, and went through the role of a candidate's duties, such as shaking hands with one or two loungers in front of the hotel, clad in soiled smock frocks, kissing a few slobbering babies, talking pleasantly to the voters' wives, and expounding principles to the voters themselves. On this day, the attorney of Mr. Twitch sent a note by hand to the attorney of Mr. Jollyfat, proposing that these ravens should meet in confidence and without prejudice to discuss a matter of importance to both candidates. Mr. Jollyfat's legal adviser replied by assenting to the conference. They met. Phipps's candidature was the theme of discussion. Twitch's attorney said he had telegraphed to Brooks and the Reform and to Mr. Coppet, but he could learn nothing about Phipps. He was not known to the party, and they thought he must be some adventurer whose wealth, if it had any other than an imaginary existence at all, must be grossly exaggerated. Mr. Jollyfat's attorney said that he had in like manner inquired at the Carlton, but could learn nothing about their opponent. The Liberal was discouraged. The Conservative did not take the matter to heart. They were agreed that nothing could be done to spoil the new candidate. My man went to a local printer and got some forms printed with counterfoils, much after the manner of tradesmen's delivery notebooks or bankers' checks, the use of which will immediately be seen. He also contrived to make the acquaintance of a few leaders of the people, what the French would call men of action, not spouters or loudly boasting partisans. On the evening of the second day after Mr. Phipps's arrival at N, my man had a consultation with about half a dozen of the principal of these men, who may be called the heads of gangs of voters. Persons who regarded the franchise as a property to be sold in the market like any other commodity, except that this article, called a vote, must be purchased by a candidate in retail quantities in order that he might sell them as a constituency in a lump or by wholesale. The result was a compact or understanding, which I have no doubt would have been faithfully kept by the vendors. These men always kept faith with their purchaser. If no other candidate, supposed to have still a heavier weight of metal with which to solve their honesty, should arrive on any subsequent night between the date of the arrangement with them and the day of polling. This part of the business requires to be explained with much precision, or the reader may not perhaps observe the central point or pivot of the great electioneering trick, which it is my intention now to explain. My man had occasion to address one of the vendors of the franchise to the following effect. He explained that the law against bribery was rather severe, and Horatio Mount Stephen Phipps, Esquire, was a gentleman of extremely delicate sensibilities, whose honorable feelings would recoil from venality, and that if there were no law on the statute books or among the precedents for its punishment, which indeed there was, all must be free and above board, or at least it must be made to appear so to the eyes not only of the policemen or judges or parliamentary commissioners or other judicial officers, but also to that most upright, righteous, and wealthy man, the popular candidate himself. The agent went on to say that he came down to the town with a gentleman whom he had the honor to serve. He could not have supposed that the state of the borough would have entailed upon him the necessity of doing things which he saw were essential to the success of Mr. Phipps. But yet, being in it, he was determined to go on and secure a triumph for the distinguished and generous-hearted man he represented at that interview. As for money, that, did not matter. Mr. Phipps was rich enough in all conscience. Anything they might have to pay would not hurt him, not a bit of it. But his character must be above reproach at the clubs and in his own eyes. One way out of the difficulty, my man went on to observe, had occurred to him, and he had already resolved to pursue that course, or to withdraw his candidate at once before any money worth mentioning had been spent, because although it was true Mr. Phipps had enough, and more than enough, for every necessity, he did not like squandering it and losing the object of his ambition also. At this suggestion of the removal of the candidate and his cash box, the leaders of the people looked somewhat blank or alarmed. They said a man like Mr. Phipps was sure to win if he went the right way about it, and they thought it a pity he should run away after the handsome manner in which he had been treated by all classes. Some further parleying took place, when it was agreed that late at night the several leaders of the people should, one by one, take my man around to the residences of the free and independent electors, who were in reality to be bribed, and that the operation should be colorably done in the way arranged. A contract was made with each elector that he should fill the post of flag-bearer, messenger, check clerk, polling clerk, or something or other, and he should receive £10 at the close of the election for so doing. He was guaranteed payment of that money, to his perfect satisfaction, by a printed form of engagement, or an agreement in law on a slip of paper, signed by my man with his bold, clear autograph, and on the stumped counterfoil of which the lurid voter wrote his name or made his mark. Just by way of a present balm to each hired elector, the sum of 5 shillings was given him when his engagement was effected. Next day, the nominations took place. Mr. Twitch, the Whig candidate, was received with derisive shouts and a greeting of missiles. Mr. Jollyfat fared no better, and in his heart of hearts cursed the borough with that ambition or folly which had induced him to enter the lists as a candidate. And he stopped at the conclusion that of all the vanities which have marked humanity since the days of Solomon, nothing equaled that of desiring to be the representative in Parliament of such a free and independent constituency as the borough of N. Mr. Horatio Mount Stephen Phipps was the hero of the day. If anything checked the outpouring of his eloquent tongue, it was the rapid appreciation of his audience, which overtook the completion of his sentences. They cheered and shouted and hurrahed and made every conceivable, and to the reader many unconceivable, demonstrations of affection for his person and of admiration for his principles. But for these exuberant manifestations of attachment and devotion, I certainly might give the reader a splendid specimen of what a speech on the hustings may be. The hurrahs and the huzzahs broke up Mr. Phipps's arguments and the coruscations of his eloquence into fragments. Let it suffice to say, it was a brilliant and grand speech. On the show of hands being called for, a few were held up for Mr. Twitch, a few more for Mr. Jellyfat, and a whole forest of uplifted palms testified their desire to have Horatio Mount Stephen Phipps as the member for N. The returning officer, of course, declared the choice of electors by an open vote to have fallen upon that honorable gentleman and a poll was demanded by each of his antagonists. The most important thing to be now effected was an escape from the town. This was not, in reality, a very easy thing, although to the reader nothing may perhaps appear more easy of accomplishment. By this time, everybody in the place knew the three conspirators, and neither the candidate nor his two immediate associates were often left alone during 5 consecutive minutes. To quit the place by either the ordinary roads in the ordinary way would have been likely to excite suspicion. To have moved off singly, but simultaneously by 3 different roads, would have excited less suspicion, perhaps, but would have been more damnatory if discovered. To move off other than simultaneously would have been to peril, perhaps, the lives, and certainly to have periled the chastisement of 1 or 2 who might remain after the flight of one had been ascertained. Detection was, moreover, a thing likely, under any circumstances, to follow rapidly on the retreat. My man had noticed the presence of at least half a dozen strangers in the camp of the enemy. These strangers had a knowing look and wore a metropolitan aspect. He suspected them of being spies upon us. Mr. Phipps's antecedents might, for anything we positively knew to the contrary, have been ascertained and become known to the Liberal candidate whose game he was trying to spoil, although that gentleman and his friend might not deem it expedient, if they could not exactly prove the connection between the party of Phipps and that of Mr. Jollyfat, to explode the fiction of the former's candidature. However, get away they must, and that before the polling of tomorrow, or they would not get away until too late. It was part of my design that the scheme should explode, and that the match should be applied at this exact point of the scheme. We had arranged to keep the poll open for Phipps, notwithstanding his flight. No official notice of the abandonment of his candidature was therefore served upon the returning officer. In fact, although Phipps ran away, Phipps must still be a candidate. Our head lawyer thought that necessary, and also thought it wise to poll 1 man at least for the runaway. After deliberation, it was arranged between the intended fugitives that morning should be chosen for their flight, and that they should fly in company. After the nomination, high revelry had been kept at the Green Swan with 2 Tails. Every section of the community of N had its representation there, the lower orders being provided for in rooms and with refreshments suited to their tastes, while the topsayers and municipal notabilities who had attached themselves to the popular and winning cause of Phipps were being entertained in a better room of the house. Phipps himself, and my man, and the attorney, being in the company of the latter, carefully guarded against anything like excess. They were the only prudent people in the lot. This revelry lasted through the night and until morning. Mine host himself, knocked up by fatigue and potations, retired to an uneasy couch. The hostess had snatched a little rest, and resumed charge of the house while her lord slumbered. As for Mr. Phipps, my man, and the attorney, they contrived to disentangle themselves from their supporters about 3 in the morning, under strong protestations of anxiety for the welfare of those gentlemen who were urged, for appearance sake and their own health's sake, to retire home and get a few winks of sleep and come refreshed in the morning to the poll. By this means The multitude surrounding the candidate, except his two confidants, were got rid of. So far, so good. About 6 in the morning, Phipps, oppressed with an imaginary headache and sense of fatigue, my man in like condition, and the attorney in a similar state, called for soda water with a dash of brandy, and began, in the presence of the hostess, to bewail their unfitness to go through the labors of the approaching struggle. My man suggested that it might be as well to take a stroll, if they could get out quietly and not have a rabble at their heels. They asked if that were possible. The landlady consented to let them out by a back door across a meadow which formed part of her lord's tenancy, where they could strike off into some by-lanes and get what they so urgently needed, a breath of fresh air. This suited admirably. My man had already taken soundings of the roads, and knew by this means the party could walk or run off a distance of only 5 miles, and meet an up train to London at the blank station at 8 o'clock a.m. Not a soul was astir on the outskirts of the town, save here and there a rustic laborer walking to his toil or engaged thereon. Rude, unlettered men, without political thought or character, who took no interest in the great struggle at the borough of N, and who cared to do no more than return the salutation of good morning to the gentlemen wayfarers. The absence of Mr. Phipps and his agent and attorney was soon discovered, and it was at once suspected to have a sinister object. This notion spread like wildfire through the whole borough, and a scene of excitement ensued which literally beggars description. Nothing has ever equaled it in electioneering development. The Green Swan at one time ran great risk of utter demolition. A few innocent people, suspected of participation in the fraud, were punished by the mob, who must have a victim or two, and who wreaked their vengeance upon suspects in the absence of those real delinquents that by this time were safely proceeding southwards to the great metropolis in the train which they had met. The windows of Mr. Phipps' hotel were broken. The remonstrances of the landlord were not believed by a large portion of the crowd, although, for that worthy's reputation, it may be stated that a large contingent of the rioters did put faith in his asseverations. The committee room was broken into and ransacked, and no little glee was excited when the strong box was discovered. A fitful gleam of savage hope took possession of the discoverers. They thought for a moment they had grasped a treasure, and the prospect of a grand loot cheered their hearts. This discovery also soon got communicated to the crowd outside. There was a demand that the box should be brought out into the marketplace, and its contents distributed fairly amongst them. With much difficulty, the ponderous chest was carried downstairs and into the street. For a while, the lock withstood all efforts to break it open, but at length a smith came with tools that would have almost battered down the gate of a fortress. With this effective aid, the hasp was fractured or detached, and the lid of the mysterious box was lifted. To their surprise and astonishment, carefully embedded in sawdust, were found, not the sovereigns that were to have compensated the various messengers, flag bearers, check clerks, poll clerks, etc., 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 but do not start, gentle reader, in amazement. 10 solid lumps of fine Scottish granite, which had been diverted from their legitimate purpose, that of forming part of the roadway in Oxford Street, to the unhallowed desecration of the free and independent electors of N. Shouts of derision and anathemas, both profound and deep, were uttered. Imprecations of the direst were showered on the while home popular candidate, and it may be accepted as a fact that if Mr. Phipps, or his attorney, or my man had fallen into the hands of that enraged crowd, his legal representatives would have been entitled to make a claim on the offices in which he had insured his life. The retreat of Phipps and the discovery were themes of merriment, but perhaps in no part of the borough was the joke or trick so much relished as in the committee room of Mr. Jollyfat, our real candidate. It should also be stated for the reader's information, and he is particularly requested to notice, that the general postal delivery from London conveyed to each of the central committee rooms of Mr. Phipps' rivals an oblong packet, addressed to each of the remaining candidates by name, and to their agents, and to all others whom it might concern, giving them formal notice that the men whose names were included in lists which were enclosed in the communication, and being free and independent electors of N, had disqualified themselves from voting at the present election by having accepted offices of emolument under binding legal contracts with one of the candidates. In consequence of this notice, the poor wretches who had entered into the engagements mentioned with my man were unable to sell their votes and consciences to Mr. Twitch, if he had been inclined to buy them, because if he had bought up the tainted electors, he would thereby have insured a petition against his return, with the certainty that his rival would, by a scrutiny, unseat him. The returning officer received a similar letter and a similar list. The poll being kept open under these circumstances, the general result may be pretty well ascertained by the reader's imagination, but for his particular information, I may state that the numbers announced by the returning officer were Jollyfat, 209, Twitch, 64, Phipps, 1. The consequence was that the first-named gentleman was duly returned and took a seat, and was, for a period of several years, the unchallenged representative of the borough of N. It is fair to say that he was returned, at a comparatively small cost, by a large majority of the honest suffrages of the decent men of the borough. My man, I believe, had succeeded in disqualifying, for once, all of the corruption of that notorious place. The landlord of the Green Swan was, of course, very glum over his misfortunes. He managed to get his broken glass and other damage repaired at the expense of the 100, but he had given up all chance of recovering his debt from Mr. Phipps when he received a letter from a well-known political solicitor of Westminster, stating it was not the desire of Mr. Phipps that any person's honest claim should go unsatisfied, and that if mine host would make out his account and forward it to him, it should be examined, and if found correct, be settled. The account was duly rendered, and on being scrutinized or audited, was deemed excessive. 2/3 of the total amount, that is to say £100, was remitted him, and although £50 was thus knocked off, I have solid reason for believing he did not fare ill by the candidature of Horatio Mount Stephen Phipps. One little circumstance none of us had anticipated now arose, to our embarrassment. The payment of that bill of the landlord of the Green Swan told the story of Phipps' purse with approximate accuracy. Mr. Jollyfat, the successful candidate, was now suspected by many people of being near the bottom of my great trick. To get at him, however, it was necessary to track and attack Phipps, which, I am sorry to say, the disappointed free and independent electors, who could not vote at the late election, succeeded in doing. How they discovered him is to me a secret at this day, but they certainly did somehow find him out, and they assaulted him by a battery of writs issued out of Her Majesty's Court of Common Pleas at Westminster. A counsel learned in the law advised that we had a good defense to these actions, on the ground that the agreements for service were contracts to pay money either to induce men to vote, which was bribery, or not to vote, which rendered the engagements null and void. About the first point, I believe there could be no doubt. Around the second, I believe there did exist much room for speculation and legal ingenuity. Mr. Jollyfat, however, wished to avoid discredit with his constituents, so it was thought expedient to get rid of the difficulty by another mode. Phipps was a man of cosmopolitan tastes, and he had not the phrenological organs of locality and adhesiveness largely developed. It mattered not much to him on which side of the Atlantic or of the Pacific he dwelt. Somebody on his behalf, an attorney, intimated to the solicitor for Mr. Jollyfat that it would be cheaper to square Phipps than to submit to the game process all the voters and their actions. £100 was the sum named as one that would take the eloquent and popular candidate beyond the jurisdiction of Her Majesty's judges and officers. The amount was provided, and he quietly set sail, or rather took steam, for the United States of America, where, I am told, an ample scope and opportunity for the exercise of the peculiar abilities of that popular candidate has always been found in the service of the various parties who divide the spoils of the American Republic. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Secret Service or Recollections of a City Detective. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emily Lee. Secret Service or Recollections of a City Detective by Andrew Forrester. Mistaken Identity. An eminently respectable tradesman was seated in his cozy little parlor or counting house at the back of his shop within a mile of Mansion House in the city of London one summer afternoon in the year 1861. His wife was the only other person present on this occasion. It was an unusual circumstance for this lady to be there, as Mr. Delmar also occupied, for purposes of residence, a neat little house in an eastern suburb of the metropolis. He was, moreover, the father of a family. He had 4 sons and 3 daughters, whose ages varied between 7 and 22. He was churchwarden of the parish in which he carried on business. He was regarded as the very pattern of domestic virtue and a model of rectitude in business.
Few men, indeed, in the whole world enjoyed a better reputation than Mr. Delmar. Nobody had ever breathed a word against his character, and nobody had a right to do so. His fireside was as cheerful as moderate prosperity, a good wife, and dutiful children could render it. These particulars about Mr. Delmar, his family, his connections, his circumstances, and his reputation are necessary to enable the reader to appreciate the incidents I have to describe. Mrs. Delmar had to come to town on the present occasion for the legitimate purpose of shopping. She was giving her prudent spouse an estimate of the call she needed, or considered that she needed, to make upon his purse for a variety of domestic necessities, from little child's shoes to her own and her eldest daughter's bonnets. Mr. Delmar was checking off the anticipated outlay, or, as I may put it, revising the domestic estimates with a prudence quite commendable, and I also think consistent with a good husband and father's affection for those dependent on him. An assistant of Mr. Delmar's entered the parlor or counting-house and observed, "A gentleman wishes to see you, sir, in the shop. Show him in, Williams." "He says he wishes to see you privately, sir." "Privately?" exclaimed Mr. Delmar, in tones of surprise. "Show him in." And the speaker glanced at his better half as he finished the sentence. Williams left the room and informed the gentleman who was standing in the shop that his master wished him to walk in. "You told me," observed the unknown visitor to the shopman, "that Mrs. Delmar was with her husband?" "Yes, sir," was the reply. "I would rather Mr. Delmar should step out to me." "He will not do it, sir. He says you are to go in to him." "Well, I will see him." The unknown visitor advanced to the apartment in which the worthy and happy couple were closeted. He cautiously, not to say nervously, opened the door, and seemed to halt in the execution of his purpose. "I would very much rather see you alone, sir, for a moment." "You cannot see me alone, sir. This lady is my wife." "My business is private." "I have no private business or secrets unknown to my wife, sir," exclaimed Mr. Delmar, growing a little irritated. "Well, sir, you will oblige me if you will step out a moment." "I tell you, sir, I have no secrets from my wife. What is your business?" "You really, sir—" "What do you mean, sir? I insist upon your telling me immediately what brings you here, and if you do not, I will kick you into the street." Mr. Delmar uttered these words in a tone which alarmed his visitor, who perhaps apprehended the fulfillment of the threat which his delicacy has elicited. But summoning his courage, he advanced towards the desk and took from his pocket a paper, which he handed in silence to the astonished and indignant husband. It was a summons to show cause why he should not maintain a female child, which one Selina Wilkins, chambermaid at the Griffin's Head Hotel, an excellent hostelry well known to commercial travelers on the Midland Road who call at the town of Blank, was the mother of. Mr. Delmar was a man who had seen much of the world, although he had, happily for himself, not known many of its vicissitudes or its wickedness and perils. His knowledge and experience were, however, at fault on the present occasion. During 2 or 3 minutes of perfect silence, in which the three persons glanced at one another alternately, Mr. Delmar was a prey to conflicting emotions and cross purposes. At first, he was disposed, without warning, to enforce the threat he had not long ago made and punish the agent of the infamous practical joke now being practiced at his expense, as he conceived it, by inflicting upon him an ignominious and severe chastisement. Next, he trembled before a vague apprehension that some foul conspiracy might have been devised for the ruin of his own and his family's domestic peace. The inquiry passed through his mind. Had he acted prudently in compelling the disguised officer to serve the process in the presence of Mrs. Delmar? Should he treat the messenger who brought this scandalous official libel with civility? Should he take him into confidence? What indeed should he do? Within a brief space of 3 minutes, he had many times doubted whether, after all, it was a prudent thing for a man of business and a man of the world to let his wife know all his secrets. At last he resolved to pursue in this emergency that frankness and uprightness towards his wife which had been the source of so much comfort to them both in those various emergencies which even the serene life of a prosperous London tradesman occasionally encounters. The wife had looked on the previous scene in amazement and fear, the changing hues of her husband's countenance, the twitching of the muscles in his face, the spasmodic movement of his limbs under suppressed rage, disgust, and dread, told her that the document she had seen handed to him was the premonitory note of something very dreadful. If she had not so well and thoroughly known the rectitude and honorableness of the father of her children, she might have jumped to the conclusion, in her bewilderment, that he had committed forgery or murdered someone, and that the summons was a warrant for his apprehension on a charge that might have consigned him to Portland or led him to the gallows. The officer was the first to break silence. "It is a painful duty, sir." "Never mind. But what does this mean?" Mr. Delmar replied, rapidly passing from affected indifference to painful curiosity. "You see, sir, what it is," said the officer. Had Mr. Delmar's leg and boot been slighter than they were, a smile might have passed from the inner to the outer man of the speaker. "I know, sir, what it is," retorted Mr. Delmar, and summoning all his moral resolution and lifting himself to a height of moral dignity, which perhaps he had never occupied in any one moment of his wedded life, from the day when his young and pure manhood he had taken that woman, every way worthy, to be his partner and helpmeet to the altar, he added, "I'm very glad indeed, sir, for one thing only, that I did not consent to see you, or accept at your hand this infamous paper unknown to my wife." Still Mrs. Delmar was silent, bewildered, and intensely anxious. "I've done my duty," said the officer, in an apologetic tone, glancing at the door as if desirous of withdrawing. "You may leave," said Mr. Delmar. I draw a veil over the scene which followed. It is enough, at all events, the reader should know that Mr. Delmar read the document to his wife, explained its exact purport, and craved her assistance in penetrating the mystery. He had no occasion to ask her whether she believed his guilty of the offense attributed to him. She volunteered an assurance of her belief in its untruthfulness. She felt and declared that it was the result of some awful mistake of personal identity or some most foul conspiracy. It would be incorrect to say that the interchange of confidence did not leave a painful sense of the possible consequences of this mysterious incident. Yet it may be affirmed that the event did not estrange a particle of that woman's love, nor for a moment excite in her breast one flimsy or evanescent doubt of the fidelity of her husband. The unfortunate man who was thus called upon to defend himself against a charge of which he was no more guilty than my reader is, went to his lawyer, who said he could not make it out. This gentleman, Mr. Drawley, was at a loss to determine whether his client was fool enough to be deceiving him, or whether he was the victim of what Mrs. Delmar had called a foul conspiracy, or whether an artfully planned scheme of extortion had been practiced against him. I was now consulted. I should have liked to have been entrusted with full personal discretion, so that I might have investigated the mystery in my own way. I think I might have more easily cleared it up if I had not been embarrassed by the definiteness of my instructions. I was, however, told to inquire in the first place whether Selina Wilkins had employed any solicitor, and if so, to put myself in communication with him. I was told to use my best skill in tracing what I could. At the same time, if the professional man on the other side were a man of reputation, to deal frankly with him. I was to explain the position in life and the character of the defendant, and urge the improbability of his having committed any such offense against domestic propriety as that he was charged with, and I was told to endeavor to get the affair cleared up or settled without scandal or notoriety. I did as I was requested. My habit, when my instructions from solicitors were definite, was to follow them implicitly. This commonly saved me much trouble, and when the result was not unsatisfactory, I liked the course all the better. But sometimes the plan a little tantalized and vexed me, because I conceived that through it I missed my aim and did not obtain the credit by success I might otherwise have done. In this case, I ascertained that the young woman had, on the recommendation of her former master and mistress, employed a solicitor, who stood very high among the lawyers in that part of the country where he dwelt. He received me courteously and expressed his willingness to tell me all about the case. He, however, insisted that the defendant must be a wily rascal, a consummate hypocrite, a mean-spirited fellow, etc., etc. He told me there could not be the shadow or shade of a doubt about the case, and he entered into the matter in the spirit of a partisan imbued with the righteousness of the side he was engaged to fight on. As to the identity of the parson, he thought any defense on that head must break down, for he had obtained, through his agents in London, a description of Mr. Delmar which corresponded exactly to the description given him by his unfortunate client. It is true that the poor girl had not, he said, seen the fellow since her misfortune, because she had not the money to pay visits to London, nor indeed was her strength sufficient to enable her to make that journey and back without peril to her life. Grief and shame and bitter mortification had held her tongue until the last possible moment, and it was only when material evidence of her wrongdoing became palpable to her mistress that she admitted the injury which had been done her. "Why, sir," observed the provincial lawyer, "even after the poor girl's condition had been ascertained, she refused to tell who was the author of her misery, and clung to the foolish belief that, if he was a perfect gentleman, he would one day redeem his promise by making her his wife. The way it was found out, sir, was this. She went home to be confined. Her mother one night searched her little portemonnaie, and there found the blackguard's card. So her friends ascertained his name and address. When I had obtained these particulars from Selina Wilkins's attorney, it was almost post-time, so I wrote an account of my interview with the lawyer as rapidly as I could, and sent it to London to the solicitor from whom I had received my instructions. I had an answer by electric telegraph, desiring me to pursue my inquiries, as there could be no doubt the case was one of conspiracy or fraud. Some of the further particulars of this mysterious case had perhaps better be stated in the brief narrative I can furnish of the inquiry before the magistrates. On the day appointed for the hearing, Mr. Delmar came down from London, attended by his confidential and most respectable solicitor, and by a gentleman of the long robe whose name had figured in 1,000 Old Bailey narratives. The young woman was examined. Amid tears and sobs and threatened hysterics, she related her story. It was to the effect that a gentleman, or commercial, she styled him, who had visited the town of Blank, and stayed 5 or 6 times at the hotel where she had been in service, had paid his addresses to her with great ardor, and under the cover of a promise of marriage effected her ruin. She had no hesitation in declaring that the defendant was the man. The card on which was printed his name and address was produced in court. A severe cross-examination by the defendant's counsel did nothing to shake these allegations. Although the gentleman had not been many times to the hotel in question, he appeared quite familiar with the town, and she had seen him enter a rival hostelry before she knew him as one of her master's guests or customers. The defendant was sworn. He denied that he had ever seen the young woman before, or that he had been in the town for several years, or that he had ever in his life stayed at the hotel where she had been employed. The complainant's attorney argued that the case against the defendant was conclusive. It did not, he said, admit a shadow of doubt. He heaped vituperative aspersions upon the head of the defendant for adding insult to injury by his disreputable defense. The defendant's counsel, on the other hand, contended that the evidence of the complainant was incomplete, that it was in several respects highly improbable, and that it should not counterbalance the testimony of the most respectable defendant in his own behalf. The learned gentleman called upon the magistrate to dismiss the case and intimated that, if the decision were against his client, he should appeal. The magistrates agreed with the complainant's attorney, expressed an opinion that she was a much ill-used young woman, and said a few things uncomplimentary of the defendant, upon whom they expressed their willingness to do what, by the way, they could not help doing, I believe, that is, give him an opportunity of appealing against their decision. It will occur to the reader that there were several means of rebutting some of the special facts upon which the complainant's case must have rested, as it did rest, although I omit them for the sake of brevity, as they are not necessary to the explanation I have to give of one leading fact. The reader will wonder how that card of the defendant's fell into the hands of the complainant. I will say once, in order to clear away some mystery, that the young woman herself was no doubt honestly mistaken. although somewhat rash in the evidence she gave as to the identity of her undoer. But unless some Confederate had given her that card, how could she have obtained it? It must have been palmed off upon her by some unmitigated villain who was content to divert inquiry from his own track into that of an innocent and right-minded man's household, to the peril of the destruction of his own and his family's happiness. To track this miscreant was my special mission. I had not much time to effect a discovery before the appeal must be heard and decided. Mr. Delmar could not help me. He had given his card at various times to various people, and within a few years, a few hundred persons might have been the conscious or unconscious media, direct or remote, of conveying the fatal pasteboard from his hand to that of the complainant. After I had been a week engaged in the effort to track the double culprit, having, let me frankly say, no clue by which I hoped to discover him, I was getting weary of the task when a ray of light dawned through the imperfect memory of Mr. Delmar. He recollected that about 10 months before the complaint was laid against him at Blank, he had been obliged to visit Norwich on urgent business. A man who owed him a considerable sum of money was then in embarrassment and had called a meeting of his creditors at which Mr. Delmar was invited to attend. After this business had been completed, he intended returning to town by a late train, but allowed himself to be detained in conversation with his fellow sufferers until it became necessary to abandon that intention. He accordingly put up for the night at the Saracen's Head Hotel, and sought to while away the hours which intervened before bedtime by a social pipe and glass in the commercial room. Here he met, as a stranger of unpretentious manner always does, with a cordial greeting and good fellowship. One man, however, Mr. Delmar became very chatty and familiar with. This man, who told him his business, that is to say what line he was in the course of conversation took out his card case and was about to hand Mr. Delmar his card, when unfortunately, as he said, he found that he was out of cards, but he told him his address. Mr. Delmar also took out his card case, and very unfortunately indeed, as the sequel shows, he gave the commercial his printed name and address. I was not long in drawing the inference, nor would any person I apprehend be, that this commercial was the villain of my story. With a photograph of Mr. Delmar in my pocket, I speedily took my ticket to Norwich, and had not much doubt about overtaking the rascal. Would the reader like to know how I got hold of the fellow? It will appear a very simple and easy process when explained, and I don't take much credit for it. Give a shrewd man a clue, and I warrant you, if he have time and opportunity, he will follow it to the end. Well then, the way I pursued the clue to its extremity was this. I concluded at once, in my own mind, that this man's proclivities had been manifested wherever he went, and that at more than one of the hotels and commercial inns on his road he would have left a clear recollection of his name and line on the retina of a pretty chambermaid. I was right. After making myself agreeable by innocent devices with the chambermaids at the Saracen's Head Hotel at Norwich, I ventured to let one of them see the picture of the man I wanted. I saw at a glance that no tender regard for him was felt by this female observer. I noticed something like pique, or it might be disgust for him. This was enough for me. I frankly told the young woman that I wanted to track and punish him for a mean and vile crime. I saw that, although chambermaid at an inn, she had a woman's sense of propriety. However, to make doubly sure of her aid, I appealed to her by another argument, which might be supposed to have some influence with a young woman who had to live upon small fees and perquisites. I offered her £5 reward if she enabled me to discover him, and in earnest of my sincerity and means of so rewarding her, I handed her a sovereign at once. She told me she thought my photograph was a copy of the features of Mr. John Brown, who traveled in this cigar line, who had been at the inn some time ago, and who might be expected again in a week or a fortnight at most, as the time for his visit to Norwich must have almost come round. She said she would show the photograph to the other servants if I would lend it to her, and as I could easily get another, I did so. The rest of the servants agreed that the portrait was not exactly like Mr. John Brown, but it was something like him too, Very like him, one said. Next morning's delivery brought to the hotel, among other letters for expected people, which letters were placed in a rack in the commercial room, 2 for Mr. John Brown of London. The next day, Mr. John Brown of London arrived, and I was struck by the resemblance of the man as he opened the door of the commercial room in which I was then sitting, a little anxiously watching for his arrival. It is needless to take the reader through the subsequent steps of my investigation. He will see that I had almost backed my game. It is enough to say that a few inquiries upon the subject elicited the fact that a regular traveler on the road in which the town of Blank and the Griffin's Heads Hotel were situated being suddenly taken ill, and many accounts being due to the house he traveled for on that line, Mr. John Brown was ordered to do the Midland journey for him a few times. It was on one of these journeys that he found his evil opportunity for seducing the domestic of the inn and playing off upon her the mean trick which led to the summons against Mr. Delmar, the reckless testimony the complainants bore as to his identity, and his condemnation by the justices. It is only necessary to add that the decision against Mr. Delmar was quashed at the quarter sessions, and that his character as a man of unblemished honor and domestic virtue was, if possible, strengthened by the ordeal he had to pass through. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective, by Andrew Forrester. An Unscrupulous Woman. Some years ago, I was retained to penetrate the mystery of a case in many respects not very unlike the celebrated road murder, and I was to bring the criminal to justice if possible. It was a case of child murder. The house in which the horrid deed was perpetrated was a cottage, standing in the midst of ample grounds, perhaps 10 acres in extent, communicating with a turnpike road, not much used or frequented, and along which no vehicles passed except those going to or from the cottage or an adjacent farmhouse. I feel that I am at liberty to indicate the locality of this deed no further than to say it was in a south of England county. In order to explain the nature of the case, I should, however, remark that the occupiers of the cottage were a gentleman who had retired from a business in London, his wife, children, and servants. The man was cynical, misanthropical, and morbidly disposed to seclusion. He was an eccentric man, and he everywhere excited prejudices against himself. Even the retirement of this cottage was not so complete as to exclude him wholly from contact with the world, or to shut him in from these prejudices. He had married, much later in life than is usual with prosperous men, about a year before he took up his abode in the place I have described. His wife had been a poor young woman, though rather beautiful, and in my opinion her amiability and goodness compensated to such a man for her lack of intellectual qualifications. At the time I speak of, there were living in this cottage Mr. Robinson, his wife, their 2 infant children, and 2 general domestic servants, one of whom, a young woman about 23 years of age, they had brought with them from London to this retreat in the south of England. One morning in June, Mrs. Robinson arose from her bed about 6:30 o'clock, and before dressing herself, as was her custom, she crossed the straggling passage and drawing and dining room to a chamber beyond, in which her children and the servant, who performed the duties of nursemaid, were supposed to be sleeping. 2 of them were sleeping. She was, however, astonished to discover that one appeared cold to the touch. In amazement and horror the poor woman discovered that the third, her youngest child, was sleeping in the embrace of death. The bereaved mother rushed frantically to her husband, who was just awakening from his slumbers, and she roused him to perfect consciousness by her shrieks and wild ejaculations. The husband was soon astir, and everybody seemed, as everybody ought to have been, affected by intense grief. The loudest interest and most demonstrative agony was that poured out in sobs, tears, interjections, and apostrophes, all vague, incoherent, indefinite, by the nursemaid. I will not dwell upon the frightful incident, nor attempt to sketch in detail the lamentations and misery of that household. It may suffice to observe that wicked rumor said all sorts of uncharitable things. The local gossips were immensely dissatisfied with the proceedings at the inquest, the acumen of the coroner, or the want thereof, and the sagacity of his jurymen, or its deficiency. Among the dreadful facts asserted by rumor, which, let me observe, is, in 19 out of 20 cases, altogether wrong in her suspicions and asseverations, in this case were charges of improper intimacy between the nursemaid and the master, and jealousy on the part of this girl towards her mistress, which had, it was suggested, led up to the perpetration of the crime, through a desire to wreak vengeance out of a mother's agony. One unique theorist, a sort of local oracle in the estimation of many, and the possessor of all wisdom in his own, hinted that the mean, selfish, egotistical tradesman, Mr. Robinson, afraid lest his children should encroach too rapidly on his accumulated profits, had hit upon the Turkish expedient for thinning families, using, in this case, the hand of his dishonored servant to carry out his infamous design. The surgeon who made a post-mortem examination, a man by no means unskilful in his profession, who declined to say whether the inclination of his belief favored the theory of an accidental death or of wilful murder, did, however, upon oath, admit that it was possible the child might have been smothered by its nurse in the course of a night quite accidentally. The coroner's jury were for 2 hours very much divided in opinion about what verdict they should return. Some were for a verdict of wilful murder against Mr. Robinson. One man would have liked to have brought in a verdict that would have handed over his wife to the tender mercies of Jack Ketch. In justification of the 11 others, I may add that a strong disposition was felt, amid the solemnity of that investigation, to inflict corporal punishment upon the stupidest fellow. A very strong desire was felt in the breasts of more than the majority to return a verdict of wilful murder against the nurse, either with or without yoking her master in that condemnation. The coroner was consulted, and with an immense amount of circumlocution, which mightily puzzled and confused his sapient aides, that functionary gave it as his opinion that no evidence before the jury was sufficient to justify a verdict of wilful murder against anyone. He also ventured to tell the jury that they had better, perhaps, find what he called an open verdict, that is to say, one of wilful murder, without divining the culprit, or one of found dead, and leave the cause of death an obviously more open question still. About this time I was consulted by a gentleman, without the intervention of any lawyer, and I was requested to look up the facts in an impartial manner, my directions being to nothing extenuate, nor set down naught in malice. Who was this gentleman? What was his motive? What the latent desire he really had? Who did he wish to clear, and upon who may he have desired to fix the doom of punishment attaching to the supposed crime, I must be excused from stating. Just before my visitor called upon me to undertake this matter, I had received instructions to investigate a case of forgery upon a bank to a large extent. I was to receive, as a reward for my services in this case of forgery, a very liberal fee, and I had also, as I have always had, a distaste for investigations into the mystery of deeds of blood. I have never been the agent through whom a culprit's neck has been encircled by a halter. That is an awful responsibility, for fear of mistake, that I have always shrunk from. Frankly, let me say, I would rather have avoided this engagement altogether, and I did, I think, very gracefully escape from personal action in the matter, by showing my visitor a letter enclosing an installment of £100 on account of my fee over the forgery case. He was a man of business, and saw at once that I could not be expected to give up a lucrative and comparatively easy job of that kind for the less remunerative, and in any event less agreeable, inquiry he desired me to prosecute. I, however, took his retainer, upon the understanding and condition that I should act in this case by a deputy, and simply overlook and generally superintend or advise and direct my assistant's labors. The reader may as well be informed that through the intervention of a friend of my visitor's, my assistant was provided with lodging in the cottage, and was told to use that sequestered retreat of commercial ease as the central point of his investigations. I accordingly employed the best man I could get or spare from the other case I had in hand, in which I needed some assistance, and sent that person down to the south of England. I don't think this man was quite up to his work. Of course, I had not formed that opinion when I set him about the job, but a review of what transpired now inclines me to think he made a too palpable show of his suspicions. He made no secret of his quality, or the work he had in mind, but for this he may have had adequate reasons. Mr. and Mrs. Robinson were both convinced that the murder, if murder it was, had not been committed by anyone in their household. They were both prepared to spend any amount of money in defense of their suspected servant if she had been arrested on suspicion. They had come to the conclusion that the sad affair was the result of an accident, which was not an overstrained hypothesis. If, however, it was a case of murder, for which there seemed no apparent motive, it must have been committed by somebody obtaining access from the outside to the room in which the child was sleeping. And a cursory examination of the place showed my man it was by no means a difficult thing to obtain both access and egress through a window opening upon a side of the cottage. My man would have arrived at the conclusion very soon that the death of the poor child had been caused by accident, and would have returned to London, but for the not over-recondite suspicions generated under his own eye in the cottage itself. Very curious to know his opinion, very eager in the suggestion of contrary and improbable theories, and very profuse in expression of regard for Mrs. Robinson and dear little Willie, was the nursemaid. She followed my man about with a closeness which seemed to indicate a kind of fascination or terror. At least this is what he told me he thought of her conduct. This alone marked out that girl as the murderess to his mind, and he resolved to linger as long as he could, with a decent show of appearances, in the cottage, thoroughly confident that something would turn up to fix the crime on her, and perhaps somebody else in connection with her. The room assigned to him was a rather capacious and tolerably comfortable one, adjoining that through which the little child passed to heaven, and some distance from the chamber in which its nurse had slept since the accident. Of course, my man was not superstitious, and had no unnatural fears, to which circumstance, perhaps, may be ascribed the fact that he left his dressing-case open and his razors loose during his stay at the cottage. My man was moreover not afraid of ghosts, which, perhaps, was fortunate. The window-catch was broken, and the lock of the door was so dilapidated that it would have kept no impudent dog or cat from entering, and it afforded the room no protection against intruding spirits. One night, about a week after his arrival at the cottage, he had fallen into a sleep, such a sleep as a man of his profession might be allowed, a sort of permanent half-wakefulness, in which the footfall of an elf would have aroused consciousness without stirring a muscle or raising an eyelid, and from which a salute of artillery could not have disturbed him abruptly enough to produce a quiver or twitch of skin or muscle, when that insecure door did open, and the form of a woman, in her nightdress, appeared at his bedside. Her step excited the wakefulness of my man as he lay with his face to the door. He gently opened his eyes wide enough to enable him to examine and measure the form of the nocturnal visitor, without permitting her to notice the effect of her presence. He saw her glance round the room, which the beams of the moon lighted up sufficiently to exhibit the several articles on the toilet table and elsewhere. My man thought his interrupter's eyes fell upon the loose razors, and he availed himself of the opportunity afforded by the turning of her face aslant from his bed, to disengage his arms somewhat from the bedclothes. He was now prepared to meet an attack upon him by her, with his own material weapons. He had misunderstood the woman's object in visiting his bedchamber that night. She turned again in the direction of the bed. He now thought it prudent to let her see that she was noticed. He coolly raised himself up on his haunches, and fixed his eyes upon her. "What do you want here?" he rather sternly inquired, and the words seemed to alarm her. She replied, in faltering accents and spasmodic sentences, "What? I want to see you. Why do you look at me all day? What do you mean by looking at me as you do? Do you mean to say that I killed Willie? Say anything against me, and I will ruin you. Promise me you won't say anything against me, or I will scream out." Then, steadily glancing at him, she uttered what no doubt were about the only words she had intended to say. "If you don't promise me here, as you are sitting in that bed, that you don't suspect me, that you won't say anything against me, that you won't look at me as you do and try to make people suspect me, I will cry out. I will say that you have taken improper liberties with me, that you have seduced me, that I have been awakened in my sleep by conscience, and am afraid of your other evil designs." "Oh, you will you? And what then?" "What then? Why, Won't people say that, after getting me to come here and sleep with you, you denounced me in order to cover your own improper conduct? My man admits that he thought this devilish clever. If he had not been the intended victim, I believe he was so enamored of the skill of this young woman that he might have offered to take her into a detective partnership and set up in business with her in opposition to me. But he saw his danger, and did not like being made the object of an experiment with such very fatal incidents surrounding it. He seized her wrist with one hand, and with the other thrust her from the bedside, placing his hands in doing so over her lips, seized one of the razors lying on the table, and held it before her eyes to terrify her, saying nothing, however, which had reference to that instrument. Then he suddenly dropped it near the spot where they were standing, seized her again, and shouted with all his might. My man was not to be outwitted. He charged this young woman with having stolen into his bedroom, knowing it to be unfastened, when she calculated that he would be asleep, and knowing also that he had been impudent enough during his stay in the house to leave his razors on the toilet table. He declared that he awoke just as she was in the act of putting the razor to her own throat, intending to commit suicide in his room, with the intention, it was suggested, of fastening upon him the crime of her murder. It will only be necessary to further inform the reader that although no evidence could be procured sufficient to maintain an indictment for wilful murder against this nurse, and although it was generally believed that she had committed the murder, a fact about which I had my doubts, for I believed the child was accidentally smothered in its sleep, as children often are, no evidence was offered to the jury in support of an indictment for the capital offense, but she was accused and punished for the attempted suicide. End of Section 4. Recording by Todd.
Section 5 of Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective by Andrew Forrester. The Incendiary Gang, Part 1. In the year 1833, I was engaged to investigate the circumstances attending a fire, one of a series, which had ended in claims upon several of the great London offices, and which fires were believed to have arisen out of willful fraud. The present fire broke out on a Monday afternoon between 1 and 2 o'clock in a warehouse belonging to an extensive bonnet manufactory near Dunstable in Bedfordshire. Among the peculiar circumstances of this case was the somewhat remarkable fact that the business of the manufactory had just been transferred from one proprietor to another, and that the policy of insurance was in the hands of the company's officers at its headquarters in London for the purpose of having a transfer of the contract endorsed thereon. The new proprietor informed the fire office that he had resolved upon enlarging his premises in order to extend his business. In a letter to the company, he indeed stated, in precise terms, that he then had on hand several large export orders to complete. The policy, which had covered an insurance of £3,000 hitherto, was now increased to £4,500. Shortly after this, another letter was received by the office, in which the writer stated that £4,500 would, he found, not cover the value of all his improvements, machinery, and stock in trade, so that he proposed to still further increase the insurance to £6,000. As this was an unusually heavy risk on a country policy, and as the premises were only about 30 miles from town, the board determined that the surveyor for the office should go down and report upon the case before the last proposal was accepted. Mr. Phillimore, the surveyor, accordingly went down. He arrived about 11 o'clock in the forenoon, and was very politely received by the firm, Newton Brothers, who showed him over the premises, which he examined with his usual critical minuteness, and was subsequently invited upstairs into the manager's residence on the works, where he consented to partake of a glass of sherry and a sandwich while he awaited a return train to town. It was now a few minutes after 1 o'clock, and the people employed in the manufactory had all quitted the premises for dinner. The younger member of the firm, Mr. Albert Newton, left the room for the sherry, returned in a few minutes, and had been chatting with the surveyor about half or three-quarters of an hour when the workpeople began to return. Before many of the hands had arrived, a cry of "Fire!" was raised. It was discovered that a portion of the old building, which adjoined the new, was in a blaze, and that a large quantity of straw hats and bonnets had been ignited. With immense rapidity the flames extended up the sides of the warehouse, in which there was, it appeared, stored a large quantity of manufactured goods. Appearances were, however, a little deceptive in this respect. The stock had been so distributed in racks, it might have been for convenience of classification, that the bulk appeared greater than it really was. Perhaps this circumstance, however, rather aided than retarded the progress of devastation, for the flames diffused themselves with more ease through the interstices or spaces in which the parcels were stored than might have been possible had they been more densely packed. A confusion and panic seized the few persons in the lower part of the building, and terror paralyzed their efforts for a while. Moreover, they did not know that any persons were in the rooms above, and if they paused in their alarm to consider at all about this matter, they probably thought that they alone and the new arrivals from dinner were the only persons within scope of the fire. They accordingly rushed out into the town, and with commendable prudence, that is, as soon as calmness and reason were restored, sought to procure assistance in quenching the flames. The rest of the workpeople, as they arrived, either went off on similar errands or clustered round the outside of the building. Meanwhile, the devouring element pursued its unchecked course, and spreading with the rapidity already indicated, it soon enveloped the whole of the ground floor. The flames had indeed begun to consume the staircase, and had singed the rafters, before notice of their peril reached the few occupants of the upper story. Mr. Newton and the surveyor of the office were first alarmed by a subdued murmur or buzz produced by the conversation of the mass of people who were below looking on at the spectacle. The attitude and conduct of the crowd was afterwards the subject of much inquiry and no little suspicion. But there really was no ground for either doubt or astonishment. If the fire had broken out at night, there is every reason to believe that the natural tones of alarm would have taken a louder form of demonstration. If such a fire had broken out in London, where persons are customarily to be found at all times on every floor of a large warehouse, and where the comparative familiarity of people with such incidents leads them to take wiser steps than provincials, the shout of "Fire! Fire!" would probably have been at once raised even in broad daylight. But that people unaccustomed to such things, paralyzed by terror to a large extent, and in still greater degree stupefied by wonderment, made no shouts loud enough to arrest the conversation of the endangered little party above, is not, it appears to me, very remarkable. The sounds which first greeted the ears of Mr. Albert Newton and his guest caused them to listen, and simultaneously one man in the mob, for a mob had by this time formed, did shout "Fire!" A smell of singed material also greeted the nostrils of the little party. It is needless to say that these persons immediately rushed to the window with the view of ascertaining what was the matter, and determining the course to be pursued if, as they had already almost ascertained, their own lives were in jeopardy. The appearance of Mr. Albert Newton at the window elicited a shriek from the women and girls, and a corresponding cry of alarm from the men below. "My God!" exclaimed Mr. Albert Newton, "our place is on fire!" As he spoke, the flames burst through the lower windows in a dense mass, and although the part of the building in which the manufacturer and his guest were standing was considerably to the east of that part on which the fire had taken its principal hold, there was sufficient palpable cause of danger to whiten the cheeks of both men, and to cause the proprietor, who had, of course, far less experience in such matters than the surveyor Mr. Phillimore, to betray a degree of confusion which gave that worthy gentleman perhaps more anxiety than the fire alone could have done. With a degree of calmness and self-possession worthy of the crisis, Mr. Phillimore asked Mr. Newton what means of escape they had, and implored him to be calm, as it might need all their self-possession as well as their courage to extricate themselves. "Shall we leap out of the window?" exclaimed the embarrassed man. "No," was the firm reply. "Do you think we can safely descend the staircase?" "Let us try." The party then descended one flight of stairs, but found a dense vapor issuing up the staircase, an impassable difficulty. "We're lost!" exclaimed Mr. Newton. The surveyor's countenance betrayed intense anxiety, as he apprehended that the terrified man's ejaculation involved an awful truth. "Let us seek the roof. Have you any rope at hand?" "Yes," returned Mr. Newton. Silently and rapidly they flew rather than ran up the stairs, Newton leading the way to where a quantity of stout hempen rope of 1/4 inch diameter was lying in a corner of a room devoted to empty packages and waste. The surveyor's experienced eye measured the extent and capacity of this medium of escape with considerable accuracy, and saw that it would suffice for the purpose of liberating them if they had the discretion to wisely use the means at their disposal. Scarcely a word was exchanged between the two men. In almost total silence, Mr. Phillimore drew out the first piece of rope and fastened it adroitly round the waist and under the arms of the proprietor of the establishment, and then fastened another length of the cord to the one which encircled his terrified companion. The third end was joined in the same manner. "That will, I think, serve our purpose," were the first words uttered, and these were spoken by the surveyor. Mr. Newton may be excused for the selfishness which allowed him to avail himself of this means of escape without much thought about his Savior. Few men, under the like circumstances, would have acted otherwise than he did. It is only in such cases as a ship on fire at sea that heroism, which is ordinarily slow in its manifestations, rises to the height of that generosity which seeks the preservation of another rather than oneself. Trade does not, perhaps, tend to bring out the finest qualities of our nature. Domestic affections are the most rapid in generating a spirit of self-denial or self-sacrifice. Brother may yield the boon or privilege of life to his brother, the husband to his wife, or the mother to her child, but strangers or casual acquaintances are not given to the manifestation of those sublime virtues, self-abnegation and self-sacrifice. Perhaps, however, Mr. Phillimore might not have parted with the first chance of extrication from the now rapidly consuming flames if he had not been enabled, by professional sagacity and long training, to ascertain that his own best means of self-preservation really lie through the preservation, in the first instance, of his companion. He had a better chance of extrication when Mr. Newton had reached the cool earth below than while he remained in the upper story, dreading every moment that most horrible of all fates, death by fire. When the one man most liable to panic had been removed from peril, the other would have entire command, as he saw, of such agencies as were then within the equal control of both. Mr. Phillimore converted one of the sashes into a sort of windlass, or made it at least serve the purpose of a pulley, and by a process that requires no description, he lowered the frightened man to within 1 yard or 2 of the ground, the rope being not quite long enough to permit of his feet touching. While dangling in this position, The crowd below shrieked and shouted, and were palsied and confused. One or two, however, had sufficient presence of mind to understand the crisis, and they instantly flew to a neighboring builder's yard, from which a ladder was procured tall enough to reach the height at which Mr. Albert Newton was suspended. The flames at this moment were just beginning to shed their vivid light through an adjacent window on the ground floor at this angle of the building when the last means of escape arrived. It was the work of a moment to plant the ladder against the wall. One cool-headed fellow ascended the steps, placed his arm round the waist of his suspended and now almost lifeless master, disengaged him from the rope, and brought him down in safety amid the shouts of the crowd beneath. Meanwhile, second thoughts had entered the head of Mr. Phillimore, whose danger had been, of course, greatly increased during the space of time covered by the incidents I have just narrated. He ran about the floor in search of further rope, perceiving for the first time, perhaps, that he would require a greater length to effect his own deliverance. Happily, in a packing case, he discovered some other pieces of cord, not so reliable in quality as that which had completed a work of mercy in his hands, but of course he had to use such material as he could, and to trust the contingencies of its strength and tension. He had spliced the pieces of rope he last discovered, which were of short lengths and unequal thickness, the one to the other, when his attention was again aroused by the voice of the crowd below, shouting to warn him that the flames were beginning to burst from every opening at the end of the building beneath his feet, while, it may be observed, the fire had also just begun to reach the third story at the end where it commenced. Newton had before this been released, and the further extremity of the rope which had encircled his body had itself began to catch fire. The coolness and discrimination of Mr. Phillimore began to desert him. He told me that he became sensible of giddiness or approaching vertigo. By a strong effort of will, he conquered the present most serious danger, and his judgment and prudence rose again with the extremity of his peril. He joined all the rope together, that which he had last found to that which had been used in the deliverance of Newton, and fastening one end of the cord round his body, he slowly and cautiously lowered himself until he began to feel the scorching flames about his extremities. The cord was not quite long enough. Another awful sensation of approximate death overtook him, and he afterwards informed me that he knows not how he contrived to complete the work of his own deliverance. In truth, however, as I afterwards learned from two of the bystanders, with, it seemed to them, wonderful regularity, although with extraordinary speed, he continued to lower himself right through a mass of belching flame. When he landed on the ground, it was seen that his coat-tails were ignited, and that his face was terribly scorched. He must have closed his eyes, or he would inevitably have been blinded. Happily, the fire had not consumed the wall nor the floor, and it was possible for 3 or 4 of the most daring spectators to rush forward, seize the now swooning and senseless man, and carry him off to a surgeon's hard by. Here he received immediate attention, and he was afterwards removed to an hotel, where he lay delirious for several days, but at length his reason was restored, his wounds dressed, and he was enabled to proceed to his residence in London. Under the skillful treatment of an eminent surgeon, he thoroughly recovered, although a trace or two of the flames were indelibly marked upon his countenance. They were but faint or slight traces. Nothing effectual could be done for the preservation of the building. The fire for some time pursued its devastating course altogether without let or hindrance. At length an engine from the town hall arrived, and began to throw a feeble jet of water among the flames. It seemed, however, to produce not the slightest possible effect, and its operation looked very like a satire or mockery. The entire of the building was gutted. The whole of the stock, materials, etc., of the factory were consumed. The machinery was rendered useless, and not much less than 20,000 pounds damage was altogether perpetrated. But this included the injury to the old premises, which were insured by the landlord. I cannot tell how it happened that very imperfect reports of this fire reached London, or were circulated in the newspapers of the district. Perhaps it was, as I have been told, because the local reporter was a man of inferior descriptive power and unable to give didactic interest or picturesqueness to the narrative he wrote, without which, it is needless to inform the reader, no account of anything is palatable to the reading public, and with which comparatively small matters can be made interesting or even sensational. Perhaps it was because Mr. Newton's brother and co-partner did not want to invest the case with more importance than he could possibly help, and was indeed rather anxious that no more noise should be made about it than was inevitable. I have heard it stated that he knew the only representative of the local press in the town, and sought him out, or was sought out by him, and that he dictated or inspired the feeble and uninteresting narrative that was published of the event. These circumstances or rumors are just of sufficient importance to the developments of the case I am about to describe to justify my stating them. I should mention that Mr. Henry Newton, the other proprietor of the manufactory, was absent at Birmingham. He was indeed traveling on behalf of the firm of which he was a member, and knew nothing of the catastrophe until informed of it by a telegram, when he of course repaired homewards with all possible speed. The cause of this fire was never certainly ascertained, but a likely hypothesis, which a jury might believe, was that it arose out of the negligence of the gas fitters. These men went to dinner at the same time as the ordinary workpeople of the factory, and on doing so, stopped by a wooden plug, one end of a gas pipe that was connected to the meter, and enveloped an unfinished joint, also near to the meter, in white lead and tow. The gas at this time was not turned on at the meter, or so it was thought, and the most mysterious feature of the case is how it was afterwards turned on. This point, however, could not be cleared up, and the onus of so doing did not, of course, rest upon the insured. In due course, a claim was made upon the company. It was investigated, and although suspicions were entertained in the neighborhood of the mansion house where their office was situate, that the calamity was the work of an incendiary, the fact could not be proved, and the amount of the insurance was ultimately paid. Messrs. Newton contended that the sum they obtained from the fire office was insufficient to cover the value of their machinery, stock, fixtures, etc. They further alleged that they had sustained considerable loss by the suspension of their trade, and they accordingly brought an action against the gas company who supplied the town and who had undertaken to lay the pipes in the premises. This action was defended up to the day of trial, and stood high on the special jury list at Guildhall one morning. The cause immediately preceding it had nearly terminated. The judge was summing up in that cause. A rather numerous body of spectators, among whom I might have been seen, were awaiting, with various degrees of interest, the case of Newton versus the H. Gas Company. At this stage of the case, a consultation across the bar took place between Sergeant Bustle and Mr. Quick, Q.C., the principal learned counsel or leaders for the plaintiff and for the defendant, which ended up in their suggesting to his lordship, Mr. Baron Snapwell, that an arrangement might probably be effected between the parties if his lordship would kindly permit the case to stand over until tomorrow. His lordship, with a show of reluctance, but I believe with perfect willingness to get rid of a long and intricate case, consented to the request. And all I have further to tell the reader about it is that the anticipations of these learned gentlemen were realized. A compromise was effected. Messrs. Newton Brothers obtained a rather liberal sum by way of further compensation for their injuries and loss through the conflagration. Another extraordinary and suspicious circumstance was the death shortly afterwards of Mr. Patterson, the late proprietor of this establishment, to whom Newton Brothers were indebted in a considerable sum. This happened about 4 months after the fire, and under these circumstances. He was living in the town, not having yet determined into what fresh business he would embark, and not, it is believed, having received all the consideration he had bargained for from the firm to whom he had transferred his business. The Newtons and Mr. Patterson had been passing an evening at the Dove Hotel, and had taken rather more brandy and water than any rational idea of temperance would sanction. Mr. Patterson left the Dove before the Newtons. His way lay across a canal, and in the morning he was found drowned. He had tumbled, as it appeared, somehow over the low parapet into the water. The Newtons left the house after him, and found their way home to their beds in safety. A coroner's inquest sat upon the body of the deceased, and returned an open verdict of found drowned. Some people in the town and neighborhood, among whom were the Newtons, professed much grief at the calamity. The new firm said, indeed, it appeared as if the place and all connected with it were under a spell or a brand. They declared that it seemed as if Providence had resolved nothing should prosper in connection with this particular manufactory. How or for what reason they could not tell, but here was the death. It might be by accident, or it might be by suicide, in a state of drunkenness, of their predecessor, not long after they had lost everything, as they, in the freedom of their language, said they had, through a fire on the premises. The insurance company heard of the death of Mr. Patterson, and the secretary got it into his head that the Newtons were incendiaries and murderers, that they had killed this man for some evil reason best known to themselves. He consulted the solicitors of the company, and they employed me to sift the mystery, and if it turned out that the secretary's suspicions were justifiable, to spare no trouble or expense in obtaining evidence upon which to prosecute the alleged miscreants. I went down secretly and investigated all the circumstances as far as I could. I collected a variety of little scraps of fact, which left no doubt in my mind that the secretary was right. I came, indeed, to the conclusion that these Newtons were the vilest wretches who had for a long time been permitted to escape the hangman. Yet, frankly, let me say, I could not gather enough information on which to rest an indictment with the likelihood of securing a conviction. I need hardly point out to the reader how very complete my evidence must have been before I could have recommended the company to incur the risk of a prosecution. If, for instance, they failed in conclusively establishing the guilt of the insurers, the institution would be irreparably damaged in public estimation. Popular opinion and newspaper commentators would say the company set up this odious defense in order to escape payment of a just claim. The accused would be elevated into the ranks of martyrdom. The company would have to pay all that was demanded from them, with costs, and they might almost as well afterwards give up business, or set the lawyers to work to liquidate the affairs of their institution in chancery, so that after laying my statement in detail before the solicitors of the company, who paid me handsomely for my services, they drew up a report with their comments and opinions upon my facts. The matter was considered by the board of directors, and there, for the time, it dropped. It was not exactly dropped either. I was employed to keep my eye upon the Newtons without intermission for a couple of years, if I felt it necessary to prolong the scrutiny so far, which instructions I had no unwillingness to obey. Through the medium of several of my assistants, who were changed from time to time, the subsequent career of these persons was noted down with a degree of accuracy which afterwards proved very useful to the interests of metropolitan insurance companies in particular, and to the interests of society and the cause of justice in general. End of Section 5, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, January 9th, 2024. Section 6 of Secret Service or Recollections of a City Detective. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secret Service or Recollections of a City Detective by Andrew Forrester. The Incendiary Gang, Part 2. Among the persons in the town where the dismantled factory was situate, whose acquaintance I made, and whose confidence I thought I had gained, was the widow of the drowned late proprietor. She grieved over the premature loss of her husband, but had no apparent suspicion, or at least disclosed to me no suspicion, that he had met his death by foul play. I, among other expedients, condoled with her, discoursed about the lamentable effects of intoxication, eulogized the memory of her husband, lightly and softly touching the subject of that peculiar weakness for the bottle which had led to his untimely death. But none of these conversations elicited from her any suggestion that he had been murdered by the Newtons. Not long after the money had been paid, I discovered that, clever as I thought I had been outwitted, but not by the Newtons, about whom let there be no further mystery with the reader. They were what the secretary had thought, and what I had become convinced. They were vile wretches, fit for the hangman, and rotten ripe for the gallows. I had been outwitted by a woman's ingenuity. No one suspected me or my mission in the town, as it afterwards turned out, except the widow Patterson. She had somehow got to know my name and real character, and had been fencing with me or humbugging me, and was prepared, when occasion or opportunity arose, to use me. At the risk of losing some of my prestige with the reader, I am frank enough to fairly admit this. Shortly after Messrs. Newton Brothers had received the reward of their villainy from the fears of the insurance company, and, so to speak, through the broken links in the evidence of their rascality and scoundrelism, an anonymous letter was received by me, the substance of which I may communicate to the reader. It was a statement, in effect, that the insurance company had been robbed by the Newtons, who had set fire to their own factory in order to achieve their ends, and that the writer was, under proper guarantees, disposed to put me on the track of a successful investigation into the mystery of the crime. The writer required that I should answer the letter, in the first place, by an advertisement in the second column of the Times, on the morning of the third day after receipt of the letter. The form of that advertisement was given me, which I was only to insert if I consented to the terms, could give the required guarantees, and was prepared to follow up the clue to be communicated to me. I saw the solicitors of the company, and with them saw the secretary, when it was arranged that I should accept the terms, see the writer, give the guarantee, and follow up the investigation as it might seem to me expedient, drawing from the company such expenses and remuneration as I might think necessary to incur. After the advertisement and one or two preliminary letters, I met the writer of the first letter at an appointed place. The writer of that letter was the widow Patterson. She was a remarkable woman, that Mrs. Patterson, by no means handsome or beautiful, yet by no means decidedly the reverse of either. She was not masculine, and she had certainly none of the delicacies of her sex. She was an unscrupulous, designing, wicked woman, cherishing and respecting her own comfort and material welfare more than anything else. I believe she was sorry to lose her husband, but anxious to make the best use of her misfortune, and chiefly disappointed when she ascertained that his loss also involved the loss of money due to him, which she expected to have had the enjoyment of in connection with him. When we met, we were a little embarrassed. She was startled by the success of her former ruse and concealment. I was disconcerted, if not somewhat humbled, by the then evident truth that I had been all along known to her, while I had been, as I thought, pumping her. This embarrassment, however, soon yielded to business. She gave me an insight into a plot of which I had hitherto not had a complete idea. She could not positively assert that her husband had been murdered. On that head she had her suspicions, as others had. All she could say distinctly was that the Newtons had burned down their house. The fact was that her husband had been embarrassed. The Newtons had seen this and proposed to him an elaborate scheme for defrauding the insurance company. The same means would also enable him to get time from his creditors, who might afterwards be arranged with or satisfied by a bankruptcy, as thereafter should seem desirable. Meanwhile, the Newtons and he were to take parts in the great scheme of fraud. They settled between them the extension of the premises and the burning of the manufactory, the claim upon the company, and the division of the spoil. All these arrangements had been carried out, as the reader is aware, except the last part of the program, which was the subject of another fraud, illustrating a truth I have so frequently insisted upon, that there is no honor among thieves. Newtons might or might not have overtaken Patterson after he left the Dove, who, being drunk, could not walk towards his home very quickly. They might or might not have pitched him over the canal bridge into the water, but it was clear that they conceived his death gave an opportunity for cheating him, or rather his widow, out of his share of the proceeds of their joint crime. Mrs. Patterson was in her husband's confidence about the destruction of his premises. This was a little circumstance the Newtons were unacquainted with. On the other hand, Patterson had often told them that he did not let his wife know everything, and had so frequently spoken in disrespectful terms of the gentle sex, especially on the score of speech or intrigue, that he led them to believe his wife knew nothing about the conspiracy. But in point of fact, she had been informed all about it. She had held her peace since Patterson's death to see how Messrs. Newton would behave when they got the insurance money, secretly having resolved all the while that if they played her false or did not hand over to her what she considered her fair share, or what it was arranged her husband should have, she would let the cat out of the bag and assist the officers of justice in raising that firm to the level of a platform outside the county jail, where Mr. Jack Ketch had previously been known to perform in a few dismal tragedies. When the Newtons got the money, she boldly made her demand upon them. They affected to be indignant, and they menaced her with a criminal information for slander, which raised her fears a little, for she did not clearly see how she was to establish her case against them. She was lawyer enough to know that in any criminal proceedings against her, her mouth would be shut by the forms of that branch of English jurisprudence. It required not much self-possession on her part to hold her tongue a while longer, to simulate, if not satisfaction, at least resignation at the loss of her share of the plunder. She, however, determined to place herself in communication with me, in the full reliance that I could, with her aid, overtake the villains who had not been true to their compact of rascality, and get them punished, as they deserved to be, if not for their original crimes, for their want of honor to the Confederate. I listened to her story and noted all the circumstances she could relate. I made another report that went through the same ordeal or ceremonial which my former report was submitted to, and with about the like result. This woman's evidence was tainted. She did not indeed want to be brought forward. She trembled under the fear of being murdered by some other Confederates of the Newtons, if she were the ostensible and avowed agent of their punishment. She wanted the thing done without using her. It appeared to me and to the other adviser of the insurance company that with her evidence a prosecution of the Newtons was not a perfectly safe experiment, and that without such support an indictment was an exceedingly dangerous expedient for the company. It is needless to observe that the disclosures of this woman rendered the fact of the Newtons' crime doubly certain to us, but all that could still be done was to watch and wait another opportunity for bringing these wretches to justice. The explanations which I had from Mrs. Patterson were to the effect that although her husband was pecuniarily embarrassed at the time when he sold the business, a large portion of the money owing was money that he held as trustee, and which, being in the funds, railway stocks, etc., he had the exclusive management of, having taken all the securities several years ago out of the hands of the lawyers concerned in the trust. There was no one to check his malversation, and by the simple expedient of keeping the interest paid, he escaped detection. At length, finding that the affair was getting beyond his control, the means of his permanently concealing it being rendered more and more difficult by its magnitude, and the fact that losses in trade, perhaps the interest upon the lost capital, swelled up an awful total, he took the Newtons into his confidence, and the set devised a scheme for colorably selling his stock in trade, fixtures, goodwill, etc., etc., for extending the premises, and so forth, and burning the place down, so as to realize a large sum in ready money, considerably more than the value of the things insured. By these means he hoped to retrieve his position as trustee, and put a tidy sum of money in his own pocket, his confederates, the Newtons, of course also profiting somewhat largely. Patterson was a peculiar and self-reliant man. Moreover, he could not rely upon getting any solicitor to enter into such a confederacy. It is absolutely certain that if he could induce any one in the legal profession to join in such a villainous compact, he would have been the very lowest among low attorneys. He would in all probability have known sufficiently well how to screen himself, and also how to swallow and retain the lion's share of the plunder. All these things were evident to Mr. Patterson, so he kept the bills of exchange which the Newtons had given him in his own hands, and dreading burglary or the fraudulent and surreptitious removal of them from the apartments he now occupied during his absence, if an opportunity of any kind were furnished, he usually carried these documents about with him in his pocketbook when he left home. This was, of course, a dangerous plan, and one that any honest man in an ordinary position would not adopt. But perhaps, after all, it was the safest for such a man as Patterson in the position he then stood. The Newtons knew of Patterson's fraudulent trusteeship. They were sufficiently in his confidence to have obtained nearly all the information which enabled them to keep him at arm's length. And of course Patterson also knew of the exaggerated claim which had been presented to the insurance company, based upon inventories and papers supplied to them by him on the transfer of the business. It is hard to say that either was more deeply implicated in the villainy than the other, although it is clear that Patterson, who stood behind the scenes and was screened from observation by the prominent defrauders, was, in reality at least as deep, and perhaps more deeply, involved in the swindle and arson than either of the Newtons. The situation of the parties towards each other was not very unlike that thieves ordinarily stand in. One had reason to fear the other, and there was, in consequence, mutual jealousy, distrust, and apprehension. After leaving the Dove, I had no doubt that the Newtons hastened in the direction that Patterson had, go homewards, and succeeded in overtaking him, that being partially intoxicated, he was easily grasped and held by his whilom confederates, one of whom probably held his hand over the victim's mouth, while the other hastily seized his pocketbook, removed from it the acceptances which had been given him on the transfer of the business, etc., after which he was pitched into the water. When taken from the canal and searched, a pocketbook was found upon the person of the murdered incendiary, and in it all the papers that he was known to carry except the acceptances, which were, to the mind of Mrs. Patterson, painfully conspicuous by their absence. I have explained that the Newtons did not know that Mrs. Patterson was in her husband's confidence, that they imagined she was not, and that he, with a desire for countercheck which distinguishes the suspicious, taught them so to believe. He would frequently say, when Mrs. Patterson's name transpired in their conversations, prior and subsequently to the fire, that he never trusted a woman with a secret of any importance, as she was sure to blab or peach, etc. As I have said, however, he was all the while disclosing to her the conspiracy and plot. She was thoroughly informed of every circumstance, and knew all about their proceedings from first to last, as well as either of the Newtons did. After her husband's death, in her emergency, before seeking me, she consulted those well-known criminal lawyers, Messrs. Levy, Brothers and Sons, who, except when they attend a police court and think a demonstration requisite for the vindication of their skill to the newspaper-reading world as an advertisement for business in the same line, conceive that the Carlalese or Chinese motto about silence embodies the prime wisdom or the highest sagacity. They recommended Mrs. Patterson to wait and hold her tongue for the present. She did this until she knew that the money had been paid by the insurance company, of which circumstance she then informed her clever mosaic attorneys. They, upon hearing this circumstance from their client, wisely and shrewdly, perhaps, told her the time had now arrived for action, that they were the people to act, and that she had better leave herself in their hands. To this she readily consented, for, as I have said, the Newtons inspired her with awe. If she had not been sensible that she had an advantage in her knowledge of them, and that they at the present moment had no conception she was aware of their villainy, she would have trembled lest, as the greed of the brothers led them to the murder of her husband, in order to prevent further disclosures, they would murder her. The action of her attorneys was not a very remarkable or, I think, skillful performance. One thing to be said is, these gentlemen have an enormous amount of very lucrative business, and it does not, I believe, pay them to bestow much thought upon anything. For instance, when some wholesale forger, some coiner in an extensive way of business, some pivot of pickpocketing or burglary, or the member of any gang is arrested, he sends immediately for Messrs. Levy, Brothers and Sons, and to secure their best services makes them a large payment. They hear what he has got to say. They attend the police court, bully the witnesses for the prosecution, make every conceivable statement about their client's respectability within the limits that evidence will permit, and although, almost as a matter of course in these cases, the criminal gets sent for trial, he goes away to the house of detention rejoicing in the confident belief that he has got, at all events, the best criminal lawyers in the country to defend him. When he comes up for trial, out of the 100 or 200 pounds or more which Messrs. Levy and family have extracted from the prisoner, his relatives, his connections, or his gang, these attorneys give a brief or a couple of briefs to counsel, which contain little, if anything more, than copies of the depositions taken before the magistrates, and on the back of those briefs are severally endorsed Mr. Noxious Sound, 10 guineas, and Mr. Modest Empty Purse, 2 guineas. The leader of these two gentlemen perhaps tries to pick a hole in the indictment, which has for several years past been not very serviceable to prisoners, because if the hole is but a small one, and unless the bench can be satisfied that the indictment as it stands describes a different offense to that which a prisoner has been arrested upon or has come prepared to meet, it is amended in court so as to cure the defect which Mr. Noxious Sound's not miraculous penetration has discovered. Or Mr. Sound may raise what thieves call a pint of law for the Court of Criminal Appeal, about which it is needless to say anything, except that the case then easily glides from the lower to higher tribunal, and that in its course Messrs. Levy and kindred get another considerable lump of money out of it, while they thus realize enormous incomes by a process so facile, and one which involves no responsibility and taxes no intellect, a thing, by the way, nearly impossible, for the Levies have not much of the latter article among the lot of them. They are not disposed, even under what would, to the ordinary solicitor, be a temptation of liberal costs, to take a vast deal of trouble, or, as one of them would observe, put themselves far out of the way. Messrs. Levy and family wrote to Messrs. Newton Brothers a letter, which stated that they had been called upon and consulted by a client on a matter in which they, Messrs. Newton Brothers, were concerned, and that they, Messrs. Levy and kindred, would be glad to see them, Messrs. Newton Brothers. Mr. Albert Newton received this letter and opened it. When he communicated it to his brother, that gentleman elegantly observed that he thought he smelt a rat, but I do not think he exactly comprehended who the rat was or its location. However, the firm also thought it desirable to consult attorneys. Newtons would have gone to Messrs. Levy and family, but as the professional services of these renowned pettifoggers were forestalled, Newton Brothers put themselves into communication with another Levy, who is an attorney, and may or may not be, for anything I know, a kinsman of the members of the great Old Bailey house. He called upon Messrs. Levy and family, and the result was that Mrs. Patterson, when she next waited upon them, was told it was an ugly affair, and that they did not see how to move in it without peril. They talked to her in the language of professional wisdom and slang. They said something about stinks that were stirred, smelling all the more because of the operation, and used other unequally sage observations. The widow was not broken-hearted, but certainly crestfallen, and eminently, although silently, indignant. Mrs. Patterson vowed vengeance, although the inarticulate form of her protestations saved their being registered anywhere to her disadvantage. She now determined to take her own course in bringing down upon the heads of her husband's confederates in the swindle and in the arson, and her husband's murderers, the vengeance of the law. She was ultimately led by this amiable turn of reflection to communicate with me, and the reader has already been told the immediate result. Popular belief, I am sorry to say, in the town where the bonnet factory had stood, was largely tinged with prejudice or superstition, which materially assisted Newton's future plans. Patterson's breach of trust became known. His losses in trade also became generally known. The fire, having broken out so soon after the transfer of the business had been effected, and the suicide, as it was said, of the late proprietor, all confirmed the mass of the people there in the Newtonian belief that a spell, or witchery, or fatal influence of some kind hung over the establishment. Newton's professions of faith of the same kind did not, therefore, appear remarkable. A few people wondered, but nobody except the insurance office suspected the reason why the firm determined not to resume business there. They were content to pay such debts as they had contracted in the neighborhood, to display a little kindness to a few of the workpeople in the bitterest distress, and having thus obtained a very pleasant reputation, they quitted the neighborhood for London, intending, as they said, to embark in some other line of enterprise. I kept close watch upon the culprits and knew all their movements, but still I could not, for a long time, bring anything home to them with sufficient precision to warrant a prosecution by the insurance company. Among the things I did, however, discover was an abundant series of links in a chain of evidence, which some day I felt certain I could attach at its extremity to a great crime. And although my employers were, I think, getting a little impatient, as I also think I was myself, I never doubted that the result would be, if not the hanging of the Newtons, their certain condemnation to the bulks or a convict prison for the term of their natural lives. I also ascertained that these villains were mixed up with, in diverse ways, a gang who for many years past, and for some years after the date of this narrative, played a prominent part in, or were at the root of, all the great crimes of London, and many of those in the provinces. The Newtons appeared to have a special department of the criminal business allotted to or taken up by them. Although they had been concerned in a forgery or two, in a railway plant, and a burglary on a grand scale, yet their preference was to get up fires. They had been concerned as subordinates and screened performers in a large incendiary fire at Whitechapel, in another at Manchester, and I also believe one in Liverpool. After about 16 months waiting and watching, during which time the Newtons had made 1 or 2 pleasure trips to the Continent, had resided at various parts of the metropolis in superior furnished apartments, and had patronized tailors extensively for various costumes, I ascertained that they had resolved to recommence business. One of them, Mr. Henry Newton, went into the west of England, to the town of B, and took a large house and shop there, which he opened as a music seller's and a pianoforte warehouse. Next door to the goodly and capacious premises which Mr. Henry Newton had taken was a small, dwarfed, and not by any means pretty building. This had been not long before to let, but had found a tenant about a month or 6 weeks before Mr. Newton took the adjacent, more pretentious structure. The small house was opened, in a humble way of business, by an old man and woman. The old folks sold lollipops, fruit, children's books, etc. Newton complained to the agent of the low character of this business, and went so far as to negotiate with the small shopkeeper for the surrender of his tenancy in the premises. But the negotiation broke off, in consequence of the small shopkeeper demanding what Mr. Newton thought anything but a small price for his interest in the hovel. Mr. Newton declared that he had an unconquerable objection, on principle, to being swindled or robbed in that way. Rather than submit to the small shopkeeper's gross extortion, he said he would put up with the nuisance, although it would interfere with the respectable business he intended to carry on. I ought to explain that Mr. Newton did not appear in the town under the name of Newton. He set up there as Keeling and Company, wholesale pianoforte manufacturers, dealers, and merchants. His establishment was called the Temple of the Muses, and a very pretty affair it was. Mr. Albert Newton remained in London. He started under the title of Cross and Company as General Commission Agent, Importer, and Merchants near Tower Hill, and soon found himself engaged in rather extensive operations at home and abroad. He also served as a reference for his brother, Mr. Keeling. Mr. Keeling had not opened his premises long when he slightly intimated his intention to insure the Temple of the Muses. Several of the local agents of insurance companies left at his premises circulars and prospectuses, inviting him thereby to insure his life or his chattels, or both. He had interviews with 2 or 3 of the agents about terms, and was critical in comparing the different rates of their offices, the dates of their foundation, the respectability of their management, and all such other things as a prudent insurer would like to be well informed about. The upshot or result was that he effected an insurance through the local agent of one of the oldest London offices, the title of which need not for the present be mentioned. Although it cost him a trifle more than was asked by the agent of a modern office, because he had no belief, he said, in mushroom concerns, the agent who profited by it considered this decision a token of Mr. Keeling's sound, practical judgment. Several pianos arrived, some large parcels of music, and other goods, which were duly taken from the railway station to the Temple of the Muses by the railway servants, whose fatigue was usually lightened by a trifling douceur from Messrs. Keeling and Company. Messrs. Keeling's men, an assistant and a porter, were brought by them from London. The principal had been heard to say that nobody but London men could understand his way of business, and although he liked the people of B very well, especially the better classes, he could not put up with the trade assistance to be got in that town. Shortly after the Temple of the Muses was opened, the proprietor was scandalized by a little stall having been put outside the next house or hovel, with ginger beer and other trifling articles of refreshment upon it for sale, which indeed seemed to be displayed with a sort of vulgar ostentation by the proprietor, as Keeling said, as a sort of means to annoy him, until he gave a fancy price in order to get rid of the fellow. In this, however, the small shopkeeper was not successful. Although Mr. Keeling's indignation and disgust were intense, he would not buy off the nuisance at the price demanded. He talked of going to law with the old man, and consulted the leading solicitor in the town about an action or an indictment, but was advised that the annoyance was insufficient to give him the remedy he sought. No business seemed to be done by Keeling and Company. A few pieces of music were sold. A good many people called to see the pianos, but the prices asked for them somewhat alarmed the customers. Mr. Keeling occasionally got disgusted and assured his visitors he could not sell such articles as he had to sell at the prices they were expected to be sold for, although he knew that common trashy things could be supplied at those figures. End of section 6. Read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, January 5th, 2024. Section 7 of Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective by Andrew Forrester, The Incendiary Gang, Part 3. One day there was a sale in London of the stock of a pianoforte manufacturer advertised in the daily papers. It announced an auction at some future day unless the whole stock were previously disposed of by private contract, together with the lease and goodwill of the manufacturer's premises. Mr. Keeling received a telegram from Messrs. Cross, which ran thus: "See the Times, advertisement, sale of Mr. Blank, stock, goodwill, etc." Mr. Keeling, after receiving this telegram, was very anxious to see the Times, which arrived in due course about midday. He sent to the railway station 2 or 3 times, and ultimately went up himself to get an early copy of the paper. On his way there, he met an acquaintance or two. One was my assistant, although he little dreamt it, whom he told there was a splendid opportunity, he thought, for buying a large stock and perhaps getting a first-class town business, to which his country trade of the Temple of the Muses might be added with advantage. He thought he might also be able to get a stock of pianos of rather lower quality than he now had, which the people of B might appreciate at the price he could offer them. After he had procured the Times and taken care to explain to a few people the precise cause of his journey to London, he only awaited the arrival of the next-up train, and away he went to town by it. He expected to be down the next day, but found this impossible, as he explained in a telegram to his assistant or shopman, but said that he would positively return on the day following. On the second night after Mr. Keeling's departure for London, about 11:45, there was a cry of fire in the town of B. The little hovel had caught light in the rear, and it happened that this wretched place actually joined the Temple of the Muses. A wooden outhouse behind the smaller structure also joined the back premises of the temple, in which were stored packing cases, straw, etc. The flames soon demolished the straw-roofed lollipop shop and left nothing but a heap of ashes as a memorial of its devastation. The old man and his wife readily escaped, however, as the fire began at the back of the house, and they were not sound sleepers. Few old people, if we may believe the physiologists, do sleep soundly, so that to suspect the lollipop shopkeeper and his wife of incendiarism on the ground of their escape would be as absurd as it would be unjust. The old man was, moreover, not insured. What motive could he have to set his establishment on fire? The Temple of the Muses fared not much better than the hovel. The walls and some of the cross-beams were left standing, but it was tolerably well gutted, and all the stock and furniture in it were consumed. It unfortunately happened that the town of B had no appliances worth mentioning for the extinction of fire. It was worse off in this respect than the town in which Messrs. Newton's straw bonnet manufactory was situate. There was the town engine at B, but it was found impracticable to get that crazy instrument into working order. It was a long time before the door of the engine house could be opened for want of the key. It was then found impossible to get the parts of the engine together. Half of the town might have been destroyed before it could be got ready for use. Some portions of the hose were missing. The hinges were all rusty, and the metalwork dirty and corroded. The engine was, in point of fact, a wreck of time, and in an advanced stage of decay. But for this, it is likely that the Temple of the Muses would not have sustained so much damage as it did, but happily no lives were lost in either building. Mr. Keeling, being telegraphed for, rushed, with the rapidity of an express train, to the scene of what he called his misfortune, and met the condolences of everybody there, not excepting his rivals and most jealous neighbors. The only man who could not understand the affair, but whose suspicions, if he had any, took no definite shape, was the agent of the company, deputy registrar of births, deaths, and marriages, parish clerk, undertaker, coal merchant, and commission agent. This respectable old gentleman informed everybody that there had been no house on fire in B for 40 years. He had been agent for the insurance office 34 years himself, and although he had taken in premiums not less than £10,000, he had never been called upon under one of those cases for a shilling. The poor old man seemed to think, or one might judge by his manner that he thought, a claim of £3,000, which Messrs. Keeling and Company of the Temple of the Muses would have to present, would about ruin the office, and utterly destroy him as an agent. He was very anxious, therefore, to explain all about it, to show the care with which he had made an examination of the premises, to exhibit how unfortunate the contiguous position of the Temple of the Muses and the adjoining premises was, to demonstrate how little he could have expected that a fire would have broken out in that hovel, and how, if he had thought of such a thing, he must also have concluded that the Temple of the Muses would not have caught light before the flames could have been extinguished in the other building. The agent made a special journey to London in order to see the board, and he did see the secretary in an interview at which I was present. It was suggested by me that it could not be helped, and that such things must happen. The secretary said, yes, he did not know but that a claim like that was, in the long run, rather beneficial to the company than otherwise. The agent was consoled by the assurance that it might assist him in extending the operations of the company, that he might hope to make up the loss in new business, and that indeed he was entitled, when estimating the results of his own business with the company, to set off against this loss a larger amount, which he had during his 34 years' agency remitted them. The poor old agent, who could be of no use to me in my investigations, went back to B, and unconsciously did me a little service by trumpeting the statements of myself and the secretary as the settled conviction of the company that all was right, and that its intention was to pay the claim in the most handsome manner, all of which Mr. Keeling got to know, and was no doubt as much comforted thereby as the agent himself. One party in B appeared likely to be overlooked, the old man and his wife who, previously to the fire, sold sweetmeats and fruit, etc., next door to the Temple of the Muses. But the necessities of the venerable couple drove them before the public in a rather prominent shape. Handbills were printed in the town and taken round by the old gentleman to the various shopkeepers and other inhabitants, in which handbill was set forth the melancholy accident which had burned his house down, destroyed his stock, and left him in beggary, as he was unfortunately not insured. A great deal of commiseration was excited in and beyond the town, and the poor couple got something like £100 subscribed for them by voluntary contributions. A clergyman preached a sermon in the largest dissenting chapel of B on the old man's special behalf, and the reverend gentleman drew such a pathetic description of the poor people's sufferings and forlorn condition that a very tidy sum was dropped into the plates at the chapel door as the congregation left the sacred edifice. The old man did not, however, set up in business immediately, because the house or hovel was not at once rebuilt. The owner of the land formed a notion of erecting upon it a more elegant structure than the one which had been destroyed, and the former tenant could not tell whether he would be able to occupy the old site or not. Messrs. Keeling and Company of the Temple of the Muses complained very bitterly about the destruction of their premises and stock, just as they were on the threshold of deriving the advantage of their invested capital and labors over the dreary season. They made a formal complaint to the local authorities as to the construction of the building, and contended that if similar arrangements to those which prevailed in the metropolis had existed in B, that is to say, if, for instance, proper party walls had been erected between all the edifices in the town of B, the Temple of the Muses would not have been ignited by the fire in the adjoining hovel. In fact, Mr. Keeling pretty extensively ventilated the grievance of his firm, although it never transpired who was represented by the company. He also, of course, commented with very legitimate warmth upon the wretched condition of the town fire engine, and on the lack of means for extinguishing the flames before they had acquired a hold over the premises. It is perhaps unnecessary to say that after this fire, my inquiries were pursued with great vigilance, and that a careful watch was kept upon Mr. Keeling and upon Mr. Cross. I advised the company to adopt a bold course, but the solicitors to whom this advice was directly given in the first place hesitated about endorsing it. The secretary of the company, whom I had reason to see on more than one occasion, for the purpose of examining the papers sent in by Messrs. Keeling and Company when the assurance was effected, also shared the timidity of the company's legal advisers. Still, I was told to pursue my investigations, and I did so. A correspondence ensued between Mr. Keeling and the secretary of the company immediately after the fire. The secretary was rather wily, but Mr. Keeling was as acute. After some parleying and the exchange of one or two letters, the secretary, in a fit of impatience, told Mr. Keeling that the company had their doubts about the bona fides of his claim, and that he thought it was possible it might be resisted. On receiving this intimation from the secretary, Mr. Keeling was indignant and demanded an interview with the board of directors. The garrulity of the old agent had given this man confidence. He thought he saw in that and in other circumstances around him enough to warrant him in a confident belief that his crime was unsuspected. Or he may have argued with himself that safety lay in a bold attitude and tone. So he adopted that kind of tone and attitude. He was informed, in reply to his demand, that he could not see the board, but that he might see the secretary on any day and hour he chose to appoint. I should explain that this interview was part of my plan. The secretary was disposed to refuse to see the incendiary at all, but I overruled his objections to the meeting. I had, previous to the appointment for this interview being made and kept, 2 or 3 very deliberate and somewhat anxious conferences with the solicitor and the secretary of the company. They were for adopting an exceedingly cautious policy. I was still for taking bold steps. I recommended the arrest of Mr. Keeling at once, suggesting, in support of that measure, that in all probability, if I did so, the other members of his gang would fly, and that evidence of guilt, sufficient at all events, to rebut any claim at common law for the insurance money, would be thus obtained. Indeed, I thought, in all probability, it would never be attempted to enforce the claim. This, I argued, would be the ultimate consequence, even should Mr. Keeling slip through the hands of the hangman or the convict warder, but added that I thought there was little doubt, if Mr. Cross, Mr. Keeling, and the old man and woman, the tenants of the hovel, were all arrested, I could get evidence enough to convict the lot, if in no other way, partially by the confession of one of the set. I added, for the instruction and enlightenment of my auditors and employers, and as the climax of my reasoning, that I never yet knew a case in which a gang or a lot of confederates in crime were seized, that there was not a perfect race between them in tendering Queen's evidence. I could not lead the convictions of the solicitor and secretary up to the point of my demonstration or argument, but they agreed to allow me a tolerably wide discretion in my personal conversation with Mr. Keeling at the interview. One Monday morning at 11 o'clock, Mr. Keeling walked into the insurance office. He certainly looked very unlike Mr. Henry Newton. The clean-shaven face of the manufacturer near Dunstable was now ornamented by carefully trimmed hirsute appendages. The sober garb of the straw-bonnet manufacturer had given place to the swell costume of the proprietor of the Temple of the Muses, who dressed, I may remark en passant, in good clothes. Some people might say he looked the gentleman, although to my eye he looked just what he was, a consummate, perfect type of arch villainy. He was cool and collected. I was at least as calm as he was on the outside, and I warrant much calmer inside. After some little conversation between the secretary and the criminal, in which the former suggested that the items of the demand he was trying to recover were vague and uncertain, and stated that the company would require to investigate them, and that he thought they would be sure to contest the claim, and in which conversation Mr. Keeling used strong language about the disreputable character of those threats, and indeed said that he should bring his action at once, and that the company might do their best or their worst, and that he would do his best to show them up to the whole world and effect their ruin. I thought it time to intervene. I stepped forward, looked Mr. Keeling steadily in the face, and I saw his eye quail as I addressed him. "Look here, sir, it is time to put an end to this nonsense. Whether you know me or not, I know you perfectly, and all about you, and the gang to which you belong. Let me tell you, I know all about that fire in Whitechapel, and enough to transport you about that fire in Birmingham. Enough, I think, to send you to Portland for a few years for those fires in Manchester and Liverpool. I have watched your career with my own eye for a long while, Mr. Newton, or Keeling, or Roberts, or Jameson, or whoever you really are, and now listen to me. You got clear off with that money through your fire near Dunstable. Think yourself lucky that you are not hanged with your pretended brother Albert, Mr. Cross, I mean, for the murder of your confederate Patterson. Understand that it is no good will of mine that will let you step across the threshold of this door again, and I do not yet know whether you will be permitted to do so. I know I have got at everything about your bee experiment, Mr. Temple of the Muses. I know who your neighbors, the old man and woman, were. They are Bill Smith and his wife, the fences of Rosemary Lane. I know what was done with the money got by the chapel subscription, while you bought your railway ticket for London yesterday out of the proceeds of the charity sermon, you consummate villain. I was never the means of hanging a man yet, but I should like to hand you over to Jack Ketch as much as I should like to enjoy a good dinner today." I placed my back against the outer door of the secretary's office, in order that I might compel Mr. Keeling to listen to all I had to say. He was therefore obliged to listen to all I have here written down, and somewhat more than I inform my reader. It was, I imagine, a difficult thing for him to control the expression of his feelings, but he did so tolerably well, with the exception of a little restlessness of the eyes and a slight nervous movement of the countenance. There was no distinct symptom of fear, or anything of the kind, in his breast. About half a minute after I had done, the fellow broke silence, being obliged to say something, by observing, "This is too bad, sir, and you will have to repent addressing me in such language." I knew what the company wanted. I had explained to them, in addition to what I have already told the reader, how I could, no doubt, trace the pianos to their source, and have shown that they were not paid for, or that they were manifestly inferior things, not worth 25% of the sum asked for them in the way of trade, and that they were only intended as a blind or cover for the fraudulent claim. I could, in fact, beyond all doubt, get a conviction of arson in any criminal court, but I knew that the company merely wished to avoid paying a claim that was fraudulent, and as corporations have no conscience or care about hunting down a gang of incendiaries or doing anything with the simple view of serving public policy, knowing this and seeing the end of my game without offending my employers at hand, I just put my arm in front of the incendiary and murderer, gave him a chair with mock politeness, and asked the secretary if he would let me have the exclusive use of his office for a few minutes. He retired on this hint. He had scarcely left the room, he had certainly not been out more than a minute, before I said to the culprit, As you came here under the invitation of the secretary, you are free to leave. But I will give you only 2 hours. I am a detective officer, as I dare say you have guessed, and perhaps you have wondered that you did not know me. Now, to be frank with you, I may say that this company will, I believe, be content to let you get away, but they will not be satisfied to let you or your confederates have the chance of defrauding either its shareholders or any other company again. Your movements will be watched from this door, and in every way that you turn, you may reckon that we are on your track, as we have been for more than a year and a half. If you are as wise as I take you to be, you will get out of the country as soon as possible. And if you are then but moderately shrewd, you will never come back again. Mind, I have no authority to say this, but I do say it on the strength of my own responsibility. I opened the door which led into the lobby of the company's offices. I looked at Keeling and uttered my last monosyllable in his ear. Go. He went. I had the satisfaction of reporting that within a few days he was a passenger by a steam vessel from Southampton to New York. I had also the pleasure of announcing to the company that within a few days afterwards, Mr. Cross left our shores for the same port by way of Liverpool. I further learned and stated that the venerable old man and woman at B had returned to their old haunts, and had been heard to complain that they had been sold by Messrs. Keeling and Messrs. Cross. The company, of course, saved £3,000. The solicitor highly complimented me to my face. I also had to listen to the compliments of the secretary, and I received payment of my bill. The secretary, who was a very gentlemanly man, appeared to think that something more by way of courtesy was due to me than the payment of my charges. He said that he should bring my case before the board, and would feel personally glad if I would call on him on the following Wednesday at 11 o'clock, when he would introduce me to his directors. And no doubt he should obtain from them instructions to further recognize the services I had rendered, not alone to that institution, but to all the fire insurance companies of the metropolis. I accepted this invitation and attended the meeting of the board. The members of that board were a rum lot of fellows, but to describe them might be tedious. I should like to say that a fat old man was in the chair. As the secretary was explaining the case in detail, for it seemed that the board knew little, if anything, about the matter up to this point, everything having been done by the orders of the secretary and the solicitor, on, I should imagine, their own responsibility, this old man interrupted him by such profound remarks as, "I see. Very bad case. How fortunate. Villain ought to be hung. Why did we not prosecute him? I think we ought to have prosecuted him." It was not, however, for me to interfere with the conversation. I merely listened, and at the conclusion, the secretary said that he thought he would ask this gentleman, myself, to attend today, in order that he might receive from the board personally some expression of their sense of, what it appeared to him, my eminent services. The old man thereupon addressed me. Oh, yes, he said. You have done your duty very well, my man. Very clever, I think I ought to say." And he looked round at the other members for a nod of acquiescence, which was given. One keen, intelligent-looking man said he thought some more substantial recognition of such services as the secretary had described ought to be made, and that he should, therefore, move a vote of thanks to me, which proposal was seconded by another gentleman and passed unanimously. The chairman, again addressing me, said, "You see, we have given you a vote of thanks," which I acknowledged by a simple nod of the head, not, I am afraid, very highly esteeming the compliment. Another gentleman then rose and said, "I know that a vote of thanks is all very well, but I think we ought to make this gentleman some substantial recognition of his services. I'm only a young member of the board. I do not like to move the resolution myself, but I would suggest to you, sir, as chairman, whether you should not move that a sum of money be given to the officer." "I don't see that," said the chairman, "at all. He has done very clever, but he has only done his duty, after all, like we are doing ours, and I don't think we ought to spend shareholders' money in compliments to men for just doing their duty." I heard this remark with not very comfortable feelings, but did not say anything. The gentleman who had proposed the testimonial said that he could hardly agree with their worthy chairman in all he had said, and another member of the board said something to the same effect. The chairman now seemed to think he was a little in the wrong, and to treat these remarks as a rebuke. He appeared to think he was bound to recognize my services by what, I dare say, he imagined a little act of personal generosity. Again talking at me, he said, "Well, well, do not let us waste time about this. We cannot spend the money of the company, that I am certain about. I will make this gentleman a present myself." Then turning to me, he proceeded, "Here, my man, you have heard what has been said by the board. I will make you a present of half a sovereign out of my own pocket." This marvelous act of generosity, I confess, quite overpowered my self-control. I could not help a passing desire to insult the old man. For the life of me, I could not smother that resolution. So taking the half-sovereign between my fingers, I said to him, "Well, you see, sir, I agree with you. When a man has done his duty, and especially when he has been paid for it, he should not want anything else. I don't want anything else. Your company has paid me £310 14 shillings, which amount will quite remunerate me. And if you have no objection, sir, as I have no doubt you have got some poor relations, perhaps you will hand one of them this half-sovereign with my compliments." I did not wait to notice the effect of this retort upon the pursy magnate, but laying down the coin on the middle of the table, I simply and hastily said, "Good morning, sir. Good morning, gentlemen," and quitted the palatial structure which contained the headquarters of the Triumph of Meanness Assurance Company. End of section 7, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, January 13th, 2024.
Section 8 of Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by lightcrystal. Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective, by Andrew Forrester. A railway accident? A few years ago, and about 15 miles from London, a gentleman named Freeling, returning from the village of A to the village of B, a distance of only 4 miles, had to cross one of the 2 trunk lines of railway which runs northward from the great metropolis and intercepts populous districts of England. To tell the exact truth about this gentleman, he had been visiting a friend, a man of substance, and likewise in the horticultural, floricultural, and agricultural lines in which Mr. Freeling's mind had an inclination to run. To tell a little more of the truth, as it is desirable to tell the whole, after examining, approving, and admiring the skill of his friend and its results, Mr. Freeling was invited by Mr. Goodwin to dinner, and I believe that the guest imbibed rather excessively of his host's spiritual stores and wines. Yet he was not insensible to sights and sounds, and if he had been, he would not have figured as a character in this narrative. The way of Mr. Freeling From his friend's house to his own home lay, after crossing the railway, through a narrow lane not far from a station. Happily for him, however, perhaps, he was not aware that near the footpath across the line, that is, the railway line, there had been a great smash about the time that the two rustic amateurs had been discussing the good cheer of the host. Somewhere about 4 hours before the incidents I am about to describe. The debris had been, however, cleared up before our friend passed the scene of the catastrophe, and none of its relics were visible in the moonlight. He had not proceeded far beyond the rails, when he thought he heard a low sound very like a groan, and if he were any judge of such things, he reasoned, it was the moaning of a man or woman in pain. He paused. He listened. All was silent. He moved on a pace or two, listened again, and the wind brought him something like a repetition of the moan. Could he be mistaken? He asked himself. No, that was a human voice. Perhaps some drunken wretch. If so, the first thought which suggested itself was that he should turn back and see that the man was not lying in the track of the iron horse or its carriages. Second thoughts are said to be the best, and if selfishness be better than disinterestedness, Mr. Freeling's second thoughts were better than his first. What did it matter to him, he argued with himself, if people got drunk? They must suffer for it, was the second thought of the half-drunken man. So he trudged along again, but the sound, louder this time, overtook him once more. He was not essentially an unkind man, and although home had peculiar attractions for him in his then condition, he was obliged by the force of his human nature to pause. Another groan. There could be no mistake about it. A poor wretch was lying somewhere near him in evident pain. He shouted, "Halloa! What is the matter?" A feeble groan responded. "Where are you?" he cried. Again, a moan. It was more than decent. Although half-drunken, humanity could resist. He turned back in the direction of the railway a few steps. Then he paused, and once more a dismal sound greeted his ear. Some poor fellow, the traveller said to himself, must be lying on the railway in a dying state. What can I do? The nearest station, B, is 2 miles away. The nearest house is 2 miles. Still, I must find where he is lying, and what is the matter with him, and do what I can to help him. This resolution taken, he walked back, ever and anon, pausing to listen, and now and then guided by the plaintive cry of agony. At length, after reaching the gate which abutted on the railway, he paused and listened for another cry to guide him in turning right or left. A moment supplied the indication he required. He turned to the left, and proceeded rapidly a distance of 300 yards, when he met an obstruction to his course, against which he stumbled. A shriek or something like it followed. It was that of a prostrate man whose voice he had so frequently heard. Mr. Freeling bent over the poor sufferer, and learnt enough to satisfy himself that an accident had happened to this man on the railway, and that medical assistance and attention were required. The situation and its incidents had a beneficial effect upon the intoxicated man. They roused his senses. In 5 minutes he was as sober as he had ever been in his life. Carefully removing the limbs of the prostrate body out of the way of further immediate danger, he ran along the course of the railway until he reached a station, where he learnt the particulars of a collision, but was informed that all the passengers had been removed, most of them, if not all, being well enough to proceed on their journey to their respective homes. He insisted that there must have been at least one exception to this rule, which the officials at the station had not observed, and they did not require any further proof of their oversight than that he supplied. With lanterns, and with the means of removing the wounded passenger, 2 porters and 2 other men who were pressed into the service walked with our friend to the spot where he had found the injured man. He was still lying there, moaning and groaning with greater vigour than before. He was lifted with all the gentleness the forebearers were capable of, and carried by stages along the line back again to the station. It was fortunate that, closely adjacent to this station, there was an hostel, a small unpretentious establishment, which nobody who was perfectly master of his own actions would think of selecting for a temporary abode if he had the means of paying for his entertainment and refreshment elsewhere. Such as it was, however, it was deemed expedient to rest the burden under its shelter. The poor man was carried into the hostelry and placed on a cosy bed that formed the leading part of the furniture of a best bedroom. He now rallied. He called for brandy, and was supplied with a small portion of a liquor probably distilled from potatoes in London, but retailed as the finest cognac. The liquor seemed to have a good effect on the wounded traveller. After a few minutes' consciousness, articulation was restored under its genial influence. He asked one of the people in attendance to take from his breast pocket a pocket-book, and from that pocket-book to take out a letter, the envelope of which gave his address. Mr. Ephraim Sweetman, 19, Street, Pimlico. The injured traveller was able to sustain a brief conversation. Is this your address, my good man? Yes, was the feeble reply. Are you very much injured? Yes, was again slowly and faintly articulated. Are these your name and address? Was asked by another person, and the interrogator held before the eyes of the wounded passenger the envelope of the letter extracted from his pocket. A smile was accepted as a reply in the affirmative. We had better send for Dr. Scalpel, observed a railway porter to an agricultural labourer. The poor fellow's face betrayed signs of evident dissatisfaction. He dropped his head, as if fainting. We had better send for the doctor. No, escaped from the lips of the man upon the bed. What can we do? Exclaimed another of the party. Dr. Jones, the wounded man hurriedly but faintly exclaimed. Can you tell us where he lives? No reply was immediately given, and as the poor fellow seemed unable to bear the weight of his own chest and brain, they laid his head upon the pillow. The station-master, who had been awakened from his natural sleep, now entered the room, and having been informed what had taken place, he asked for the London Directory, which, by another happy circumstance, formed part of the furniture of the hotel. It was so discovered that in the street in which the poor fellow had been ascertained to dwell, one Anthony Jones, M.R.C.S., also had a local habitation, about 20 doors from his own patient's residence. Dr. Jones was accordingly telegraphed for, and informed when the next down train started from London. Dr. Jones was an attentive man, and on receipt of the message he lost no time in repairing to the station where his neighbour was deposited. On his arrival, the patient revived a little, and on seeing the face of his own medical man, he recovered sufficiently to indicate that the pain proceeded from the neighbourhood of his ribs. The surgeon desired the men to leave, and asked for the assistance of a woman until morning. Again the beneficent telegraph was made use of. A message sent to London requested Mrs. Brandyface, who lived somewhere in Pimlico, to come down to the B Station Hotel, informing her at what time the next train started from London in the morning. These directions having been given, and the clothes of the unfortunate patient having been cut and torn off his body, he was put to bed, and made as comfortable as might be, the doctor administering something in a tumbler of water from a bottle which he carried in his pocket. He then told the woman of the house that she might retire, after supplying him with some more of the London cognac before mentioned, for his own use during the night. The doctor sat up with his patient until Mrs. Brandyface arrived in the morning, when he handed him over to the care and attention of his own nurse. Next morning, Dr. Atrabilius, Chief Medical Officer and Surgeon Extraordinary to the Railway Company, also came down by express train to see what he could do in the way of restoring the patient's health, patching up his wounds, and, most important of all, making an arrangement for compensation by the company, whom he served in the dual capacity of doctor and compensation negotiator, when the negligence of their servants had caused any mischief. Dr. Atrabilius was, of course, admitted to the patient's bedside, to the evident dissatisfaction of his faithful nurse. The patient, however, would have nothing to say to him when he had explained that he came on behalf of the railway company. The poor fellow declared that nobody should attend him but his own regular medical man or surgeon. In vain Dr. Atrabilius pressed his services. The damaged passenger manifested an aversion to receive his attentions, and the nurse said she thought it was not right to force himself on the helpless gentleman when he was not wanted, as Dr. Jones was known to all Pimlico, if not all the world, as a very clever man. This scene tended to disturb the patient's equanimity. The outrage of the nurse's feelings, or it might be prejudices, led to the discomfiture of Dr. Atrabilius, who was pushed out of the room amid a torrent of abuse for trying to kill the sufferer by impertinent officiousness. Dr. Atrabilius left the place in dudgeon, with all the humility of one who felt himself snubbed to the last extent and very nearly extinguished. Dr. Jones telegraphed about midday to state that pressing engagements would not permit him to reach the village again until towards evening, but that in the meantime he would send, and he did send by the next train, a small parcel of medicine. The patient was attended with all possible care by Mrs. Brandyface and Dr. Jones for several days, when, on request of the company, a special train was provided, and in a carriage well supplied with all that could give ease to the invalid traveller, he was removed to London and taken to his own house. After some time, perhaps about a month, the patient was sufficiently restored to health to go about his ordinary business, whatever that may have been. A letter was sent by his solicitor to the company demanding a good round sum as compensation for 3 broken ribs, sundry contusions, permanent damage to the animal economy of the sufferer, and his past and future detriment in business. The company made an offer of £25 in settlement, which was declined. A writ was issued out of the Court of Queen's Bench. The company defended the proceedings which were taken, and the action was ultimately set down for trial. At the trial, Mr. Capulet Attic, Q.C., appeared as the leading counsel for the plaintiff, and in the course of his opening speech very clearly stated the facts already narrated. He dwelt with considerable emphasis upon the negligence of the company's servants, not only in allowing the accident to occur, which he said arose from the most patent and the grossest carelessness, but also for the, if possible, still greater and still more unpardonable negligence in allowing his unfortunate client, the plaintiff, to remain upon the ground for so many hours without attendance. He referred to the accidental detention of Mr. Freeling over his friend's dinner table, and his journey homewards across the railway, which the eloquent lawyer called a special interposition of Providence, and without which his unfortunate client, the plaintiff, would in all probability have died a lingering death from cold, damp, and hunger. He bitterly censured the company for the employment of Dr. Atrabilius, not alone as a medical attendant, in order to dispense mercy to the wounded or injured plaintiff, but also, no doubt, for a purpose that he, Dr. Atrabilius, had frequently been employed to serve, namely, effecting a compromise between the plaintiff and the company. He further condemned in bitter terms the shabby and mean offer of compromise which, since the action had been threatened, was made by the directors through their solicitor. Lastly, he confidently appealed to the jury to bestow upon his unfortunate client substantial damages, and sat down smiling confidently to the jurymen, as if he expected to obtain all that he had asked. Of the evidence it is needless to speak at length. The gentleman who found the unfortunate plaintiff described, like a perfectly honest and worthy man, the condition in which he was at the time. The cross-examination of this witness was almost a matter of form. How could anything be expected from him in that way that would not strengthen the plaintiff's case? He was a perfectly honest and impartial man. He was indeed the witness of the truth, as far as in him lay. The doctor and the nurse in attendance upon the plaintiff also gave their evidence very clearly, although endeavours were made somewhat to shake their testimony and to prove that the injuries had not been so severe as was represented. Still, not much was done by the defence, and it may be said that the plaintiff made out his case. The defendant's counsel, Mr. Pompous Blower, Q.C., made an energetic appeal to the court and jury, but what could he make out on their behalf in such a case? The most he could do was to throw back the taunts of his learned friend Mr. Capulet Attic, and proclaim, in sonorous and round periods, the philanthropic character of the corporation he represented. He defended Dr. Atrabilius, or at least inveighed against the condemnation of that scientific gentleman in his absence. The learned counsel denied that Dr. Atrabilius had ever been so employed as was represented, and contended that the company had no other object in sending him to the bedside of the smashed or mutilated traveller on their line than to relieve his pain and do the best he could for the sufferer. Dr. Atrabilius was not, however, called as a witness for the defence, and the plaintiff, of course, did not want him. So the allegation that the doctor had on former occasions played the part of negotiator in the settlement of claims against his masters did not receive such a contradiction as it might have had, and it might have been desirable for them to render. The judge summed up and said that it appeared to him very like an undefended cause, but he urged the jury not to suffer their judgment to be led captive by the eloquence of Mr. Cbteddy, who had, however, acted in all respects very properly for the plaintiff, in so trying to run away with their senses. The plaintiff seemed to be entitled, almost on the admission of the company, to fair and reasonable compensation, but that was all. The presumed wealth of a great corporation, like the railway company, was not a fact that should lay them open to extortion, and he would tell the jury that excessive damages might bear the complexion of mediated or of unconscious injustice. The jury rose in their box, turned round face to face, had a little to say to one another during perhaps 2 or 3 minutes' time, and then returned a verdict for the plaintiff with £500 damages. The company was somewhat taken aback by the largeness of these damages. The truth is, their case had not been got up so patiently and carefully as it might have been. A proper investigation into the antecedents and mode of life of the plaintiff by any moderately intelligent lawyer's clerk would have enabled them to lay such facts before the jury as must have reduced his claim to less than 1/5 of the amount he got, if such inquiry had not led the investigator into a track for entirely exploding the plaintiff's case. The defendants, as a random experiment, determined to move for a new trial in this case. A rule absolute for a new trial was granted, upon condition that they brought into court enough money to abide the event of such new trial, that is to say, to cover damages and costs. The railway company had before now derived immense advantages by delay, and were hopeful that time would bring some advantage in this case, as it did. The success which had attended my investigations on former occasions in a somewhat similar case or two led to my being employed on the present. I had not much difficulty in effecting my object. I had several clues to the parties. I almost suspected, from the nature of the case, that the affair was altogether a conspiracy to defraud the company, and I was right in my suspicions. The plaintiff had not been injured. The collision had taken place some time before his arrival on the spot. The principal guard of the train in which the collision took place was in the swindle. He professed to telegraph on behalf of a passenger who had been somewhat bruised to a friend in London, which message, in order to divert suspicion, ran thus: "Collision at B. I am not hurt. All right." Upon this hint, the plaintiff hastily communicated with 1 or 2 of his companions in such frauds, and hastened down to the spot in a gig hired from a livery stable. The vehicle deposited him about a mile from the place where the accident occurred, which had, in the meantime, been ascertained with precision. The gig was then driven back by a companion, and the plaintiff slunk off to the margin of the line, and waited for an opportunity to sigh and groan with advantage. The return home of Mr. Freeling, who had been seen by the watchful swindler, supplied the opportunity he wanted, and the plaintiff accordingly made the noises already described, which attracted the attention of that gentleman. Of course, the scoundrel knew that the railway company would, as usual, send their doctor. He knew how to get over that little difficulty. He had his confederates, and he knew how to make the most of the unscrupulous tactics of the company in dealing with the real victims of railway collisions. He saw that he could turn Dr. Atrabilius's visit to good account by supplying it to Mr. Capulet Attic as one of the pegs for an oratorical display. The Dr. Jones, who was sent for, was a confederate. He belonged to the gang, and of course would have shared the spoil. The nurse was also in the swindle. The arrangement for the division of the spoil remunerated her more liberally than nurses are generally paid for their services. In fact, the whole thing was a conspiracy. I laid all these circumstances before the company solicitors in my report. It was, however, resolved, as we had the whole set clearly in our grasp, not to arrest them immediately, but to await the progress of events, and see if the next combination of the gang for a like purpose did not reveal to us a few more of its members. It did so. I discovered that the doctor in attendance upon a damaged railway traveller in Lancashire, about 2 months afterwards, and the plaintiff in the first case, visited as friends the intended plaintiff in the second place. Just as our plans were ripe for execution, we were, however, forestalled by the arrest of 5 members of the dangerous confederacy on 2 gigantic cases, one for forgery, and the rest for a great railway robbery, which had been suddenly disclosed to the police authorities by a wretch who craved vengeance upon an associate in the gang because he had been successful in carrying off the affections of a lady with whom the informer had cohabited. Of these men captured, all were found guilty on the strongest testimony got at through the informer by officers who laid traps under his guidance, and by surrounding circumstances to which he had assisted them. One of the parties to my action, that is the doctor, made good his escape. I believe he went to America. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marina 47. Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective, by Andrew Forrester, a patriotic barber in fault. A few years ago, I was employed to watch the other side in a hotly contested election. It was my first engagement of the kind, and I sharpened my wits in order that I might fairly earn my fee, which the reader may be glad to know was a handsome one. Perhaps he may also be pleased to learn that I am an impartial man. It is true that, on the occasion I now speak of, I was employed by the agent of the Liberal candidate, but I have, on other subsequent occasions, rendered service, and I believe good service, to Conservative gentlemen who now wear the title of MP. During this election, many curious little incidents took place, as they always do at elections, and one of them I propose to relate. By the way, there is nothing which quickens human ingenuity like a vigorous electioneering struggle. Wit, humor, desperate practical joking, and ingenious stratagems crowd in such exciting profusion that sometimes the strict rules of moral propriety are hidden or get confused before the eyes of the parties concerned. Sometimes I think I behaved unhandsomely towards the barber of whom I am about to speak. At other times I think it served him right. The reader shall decide between my first and my second thoughts on this head. In the borough of W there lived one John Shufflebottom, a barber who earned a livelihood, that is to say, earned or got money to buy scanty food, little raiment, plenty of beer, and a liberal supply of stronger waters for the consumption of himself and Mrs. Shufflebottom, by the exercise of his trade, or profession, as he styled it, and it was believed in no other way. This barber had a reputation for shaving his customers as clean as they could wish for a penny each, and he would do the job at half the price for regular patrons, and for cropping any rough and stubborn head of hair, popular tradition and the tariff on his doorpost declared 3d to be a fixed or immovable charge. This, however, was not the only character which John Shufflebottom enjoyed. He was esteemed a man of principle, thoroughly incorruptible. Not a breath of suspicion of his political honesty had ever been floated on the turbid atmosphere of W at the most prying time, say just after the settlement of accounts between the free and independent voters and the candidates. I was told that John Shufflebottom wouldn't require to be looked after. He had never taken a bribe, and to offer him one would ensure any man an ignominious chastisement. The barber was a stout man, and although beer or whiskey had perhaps softened his brain a little and rendered his muscles somewhat flaccid, there was strength enough in his legs to wield a heavy boot with almost terrible force. This barber had acquired a degree of influence over sterling, honest working men by his reputed incorruptibility to an extent that he would not otherwise have gained, so that it became rather important to obtain his support on behalf of our candidate. At the commencement of the struggle, it was believed that John Shufflebottom would, as a matter of course, vote for our candidate. But this was a miscalculation. It appeared that something had turned the current of his political sympathies. He was down in the former poll book as having voted for the Liberals, and so it was expected that he would vote again, bringing with him to the hustings about 20 honest fellows who believed in him. On the contrary, he soon intimated that he had come to believe the Whigs were little worse than the Tories. He did not think they cared, either of them, for poor working men like him or any of his customers, but that they, the Whigs and the Tories, were both thieves. If he must vote, he would turn and turn about. Perhaps he should be inclined to give the Tories a turn this time, but he didn't know. He wasn't at all sure about it either way. This man's defection from our cause produced a little alarm. The feeling of which he appeared to be the exponent was also, upon inquiry, found rather more extensive than was at first thought possible. It ran beyond the pale or circle of the barber's supposed influence, and to make matters rather worse, the barber, when assailed by a patron for apostasy, or urged to stand by his old colours, was compelled, as he said, to argufy in his own justification, which attracted other customers to his house, and it became the arena of controversy. John Shufflebottom was acquiring a reputation for oratory, in addition to his other qualities. It was not my proper business to win over friends. My function was to look after foes, but I was taken into confidence about the case of John Shufflebottom. The chief agent of the candidate quoted the observation of some old dead statesman about every man having his price, and I agreed with him to learn what the price of the vote and influence of John Shufflebottom might be. This view was arrived at by our agent only the day before polling, and it was then overruled by one or two people in the secrets of the head committee room, who had a control over the incidents of the election. Next day the polling began. It was a day of wild excitement. Beer and spirits and food were distributed ad libitum to the whole population by one side and the other. Drunkenness was the only general characteristic of civilization in that parliamentary borough. By 12 o'clock on the day for electing one of the prime wisdoms of the country to represent that town in the legislature of Great Britain, money was being spent profusely in bribes. Voters had been bottled, that is to say, made drunk, and then fastened up in a public or other house. These were the men who could not be induced to vote for us, or who dared not so vote because of something or other, but who voluntarily submitted to this process as a midway of service to us. Some electors were at any risk drugged and hindered from obeying the dictates of political feeling. Some men were taken out of the town in vehicles. Respectability of every kind hid its head. Ruffianism and common vice of every kind had all their own way. John Shufflebottom had not yet voted, nor had many of his friends. The Tories had lauded him as a sterling, honest, worthy, good fellow, as a man of great political sagacity who had yielded to the voice of reason, and as one who had renounced the errors of political life and determined to assert in his own person the rights of matured conscience. They had fawned upon him. They had coaxed and wheedled him. They had held out every kind of future inducement and deferred benefit before his eyes. But John Shufflebottom had not been induced to give a vote or the pledge of a vote to the Conservative. He had made no distinct or visible sign of yielding to us. Still it was observed that he had not been so lavish in the censure of our candidate during the previous day, or during the day of election, as before. We had been prepared for his hostility, but hardly knew what to do with his neutrality. We had expected to find him leading a body of voters to the hustings for the Tories. Jem Smash, the head of our best gang of prize-fighters, had accordingly received instructions to bestow the courtesy of his underlings upon the Barber and the Barber's friends. Some of the liberal tradesmen of the borough of W were gloating over the satisfaction of seeing the Barber doubled up, and a few of his believers horribly maltreated. This gratification had, up to the present moment, been denied them, and after much deliberation on the subject, it was not thought safe to commence an attack upon the humble abode of the recalcitrant worthy. Such a step might have brought some of our top people into disgrace. As an attorney who had been retained at a heavy cost to advise our candidate and his friends from time to time how much iniquity they might perform without danger to their own persons or purses, was good enough to inform them. Such a proceeding, dictated or suggested in the committee room, might be brought home to its occupants, and involve a lot of respectabilities as well as ruffians concerned therein to a mingled punishment. As we could not retaliate upon Barber Shufflebottom for his obstinacy, apostasy, or whatever it was, we determined to see if he could not be won or bought over. The lawyer and I and the principal agent, who was not a lawyer, went into a little room to discuss this matter, and ultimately settled that I should first approach the Barber. I did so, and as I do not want to incur a charge of immodesty from the reader's lips, I omit an explanation of my visit. Let it be simply stated that I found the Barber vulnerable on the statesmanlike point. I ascertained that he had a price, and the price was not, after all, a very large one, seeing the extent of the influence which he had to give, as well as his vote. The price was £100. I struck the bargain with him, with a reservation that I hope may be forgiven, as well as the trick I also meditated and carried out. One thing the Barber stipulated. Appearances must be somehow saved, and, clever dog he was, he suggested to me how that could be done. There were 2 points in the political program of the candidate which John Shufflebottom and his friends contended a gentleman worthy of a vote ought to be prepared to support. One was universal suffrage. The other was vote by ballot. The Barber said his men must be told that the candidate would meet them at least halfway. If this were arranged, and he were paid £100, he would recommend his friends to vote with him for the Liberal. I agreed. Not that the candidate should make these professions, but that somebody on his behalf should give that explanation to Shufflebottom and his immediate tail or circle. I went back to the committee room and explained to the attorney and agent how I proposed to act. They laughed outright as long as they could afford time to laugh, which was not much, for minutes were precious, as my scheme required an hour and a half, or perhaps 2 hours, for the working out. I went back to the Barber and arranged that he should jump into a cab and run over the town, which was not large, and call his friends together at the Pig and Whistle in Backstairs Street, to receive a communication from the Liberal candidate. I looked at my watch. It was then 12:30. The poll closed at 4. There was a train from the town of W to the town of B, which started at 12:45. It would not take long to cover that distance in a carriage drawn by the iron horse. There was a train returning from B to W at 2 p.m. precisely. That would do. I also arranged that an orator who had been employed for the purpose of addressing the political intellect of the free and independent electors of W should attend the Pig and Whistle on behalf of our candidate and make one of his smooth, flowing, rapid, ornate addresses. This gentleman could talk against time. He was to spout until he had the office to shut up his limpid stream of talk. The orator did his business first rate. From what I recollect of that speech, I wonder that he deserted his title of barrister at law, turned aside from the ambition of wearing MP after his own name at some future date, and settled down, as he did, into the secretary of some association having its location eastward of the Royal Exchange. Our hired barrister at law addressed the Shuffle-Bottom Circle as honest, noble fellows, whose adherence to principle was one of the most refreshing examples of political determination he had ever met in his life. He praised Shuffle-Bottom as a man who had won an influence over his fellow men which a tyrant might envy but could never command, through a stern and inflexible course of honest industry spread over an ample term of existence. Shuffle-Bottom here turned a little red in the face. Some people thought him modest, and took that crimson to be a blush. No doubt it was a blush. But whether of honesty or of shame, I need not stay to point out. After the orator had been speaking for some time, my man returned, and I received an intimation of that fact. The orator also got a nod and a very slight wink from me, when he stated that he had been requested to make an explanation to them, but he felt somewhat exhausted by what he had already done, and he therefore asked their permission to leave that explanation to be made by his friend Mr. Yellowleigh, who sat by his side. And then, after a peroration, in which he talked a good deal about the moon, and the stars, and the four winds of heaven, and the British lion, and the flag that braved 1,000 years, and honest industry, he sat down amid such applause as I have only heard at the Pig and Whistle and in very large assemblies. Mr. Yellowleigh, the attorney, rose, and said that he regretted he had not the eloquence of his learned friend. Also that, as he was a plain man of business, he would address himself to the explanation he had to offer in very few words. The fact he was entrusted to announce, he hoped he might do in confidence. It was that, although our candidate could not go so far as universal suffrage, that most honorable and enlightened gentleman would go a long way in that direction, much longer than he even thought it prudent to express upon the hustings his intentions to go, lest he should excite the prejudices of the middle classes, and secure, by an indiscreet frankness, the return of their Tory antagonist. In reply to an inquiry, Mr. Yellowleigh said he could not exactly tell how far the candidate would go in the extension of the franchise, but no doubt he would go as far as they desired, say to the admission within the pale of the British Constitution of the £2 10s. Householders. As for the ballot, that most important political principle, the Liberal candidate would vote for such a shield being drawn over the poor but honest elector. Shuffle-Bottom played his part well, the rascal. He affected to be a little doubtful unless the explanation was made in public. Mr. Yellowleigh strongly appealed to the common sense of his auditors not to peril the election just at this moment, when the Tories were 4 ahead of the Liberals, by so indiscreet a demand. One simple-hearted man thought Shuffle-Bottom was a little too particular and suspicious. He thought the gentleman, Mr. Yellowleigh, was right. Shuffle-Bottom said he did not want to be a dictator. He was satisfied if the others were. I, at that moment, suggested that they had better not be long making up their minds, for it was now 3:15, and the poll closed at 4. It was then speedily settled that Shuffle-Bottom and his men should, as a body, go up and vote for the Liberal candidate. Our chief agent here craved 5 minutes, saying he thought they ought to have a band of music. He secretly determined to grace the final coup by a demonstration in which 3 bands were to play their part. He also privately determined to bring Jem Smash and all his fighting men and all the other hired ruffians to guard our new contingent in case the enemy, suspecting a trick, should set their forces in battle array against our unprotected citizens. We should lose the election if even a short delay arose from an attack upon us. Shufflebottom thought they might as well have a little music. I was not at all sorry it was so arranged. I wanted to have a few words with Shufflebottom by himself, and to let him have a taste of my quality and smartness, or perhaps I should rather say, whet his appetite for that taste. The barber led me outside to the yard of the Pig and Whistle, and addressing me, inquired, "I suppose you have got the money all right?" "Oh, yes," I replied. "Will you give it us, then?" "No," I said. "I cannot do that until you and your men have voted, you know." "How am I to know that you will give it me then?" "No damn tricks. Or by God, your gentleman, meaning the candidate, shall suffer for it, as true as my name's John Shufflebottom." Things had worked more felicitously than I had anticipated, or than my plans were estimated to work. I now saw that the patriotic barber was already outwitted, if I chose to break faith with him at this point. He was bound to vote as his men did, or if he slunk away he had secured them for us. It was now impossible to invent another excuse to those truly honest fellows for reversing their collective decision. Still, I thought it would be as well to keep in with the barber to the last. I wanted to let him and some people see how neatly I could work out the stratagem. "Well, I think you have as much right to trust me as I have to trust you," I said, "but I don't mind meeting you halfway. I don't care whether you do or not, though. I know those honest fellows will go up and vote for our man. You cannot prevent that now, can you, Mr. Shufflebottom? If you try to spoil our game, which I don't think you can spoil, our bargain is off, and I shan't feel bound to give you anything, whether you succeed in upsetting it or not." Shufflebottom saw that he was practically done, in the matter of security at least, and that he must entirely trust in me, so he agreed to meet me halfway. "What do you mean to do, then?" said Shufflebottom, and as he spoke the sound of wind instruments floated on the summer breeze. It was evident that the musicians were coming in the direction of the Pig and Whistle. I was afraid of the finishing touches of my artifice being a little marred, so I hastily said, "Well, look here. Here's a £100 note. I divide it in halves. I give you one half now." The musicians stopped, and I had to make this speech a little longer, so as to spin out the moments, and I proceeded to say slowly, "Tomorrow morning, as early as you like, you come up to the Central Committee room and ask for me, and I will give you the other half. I might say this evening. It would be quite as well, perhaps, but some people with sharp eyes may be about. Now mind, Shufflebottom, don't tell anyone of this. I would not have known for the whole world. It would do you harm, you know. Keep it dark like the blackest secret of our lives. Don't get drunk tonight, or you will let it out." The musicians had arrived within a few feet of the door of the Pig and Whistle. The barber had been waiting in terrible anxiety for me to hand him over his half security, and I now wanted to do it without delay. The note, which was for £100, had been divided in halves, and was ready for my device. I handed him over his half, which he rapidly thrust into his trousers pocket, and left me as he might leave a tormentor, shouting out, "Come along, lads, and hear the music." The procession moved forward amid deafening huzzas, and the volume of what I must, I suppose, as a matter of courtesy, call music, and the bewilderment of many spectators. Shufflebottom shouted in well-feigned glee, "All right, my lads, he's a right 'un. We are all going to vote for him," and sundry other more extravagant exclamations. 23 votes were recorded by 10 minutes to 4 by John Shufflebottom and his friends, without let or hindrance from Tory prize-fighters, roughs, or any other men. Shufflebottom did get drunk that night, and I neither saw nor heard any more of him until next morning. Next day, about 10 o'clock in the morning, John Shufflebottom called upon me at the committee room as arranged. I preferred to have the attorney and the agent with me at this interview. "Well, John Shufflebottom," I was the first to say, "I suppose you have come for the other half of your note." The patriotic barber, who had sold his vote and influence, looked a little sheepish and timid. I said, "It is all right. These gentlemen are the lawyers. They know all about everything connected with the election, and they are, of course, in our secret." "They know what I want, then?" "Yes, here it is," I observed, handing over to him the other half of the note which he sought. But as I did so, I said, "It is of no use to you. It is a Bank of Elegance note, which another man of your trade in B gives away in the street." Whether Shufflebottom had examined the first half of his note, I cannot say, but I had caused the print to be divided in such a way to guard against accidents, that he would see the words Bank of E, and no more of the title of the establishment from which it purported to have been issued, and he was too illiterate or inexperienced in bank notes to discover that the paper itself was not of the kind made for the old lady of Threadneedle Street. The patriotic barber was thunderstruck. He was speechless for a moment or two with disappointment and mortification. When he had partly recovered himself, he stamped once, and swore in about 2 sentences that we were plunderers, and that he would have us prosecuted for circulating bad money. Our attorney thought this a good joke. It was one of a sort that he could appreciate, so drawing upon his imagination for his law, by way of retort Mr. Yellowly informed Mr. Shufflebottom that he had been treated as he deserved, that he had better keep a quiet tongue in his head, that at all events he must behave himself in that room, or he would be kicked out by one of our roughs in close attendance, and that he might also get transported for bribery. The barber gnashed his teeth, and went away not rejoicing. I believe he has voted twice for the Tories since that day, without fee or reward, unless vengeance upon his Liberal betrayers was his motive and his compensation. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective, by Andrew Forrester. A Romance of Social Life, Part 1. About 4 years ago there lived, in the neighborhood of Kentish Town, a wedded couple of the name of Green. Mr. Green was a merchant, carrying on business in the city in co-partnership with a German gentleman, and in the enjoyment of a good income from a house at the head of which it was his pride to stand. The couple had not been long united in the holy bonds of matrimony. When he married, he considered himself fortunate in obtaining for his partner a pretty little brunette of a woman, somewhere about 30 years of age, and of no mean accomplishments. With this lady for his wife, Mr. Green lived for a period of 3 years in an easy and comfortable, not to say happy or blissful, state. The couple had no children, but with that exception, they had all the ingredients which should contribute to the material and social happiness of human beings. The disparity in age between Mr. and Mrs. Green was perhaps a circumstance that contributed to limit the sources of affection. But as everybody said, they jogged along very cheerily, and the serenity and calmness of their lives made them the objects of a good deal of envy. Mrs. Green had been the daughter of a confidential clerk to her husband. She had lost her mother early in life, and her father died when she was but 18 years of age. His salary in the house of Messrs. Green and Schnackweather had been, for a long period prior to his death, very liberal, and he might, with reasonable economy, have saved a few hundreds of pounds out of it, if he had been so inclined. He ought certainly to have left some provision behind him in the shape of a life assurance, but he did not. He lived entirely up to, or somewhat beyond, his means. Miss Thompson, his daughter, was consequently obliged to earn her subsequent livelihood, which she did as a daily governess. Her experience in this vocation was not, I dare say, much unlike the experience of other young women in that position, of which the reader will have a tolerably accurate notion, and therefore I will abstain from describing it. It may be enough to say that it was a cheerless, hard, and mortifying experience. She confessed that rebuffs and petty insults shut up, and the wearing influence of consecutive labor dried up the wells of female emotion, gave a certain piquancy or sharpness to her thoughts, rendered her, indeed, distrustful of the world and cynical, if not calculating and selfish. During her girlhood, while her father lived, and after his death, but before her marriage, Mrs. Green had received many kindnesses from her late parent's master. He was attached to his clerk Thompson by that sort of attachment and to that extent which long and faithful service begets in the mind of an employer. To do the father of Mrs. Green simple justice, it must be stated that he had never robbed, peculated, or been in the slightest degree unfaithful to the house he served or its members. Just before he died, the clerk received a promise from his master, Mr. Green, that little Helen should want for nothing as long as she lived, which promise was kept during her subsequent spinstership by inquiries every quarter with methodical exactness how she was getting on and what she wanted, answers to which questions were frankly given by her on all occasions, and betrayed to the merchant some requirement on her part every 3 months. It would now be a dress or a bonnet. It would, on another occasion, be the means of paying a quarter's rent of her apartments. It would again be something else. The article itself, or a check for its purchase or satisfaction, was uniformly forthcoming. In this way, a communication had been always maintained from the day of Thompson's death to the day of Miss Thompson's marriage between the young woman and her subsequent husband. The courtship of the merchant was very prosaic. How long he had made up his mind that little Helen should be his wife, or at least have the chance of becoming his wife, is more than I can tell, but certain it is that on one quarter day, I mean her quarter day, she received a note in which she was invited to the house of the merchant. He said in this letter of invitation that he was very anxious to know how she was getting on and what her prospects were. In fact, he said he was anxious to redeem the promise he had given to her dying father by the inquiries he had to make and the intention he had formed of providing, if he could, for her welfare as long as she lived. The last sentence was the only clue offered to the design of her benefactor. That clue was enough. It showed to her acute and reflecting mind what she might expect from the merchant, and she was thereby enabled to survey at her leisure, before the appointed interview, the prospect laid open to her. She balanced in her own mind all the apparent advantages and all the disadvantages of becoming Mrs. Green. She had no very high respect for Mr. Green's character, yet she had no aversion to him. He was indeed one of those easy-going, even-natured men who neither arouse affection nor excite the opposite of love. He was by no means the ideal which she had formed of a husband. Yet how could she, who had been a poor daily governess all her life, release her ambition in this respect? She had indulged the hope, as I dare say most young women have hoped, to marry a man handsome, educated, and of gentlemanly training, with a fortune. She would have been satisfied with a man of good standing or prospects in either one of the liberal professions, the army, navy, the law, or even the church. But a dispassionate consideration of Mr. Green's letter drove away all the phantasms of such ambition. She came, by a process of the severest reasoning, to the conclusion, in the first place, that if she rejected the merchant's intended proposal, she might offend him. That was not, after all, so very serious a matter, as she was not very largely dependent upon his bounty, yet she could hardly afford to lose a friend. This conclusion led her to survey the bright side of Mr. Green's intended proposal. She would certainly, as Mrs. Green, be mistress of a liberal establishment. His years denied the reasonable prospect of her ever having a child, yet this young woman, hardened by experience, saw a compensation for that denial of a true woman's hope in the freedom from a mother's cares and troubles. It was something to get rid of the drudgery of toil and escape the snubbing and rebuffs of her present vocation. Yes, at length she said to herself, in forming her resolution, I might do worse than become Mrs. Green. There was only one small difficulty. There was a prior attachment. Well, she said to herself, I shall have to get rid of Edward. That is not so very difficult either. I do not think he would break his heart about it. I know I should not break mine if he were to throw me off. I do not believe in broken hearts. He cannot bring an action against me for breach of promise of marriage. That is a pleasant thing to know. I heard Mr. Jones, who is a lawyer, telling his wife at the tea-table only the other evening that a gentleman never got any good by that, and I think he said a farthing was about the price a gentleman's damages would always be assessed at. Well, I could pay that sum without much injury to my own purse, and if any proceedings should be brought against my husband after I have married him, I suppose he would be responsible for them among my other obligations, but I would pay that sum out of my pin money. Miss Thompson agreed within herself to become Mrs. Green, and had so far realized this speculation in the lottery of life that she began to sketch her future home, make arrangements for her bridal trousseau, etc., within 10 minutes after forming her resolution. Miss Thompson's anticipations were correct. Her benefactor told her he had noticed she had been a very hard-working girl. The way she had striven to keep herself as a lady out of her own earnings, with such little assistance as he had felt bound to render her, reflected the highest possible credit upon her. He had noticed her conduct, he might say with admiration. He had never beheld such a combination of all the virtues which make up a good woman as he had seen in her. Now he hoped he should not frighten or startle her by a communication that he was going to make. He had been living a lonely life, she was aware. He was not married. She knew he had no sister who could manage his household and secure him those attentions and comforts in which he thought he might reasonably indulge after having been, he might say, a very successful man in trade. During his speech, Mr. Green stammered a little and betrayed an unusual hesitation. At this point, he had greater difficulty in articulation. However, he proceeded to say that his admiration for her and his belief in her virtues and the other circumstances he had mentioned had led him to offer her his hand and his heart. The lady behaved as all ladies can, and I believe do, in such circumstances. She delivered a very nice speech, which had been many times rehearsed in her bedchamber, and on the pavement as she trudged to and from the house of Mr. Jones, which, as a daily governess, she was in the habit of traversing, and at other times and places. Gratitude was a word that thickly interlarded her periods. She said that she did not know how to accept the proposal he made her, and after a skillful pause or two, having come to the conclusion that there was no danger in a little delay, and, aside with the reader, let me add, become convinced that there was no prospect of his withdrawing the offer, she craved time to consider his most noble proposal, not on her own account, because if she was a selfish thing, he would see that she must at once say yes, but because she scarcely felt equal to the position, and because the prospect of such an elevation dazzled and bewildered her little brain. This was the sum and substance of Miss Thompson's speech. The reader has already been informed that Mr. Green and Miss Thompson were married, and his imagination will supply the links in the narrative between the last interview and the realization of that event. During the almost monotonous life Mr. and Mrs. Green lived, there would, of course, occasionally arise small vexations. Not that they quarreled. Nothing of that sort marred their happiness. The vexations I speak of were of the most simple and ordinary kind. A friend promised to come and dine with them, and did not keep that promise. The tradesmen were not punctual in the delivery of their goods. The wine merchant occasionally deceived Mr. Green, which caused him annoyance. The dressmaker or the milliner was not so exact as he or she ought perhaps to have been in executing Mrs. Green's orders. And those sort of things annoyed the one or the other of them. Another annoyance in this house arose from what Mr. Henry Mayhew has entitled the greatest plague in life, a bad servant. They had one or two bad servants, and on several occasions Mrs. Green made the observation, not, I think, quite unique, a sort of remark, on the other hand, which had been made by other ladies, and I believe will be again, that it was impossible to get a good servant. However, one good servant was at last obtained. She was a young woman, about 24 or 25 years of age. She was, to say the least about her merits, somewhat pretty. I have heard her described as beautiful. When I last saw her, I thought her exceedingly beautiful. She was, moreover, by no means an illiterate girl. She had received a fair amount of education, a much better education than girls in her station usually receive. In consequence of the superior manners of this girl, she was admitted to a considerable share of the confidence and respect of both her master and her mistress, and was allowed an amount of discretion in the arrangements of the household which is not usually given or permitted in such cases. Mrs. Green contemplated, with her husband's approval, the extension of their establishment by the engagement of a third servant and elevating this young woman to the position of a recognized companion to the lady. Some time after this notion had been formed, there was discovered a new series of annoyances in the house of Mr. Green. A number of portable articles of value were missed. How they went appeared one of the greatest of all possible human mysteries. Discovery seemed impossible, and the irritation of the husband was excessive. His wife, moreover, inveighed in the bitterest terms against the undetected thief. It was agreed between Mr. and Mrs. Green to lay all sorts of traps. They did so, but did not succeed in fixing anybody with the crime. The reader will imagine how such an affair operated. Not only did suspicion begin with the lowest and end with the highest of the three servants in the household, but it embraced every one of the few friends who came to see Mr. or Mrs. Green, and in the failure to discover the delinquent or get the foundation for a rational and decided suspicion, even supernatural agencies were beginning to be hinted at by the wife. She, however, always prefaced her hints of this kind to her husband, as women do their ideas of that sort, by a declaration that she was not superstitious, but if she was, etc., etc. At length, the loss of a gold watch, which Mr. Green had presented to his wife on her marriage, with a gold chain, drove that man pretty near the boundary of madness. When he first heard of it, he was frantic. He raved and he cursed, uttering language such as his wife had never heard from his lips before, against some person or persons unknown, and vowing the direst vengeance against the offender. He declared that if he or she were his own brother or sister, which obviously could not be, as he had no brother or sister, he would transport him or hang him or her. And he also said that the worst feature of the case was the total impossibility in tracing the thief. He did not like to be beaten in that manner. It was so deuced aggravating not to know what had become of the things, that is, who had stolen them. It was such a hard thing to be suspecting all the servants and their friends. Was he to dismiss all the servants? If so, how did he know that he should then get rid of the thief? Was he to banish all his friends from his house? How did he know that it was some pretended friend that was robbing them? He finished in mutterings which, although not capable of being accurately embalmed in printer's ink, may be safely interpreted as imprecations and direful threats. In this mode his conversation with his wife one evening rambled, and at the conclusion of his incoherent ejaculations he started to his feet as if he had made a grand discovery. "By gee! It must be somebody in the house. It must be one of the servants. It must be that girl you have so fondled and caressed. The ungrateful wretch! If I find it out to be her, and I must find it out, I will have her arrested, prosecuted, transported." His wife was terrified. The idea of prosecuting this poor girl, whose life in many respects resembled her own, the chief point of difference being, in fact, that she had not been able to catch a merchant husband, told on Mrs. Green's sympathies. Yet, as she said to her husband, if he were right, it was horrid ingratitude in that girl to rob them so, if she had done it. "But suppose," suggested the wife, "we should be mistaken. How cruel will be the suspicions we have engendered." "Cruel!" exclaimed the husband. "Yes, if we are mistaken. But how can we be mistaken?" He ran through the circumstances under which several articles of value had been lost, to show that no friend or acquaintance could have robbed them. Burglary was impossible because of the frequency, the width of time and occasion, and the comparative smallness of the plunder. It must at all events be one or other of the servants, and he felt it to be his duty to investigate the matter thoroughly. He was determined to do this. It was a duty they owed to themselves and the other servants and all their friends, and to the world, that this thief should be detected. Mrs. Green said she could not bring her mind to a prosecution. She said that, at all events, the most she would do was to turn away either of the servants who was discovered. The case was certainly very bad, and the thief deserved all he or she got. The husband reserved his decision. Perhaps, if the wretch confessed, he might be disposed to listen to her appeal for mercy. If that girl, for he persisted it must be her, dared to belie the evidence which must be got against her, he would have no compunction in hanging her. With that kind of rashness or folly which men under such circumstances commit, he turned to his wife, and most unreasonably said to her, "Now, Helen, my dear, you must find out the thief for me. I know it must be that girl. Now, find her out." Among the little trinkets Mrs. Green possessed were a bracelet and a locket, neither of which had hitherto been missed. Both of them had been seen by her and her husband within 2 days before the present conversation. She missed them, as she afterwards explained, the day following this conversation. It was very strange that they should have disappeared just at that time. For her part, she would, if she could, screen the culprit, but her husband's mandate left her no discretion. She was to find out the thief. What to do she did not know. She thought of searching the girls' boxes, or of having them searched by a policeman. No, she would not do that. She hoped that her husband would not prosecute. She therefore contented herself by communicating this further loss to Mr. Green, and explaining to him the reasons which had stayed her in the extreme means of discovery. Mr. Green, on his return home, was uneasy and excited. Something had seemingly crossed him in the city. I believe an advice his house received that morning told the firm of the bankruptcy of a Hamburg correspondent. This fact had soured the merchant's temper and inflamed his desire for vengeance. When his wife communicated her suspicions, he at once insisted upon a search of the girl and of her trunks. Just at this moment, or before the resolution was carried out, a friend dropped in to see them. He observed a gloom on the countenance of the merchant, and began to rally him. The visitor wanted to know whether the firm of Green and Schnackweather were going to appear in next Tuesday's Gazette, and what the devil was the matter with him. He did not care to avow his loss in the city, and found an adequate explanation in his losses at home. This friend suggested that examining the trunks was perhaps not an unwise thing, but he also joined in the wife's appeal for mercy, said that he thought the better plan would be to send the girl off to her friends, if she had any, and that he would not advise the expense and trouble of a prosecution. The merchant, however, fully explained his reasons for not acceding to the last suggestion, and resolved upon the search. The 3 servants were called into the room which Mr. Green denominated his library, and in the presence of his friend and his wife they were catechized. They all stoutly denied the crime. They all shed tears and sobbed and demanded an investigation. They each resented the suspicion as cruel and unjust. A boy engaged as page and kitchen assistant was defiant, and hinted vaguely that his father and mother would not stand it, that Mr. Green would hear about it, and that he would not stay in the house another moment after his boxes were searched, which they might be at once. The search began with the boxes of the young male servant, and nothing was traced in them. The trunks of the favored young woman of superior beauty and accomplishments were next searched. In one of them was found one of these trinkets, and a duplicate of the other. Mr. Green's rage knew no bounds. In vain the girl protested her innocence, and declared it was the wicked device of some wretch for her destruction, or horrid conspiracy by some dreadful enemy to blast her reputation and dishonor her poor parents, which planted the evidence against her. The merchant told her that if she confessed her crime, he might forgive her. She would not admit a crime that she said she had not committed. Mrs. Green remonstrated with the girl about her obstinacy, and advised her that it would be better to confess an offense which was so fairly brought home to her, and against the evidence of which it was impossible for a single moment to contend. The girl threw herself upon her mistress's sympathy, hoping that she at least could not think her guilty of the crime attributed to her, although appearances were so much against her. At last, under the crossfire from these accusers, the young woman, who still refused to confess, dropped into a chair, and in tones of agony implored God to witness that she had never taken a thing that did not belong to her from any human being. Mr. Green said this was more than he could stand. Such frightful hypocrisy, such horrid cant, such blasphemy, was the grossest outrage upon heaven he had ever beheld. He told the boy to fetch a policeman, which service the lad rendered with alacrity. The already convicted thief was given into the custody of the officer, taken to the station house, and locked up. The next day, at the police court, the evidence of these facts was laid before the magistrate. The pawnbroker who had taken in the pledge was not able to identify the prisoner as the female who had pawned the article, but said that she was about the height, age, and appearance of the prisoner, although he would not swear to her. It was pledged, he said, about the hour of 12 in the morning, and Mrs. Green, being called upon to give evidence as to the movements of her servant, with a view of confirming or breaking down the pawnbroker's suspicion, as the case might be, was obliged to say that Eliza had been out on an errand for her mistress between 11 and 12 o'clock on the day referred to. The scene in that police court was one of the most painful things ever witnessed. The prisoner had no professional assistance. No expert attorney was there to help or mar her defense. All she did and all she said was a repetition of what she had told her mistress and master and their friend the night before. She protested that she was as innocent as an unborn child, that her hands had been trained by parents whose memory she revered and who tenderly loved her, to honest industry, and that she had no more perpetrated these thefts than the worthy magistrate. She appealed to her mistress to bear evidence of her general character. Mr. Green was not in court. Her mistress gave her a general good character, and expressed the grief of herself and her husband at the discovery in the servants' boxes. The magistrate put a question or two to the mistress, who seemed to betray an idea that one of the other servants or some friend had been the thief, or that, at least, the accused had not been, although she did not say as much in distinct terms. The tone and manner of the girl had evidently impressed the magistrate with the belief that she was not in her proper place when in that dock before him as a criminal. He, however, remarked that the case was one of very grave suspicion, and that he should remand her for a week in order that inquiries might be made with a view to getting further evidence upon the case. The accused had looked forward to her appearance in court as the ordeal which would establish her innocence. She had never doubted for a moment that a police magistrate would unravel the mystery and turn the tide of false suspicion from her. When she heard the last words fall from the lips of the presiding justice, and ascertained that she was to be sent back to something like the loathsome cell she had passed the previous night in, her spirits gave way. She uttered one heart-rending shriek, swooned, and was carried down from the dock senseless. Mrs. Green narrated circumstantially to Mr. Green what had taken place in court that afternoon, with a minute exactness, as he sipped his wine after dinner. As she did so, I believe he half repented the prosecution of this poor girl, although not a shadow of a doubt rested upon his mind as to her guilt. He said he thought it was a pity she had not confessed. As the hours rolled on and bedtime approached, and he was about entering the solemnity of night, when I am inclined to think men's better thoughts usually gain the ascendancy, that is, unless the thinker be intent on the perpetration of crime, he confessed that he did not know what to do, that he thought the poor girl ought to have an attorney employed for her, and that he would see his lawyer about it in the morning. Next morning, after having perused his letters, Mr. Green went to consult Mr. Scrowley, his private solicitor, about the engagement of some other attorney for the defense of the girl. Mr. Scrowley, however, put rather a new complexion on the affair. When he heard the previous good character of the accused, when he was informed of her solemn protestations of innocence in the house, when it transpired that the boy had run for a policeman with such pleasant, not to say indecent, haste, and was told that the magistrate was impressed by the girl's declaration of innocence, Mr. Scrowley suggested to his client, Mr. Green, that his servant had possibly been the victim of what is called by thieves a plant, that one of the servants, perhaps that boy, might have been the thief, and might have placed the things in the girl's box for the purpose of directing suspicion upon her. Mr. Green did not think it likely that his attorney was correct, because of the difficulty the boy would have in getting at the room from which the trinkets were taken. But his lawyer, in reply, said he did not think much of such an argument, because thieves found opportunities of getting what they wanted under the most adverse or difficult circumstances. The attorney then suggested that Mr. Green might possibly get into trouble over the matter himself. End of section 10. Read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, January 27, 2024. Section 11 of Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective, by Andrew Forrester. A Romance of Social Life, Part 2. Many reasons, but particularly the last reason, incline Mr. Scrowley to endorse the suggestion of his client that the girl should be provided with legal assistance procured at the cost of the prosecutor. And when this point had been settled, Mr. Green told his lawyer he thought that, after all, the girl had been punished enough, and that he should not have any objection whatever to letting her off, if it could be arranged, although she was an ungrateful and an obstinate minx for not confessing. Mr. Green, who was a somewhat careful, not to say a penurious man, with great reluctance consented to give his solicitor authority to take what steps he might deem necessary, either to pursue or to withdraw from the prosecution, to defend the girl, to unravel the mystery of the case, and to arrange it, if possible, or thought that step expedient. Mr. Green's solicitor at this stage of the business sent for me. I got leave to accompany the attorney who was employed for the defense, acting in the capacity of his clerk, to the house of detention, where we had an interview with the poor girl. It was one of the most painful scenes I have ever gone through. She had completely fascinated the matron and the female warders, who, accustomed to deal uniformly with crime, were slow to believe in any theory of a prisoner's innocence. Yet they believed this girl perfectly innocent, and relying upon my experience of human nature, I almost immediately wrote her down as innocent. It was evident to me, as I told her legal adviser, that a plant had been made upon her. When he came out of the jail, like a blackguard as he was, he said to me, "You must not let the case go off at the next examination, because both you and I ought to have some costs out of it." With difficulty, I was prevented grasping the fellow by the throat. I did, however, suppress my loathing and indignation, and played the hypocrite with him sufficiently to suggest that it would be a good thing if we could get her off at once. There would be more credit attaching to us, I argued, than if the magistrate should commit the girl at the next examination for trial, and some ranting barrister of the Old Bailey school got her off and obtained all the merit. As to costs, I suggested that most likely some arrangement could be made for a fixed sum, so that he might earn as much by a successful defense at the next magistrates' meeting as at the sessions. These arguments had their weight with the attorney, and he soon coincided with me in thinking that we had better bring the case to as speedy a termination as we could. At the suggestion of Mr. Green's own private attorney, I took a note of introduction to him at his house, with a view of consulting him directly on the facts of this case. I was immediately shown into the library, where I found the merchant and his wife talking, and I was led into the drawing-room by Mr. Green, as I thought for the purpose of making a demonstration or producing an effect upon me. We left Mrs. Green in the library. As Mr. Green, in the drawing-room, began to relate to me his conviction of the girl's guilt, my eye rested upon a splendid piano, the lid of which was closed, and, as I afterwards found, fastened, but jammed, in which I thought I saw the corner of a note. "Here," I said to myself, "is a clue. Something has been concealed in that piano for the purpose, I dare say, of removal to the pawnbrokers or assayers hereafter." In imagination I dimly perceived, through the walnut tree lid of the piano, something wrapped in that envelope of which a corner was palpably visible. I did not venture to disclose my thoughts at once to Mr. Green. I did not know what effect any surprise might have upon him. I did not know that he might not spoil my game by some indiscretion on his part, if abruptly let into an explanation, etc. I let him talk, and I talked, but I thought also none the less. Thus I mused as we chatted. Could that be a corner of an envelope, or was it a stray fragment of paper? It might, or it might not be a clue. It might be nothing after all, but an accidental bit of paper, or perhaps one of Mrs. Green's domestic accounts, laid there by her thoughtlessness. No, it was a clue. It might not be a trinket. It might be a letter. I was perplexed and tantalized, and even, let me confess it, impatient to get that piano unlocked. But Mr. Green, might he seek to destroy the clue in order to make good his consistency if it led, as I had no doubt it would, in a contrary direction to that his suspicions had taken? Towards the end of the interview we had this conversation. "Can you, sir, bear any sudden revelation touching this matter, which may, perhaps, show that you are wrong in your suspicions?" I asked. "Sir," said Mr. Green, "I am an honest and upright man. I don't think I am wrong. But if you can show me that I am wrong, I am the man to confess so, and to make every reparation in my power." "No doubt, sir, but you must pardon my caution. Gentlemen, when surprised, are not always so discreet as on ordinary occasions, and it must be an unpleasant thing to feel that you have been made a party to the punishment of an innocent person for a thief's crime." Mr. Green had before this seriously looked at the possibility of its turning out that his servant had been injured by him. He had comforted himself by the notion that, as he had acted bona fide, no great blame could attach to him, and if such discovery were made, he had determined to pursue the honorable course of restoring the injured girl, as far as he could, to her place in society. He assured me again of that fact. "Then," I continued, "you will place yourself entirely in my hands pending this investigation. I shall ask you to let me search this house from top to bottom, and in every nook and cranny." Mr. Green scarcely liked that. I somewhat surprised him, and threw him for a moment in embarrassment. "I hardly think that necessary," he said. "I do," I said, "and you know I have had much experience. I am afraid that time enough has been already given for the destruction of some traces of guilt. But I am sure that every hour facilitates the destruction of others." "As you will then, sir," said the merchant. "Then I will again ask you to fortify yourself against the discovery of anything surprising, to act with reserve, and I would implore you not to get up a scene in my presence. If the lad or your other female servant should, as the result of my investigations, be hunted down this evening, I shall ask you to take no steps for his or her punishment, or until you have had time for reflection. In the meantime, I will take care of the proofs." "Be it so then, sir." "I propose to begin the search in this room, as we are here." "Yes, sir." I stepped to the piano, and was about raising the lid, which of course did not open at my desire. "Have you the key of this piano?" "No, my wife has it. You had better ask Mrs. Green for it, sir." He called his wife in. "My dear," he said, "this gentleman is a private detective. I have told him that we are anxious for the fullest investigation, and shall be glad, indeed, if your servant in custody can be found innocent, although I feel that is totally impossible. Still, he thinks he will be able to get some evidence that will divert suspicion from Eliza to one of the other servants." "Well," observed Mrs. Green, "it is an unpleasant thing to have one's house pulled about in this way, but I suppose it cannot be avoided." I nodded assent to the lady's speech. "Will you let me have the key of this piano?" I inquired. "The piano, sir?" she said falteringly. "That is my piano. What do you require the key of that for?" And the color came and went from her olive countenance in a way that told me I had discovered the real thief in the merchant's wife. A train of thought passed through my mind as rapidly as messages are conveyed by the harnessed lightning over housetops, beneath the solid earth or under the sea. This was a curious little instance of kleptomania. The poor wife's morbid secretiveness, acquisitiveness, or whatever a phrenologist might call the organ, was in large excess. I pitied her. Could I here abandon the search and leave the poor lady's crime a mystery or an undetected fact? No, that would not do. She at least had permitted the servant, my client, to be accused. I knew the depth of a woman's cunning. I know how tenaciously one will cling to the outward forms of respectability and of virtue. I know how horribly unscrupulous a criminal at bay, with the chance of setting the dogs of the law on the wrong scent, could be. To relax in my vigilance would be fatal to my innocent client, whose late mistress, the real thief, would forge other proofs of the guilt of the guiltless. Why did I reason to myself thus? Does not innocence tremble and lose its self-possession under the remotest suspicion of an offense? Does not guilt, as a rule, maintain its self-possession and look with a bold front upon the perils of its situation? Yes. Ordinarily, I see in embarrassment an indication not of guilt, but of innocence. But in Mrs. Green's case there was a firmness with the embarrassment. There was an expression which I cannot describe in words. There was a dread of me visible in the attempt to hide that fear. There was an indescribable something which operated on my mind as moral evidence. "I won't press for the key, madam, if you are unwilling to let me have it." "I am unwilling only, sir, because I think it an impudent request." "Madam," I replied, "no request can be impudent which is explained by the fact that I am collecting evidence to rescue innocence from ruin and shame." "I shall not give you the key of my piano." "Again, madam, I say I will not press you for it, but I will state, in the presence of your husband, that I think it necessary to know what is contained in that piece of furniture." Mr. Green was thunderstruck and bewildered to the verge of insanity. A light dawned upon his mind, of which I was then unconscious. He recollected, as he shortly after told me, that not a week before, having entered the drawing-room in order to meet his wife on his return from the city, about half an hour before his usual time, he found her sitting by the piano. She heavily closed the lid of it as he opened the door. It was a minute or two after this light dawned upon him before he recovered his self-possession enough to open his mouth. His first silent inquiry, then, was how to save his own humiliation by covering his wife's disgrace. But this desire mingled with indignation and disgust that she, so well provided for, even to the matter of pin money, should rob her own home. It was, he argued, criminal insanity. Yet he must dissemble and baffle me if he could, he thought. "I don't see what you want to open my wife's piano for, or why you can wish to inspect the piece of paper, if it be a piece of paper, you see, which I am not certain about." "Mr. Green," I said solemnly, "I shall insist upon opening that piano. I shall break it open if the key is not given me. I have a trust reposed in me than which nothing can be more solemn or stern. It is my habit, sir, to do my duty, and in the present case no earthly consideration of profit or reward would induce me to forego the slightest clue to the vindication of the woman whose fate, I may say, is in my hands." The situation was a very awkward one for all parties. I thought the better plan would be to take upon myself the first action, and thus relieve Mrs. Green from any further refusal to produce the key, by taking from my pocket a small instrument sufficiently powerful to break the lock. I did this, and neither husband nor wife ventured to resist me. As I lifted the lid, a letter became visible. Mrs. Green snatched at it, endeavoring to grasp it off the keyboard of the instrument. I had anticipated such an act on her part, and as she felt the resistance of my right arm, I took it with my left hand. "That is a letter of mine, sir." "It may be, madam, but I must know the contents." "Do you allow that?" she inquired of her husband. "I am entitled," he said, "to my wife's letters. They are surely not your property, but mine." "I have no dispute, sir, about the property in the letter, but its contents, I suspect, belong to an unfortunate young woman now lying in prison on a charge of which I take her to be as guiltless as you are." "I don't know how you propose to make that out," said the wife. "Nor do I, in frankness I may admit," was my rejoinder. "Yet no, but I think this letter will help me to the solution of the whole mystery of the case." Again it appeared to me that I must extricate the merchant and his wife from momentary difficulty by some action on my part. "I shall," I said, "keep this letter until next Monday, when, if you insist upon it, it shall be handed over to the magistrate. But in strictness I must say I think I ought to read it at once, and, if I afterwards see fit, hand it over to the prisoner's attorney." "I don't," said Mr. Green. "You must give it up to me." His wife also vehemently claimed it. "With all respect to you, sir, and to you, madam, I shall take the responsibility of detaining it." The husband, who all this while had been a prey to intensely painful emotion, then desired his wife to leave us alone, saying that he would manage me, and after considerable hesitation she did so. As she left the room, I thought I could distinctly trace, in the lines of that pretty countenance, the external signs of a mind racked with the agony of crime. When she had left, I took a chair, and Mr. Green did the same. "This letter, sir," I said, "may be an ordinary one, containing nothing that can affect the unfortunate prisoner's case. And if so, I shall be perfectly prepared to hand it over to you at once. But I shall now ask, if you please, as a matter of courtesy, to permit me to read it." "A letter of my wife's, sir?" "Yes, a letter of your wife's. And I can promise you no secrecy about its contents until I know what they are. If these contents be not essential to the interests of the prisoner and do not call for its use, whatever be the secret this letter embodies, no living soul will get the least idea of that secret from me. If, on the other hand, it will furnish a material link in the evidence of that unfortunate girl's innocence, no considerations, no regard to the position, circumstances, or happiness of you will induce me to abstain from using it in a way to secure her liberation." "I think you should let me read it first," said the husband in terror. "You must allow me to reverse the order of perusal. I must read it first." Mr. Green rose and paced the room. I sat musing and observing him. At last he turned and said, "I know I can rely upon your judgment, sir." He sat down beside me. I read the letter in tones loud enough for him to hear, but let no sentence or word of it pass through the keyhole of that drawing-room door. We drew our chairs closer together as I read the letter. It was addressed to the merchant's wife, in the handwriting of the party with whom the prior attachment of her heart had been contracted, from whom it had never been severed. She had in vain sought to wean her affections from him as soon as she received the proposal from her present husband, but it was useless. Cold, cynical, calculating, as she had been rendered by stern experience, there was yet in her breast sufficient of that element of human love to bind the attachment of her purer days. She did not muster courage for a long while to apprise the lover of her intended marriage. When she did so, he received it with what he called philosophical resignation. He professed to resign her, and no doubt did resign her to what he said and conceived would be a more satisfactory marriage. It was, however, agreed between the lovers that their acquaintance should continue on the basis of friendship, but neither of them being led by high and lofty sentiment, being indeed both of a somewhat inferior nature, they were incapable of maintaining that cold relationship which even better minds might have found it no easy task to preserve in its frigid integrity. The attachment of friendship ripened into criminal love before the merchant took the lady to the altar. That criminal relationship continued after marriage. Misfortune fell upon the lover nearly as soon as good fortune was realized by the woman intended for his wife, who had become the wife of another. He applied to her to assist him with her purse. She did this with all she could obtain from her husband, saved from domestic outlay. The demands upon the wife from this source, however, increased with her freedom or desire to satisfy them. Money, easily and ill-gotten by the paramour from his mistress, was lightly spent. What had been asked for in the first instance in tones of humble supplication was ere long demanded under threats of exposure. The letter taken from the piano demanded the sum of £10, in order that the writer might satisfy what he was pleased to call a debt of honor within 3 days. He must, he said, have the money, and he would have it. The wretch had the brutal audacity to say to this unfortunate woman in his power, "You have more to suffer by exposure than I have, and look out if you don't let me have the money." This amount the wretched woman could not procure. She had about a week previously supplied him with a like sum, and his demands upon her had of late been so heavy that she had been in daily apprehension her husband would discover the malversation of the funds he had supplied her with to keep his house. Bills which she professed to have paid remained unsatisfied. Several hundreds of pounds had been diverted from their legitimate application. She had, therefore, on this occasion, as she had done on some other occasions when similarly situated, given him the material by which, through the pawnbroker, or in some such mode, he might raise the money he required for his unhallowed purposes, and be once more extracted, through his criminal hold over the mind, conscience, and body of the wife, the cash to expend in debauchery. The watch and chain, and some other trinkets, had been given by the wife to her paramour, and by him disposed of. The effect which this letter produced upon the merchant may be more easily conceived than described. It is enough to say that this tolerably strong-minded man, who had so well played his part throughout the interview I have at such length described, here broke down, completely unnerved. He put himself under my guidance and quitted the house with me that evening, leaving Mrs. Green therein alone. Mr. Green and I had a meeting on the following day at the office of his solicitor, to whom I handed a copy of the letter, and I also supplied a copy to the attorney for the prisoner. It was arranged between Mr. Green's solicitor and his client that a person should be sent up to take immediate possession of the house at Kentish Town, which he had evacuated on the previous night. The man, on his arrival there, discovered that Mrs. Green had fled. She took her departure early that morning. She left no article behind that was easy of removal. A somewhat extensive wardrobe was packed in boxes. All the articles of jewelry that were easily convertible into money she also took. Mr. Green had, at my suggestion, left her 10 checks, drawn upon his private bankers for £5 each, and each post-dated 7 days apart. These, of course, she took with her. She left no address behind her. She took neither of the servants for companionship. Whither she had gone to nobody knew, nor did I care. There was a meeting between the solicitor for the prosecutor and the solicitor for the prisoner, in confidence and without prejudice. Communications were, under this shield, freely exchanged. The poor girl was told that an application would be made for her release when next taken before the magistrate, under circumstances that would be afterwards explained to her. She was further informed that her master was confident of her innocence, that the guilty person had been traced, but would not be prosecuted. For the injury she had received at his hands, which he was sorry to confess was the consequence of his rash impulses, he asked her forgiveness, which she readily granted him. At the next examination before the magistrate, the prosecutor's solicitor, who appeared for the first time, said that the case had been investigated since the former meeting, and that he would ask his worship's permission to be allowed to withdraw from the prosecution. The magistrate at once turned to the prisoner's solicitor, asked whether he had any objection to that course, and received for reply that his client had no objection to her release without conditions. The poor girl was accordingly liberated, and taken away under the care of a relative, in whose hands means were placed for her immediate, comfortable provision. Mr. Green provided those means. Of Mrs. Green I have since heard. Indeed, I had another engagement to trace her, the clue to which was furnished by herself. She employed an attorney about 2 months after her flight from Kentish Town, who waited upon the private solicitor of her husband, and implored him, on the ground of humanity, to let her have money. The advocate begged him to think of the discredit that would attach to Mr. Green if the woman who bore his name were reduced to distress, absolute privation, and perhaps the workhouse. After several consultations with his solicitor, Mr. Green declined to allow anything. He professed a total unconcern as to what became of the worthless woman, and in reply to a menace then delicately put forward or hinted by her legal adviser that she would be a source of annoyance to her husband, Mr. Green's solicitor informed his professional friend that his client would not scruple to hand her over to the police if she did so. So ended the negotiation. Some time had rolled away since the liberation of the prisoner. Mr. Green continued to take considerable interest in her welfare. He frequently visited the residence of her aunt at Camberwell and betrayed an almost tender solicitude about the girl. In fact, tender is the right part of speech to use as the qualification of solicitude in this case. The merchant called upon his solicitor one day and had a long conference with him. Without taking the reader through from the beginning to the end of that private conference, I may inform him that Mr. Green was determined that Sir Cresswell should rend asunder the bonds which had been forged by Hymen or the Church of England minister if legal evidence of the infidelity of his wife could be produced, and he imagined there would be very little trouble in getting it. The letter which had been discovered in the piano would of course be very important, but was not sufficient in itself. I was accordingly employed, and following up such traces as I apprehended would lead me on her track. I was not a great while before I discovered that Mrs. Green had become one more unfortunate, parading Waterloo Place every night, at present decked in the garments which Mr. Green, her husband, had purchased, and I further learnt that out of the proceeds of her sin she was maintaining the prior attachment. When all this evidence had been collected and laid before Dr. Jinks, a very accomplished lawyer, as I have seen cause to know, who practices in the court till recently presided over so ably by Sir Cresswell, and when his opinion had been written upon a case, to the effect that there was no doubt the court would grant Mr. Green a divorce from his adulterous wife, that gentleman called upon Eliza's aunt and explained to her that he felt bound to mark at once his sense of the merit and virtues of her niece, and his desire to make the amplest reparation in his power for the injuries inflicted upon her, by offering to place her in the position of her late mistress as soon as the legal ceremonies clearing the way had been effected. The court readily granted a divorce. The opposition on the wife's part was but a sham resistance. It was an attorney's defense that would never have been made if the law, in its kindly regard for woman under all circumstances, had not allowed her, although demoralized, to dip her hands in an injured husband's pocket for the costs of any pretended resistance to his prayer, as well as for alimony during the litigation. As soon as Mr. Green issued his citation, he had to allow his wife at the rate of £600 per annum until he got his decree for a dissolution of the marriage, and he had also to pay her attorney £150, 4s. 6d. These monies were paid, and these processes having been gone through, and after further waiting the time prescribed by law for the other side, that is, for Mrs. Green, to appeal against the court's decision, no such appeal having been attempted, the adulterous woman was no longer entitled to the use of the merchant's name. She ceased to be, in the eye of the law, in any respect his wife. And Eliza became Mrs. Green, under the sanction of law and of the established Church of England. End of section 11, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, January 29, 2024.
Section 12 of Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Charles Conover. Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective, by Andrew Forrester. The Virtue of an American Passport. I was once employed to track an absconding bankrupt and hand him over to the tender mercies of a criminal court. There was nothing in the case, as it appeared on my instructions, to distinguish it from a host of other cases. It had not even the merit of difficulty to lend it interest. I made sure of catching my man with little trouble, as I did, and as I will point out. The affair, however, took a rather curious turn in the sequel, as the reader will perceive. The bankrupt had been a trader in Liverpool. He had not been in business there more than 10 months, but had contrived, during that short period, to contract debts to the extent of £84,000. I don't know in what line he traded. I believe in many, or in all lines. He professed to be a believer in homely saws and the philosophy they embody. He would not object at any time, he said, to turn an honest pound in any way. He therefore bought all that came within the range of his credit, from rags and hempen fragments to jewelry, and from tallow to diamonds. I don't know where he traded to especially. I believe that he sold more in the home market than abroad, although he talked largely about consignments, bills of lading, and so forth. If he had a skill for getting credit, he had a genius for disposing of goods. He was also an expert at what is called hypothecating, a process which, for the unenlightened, I may explain to be as like pawning as any one thing can be like another. A peculiarity of his business was that he always bought on acceptance and for credit. He always sold for cash on delivery. Hence he frequently, if not always, traded at a loss. He was sometimes so unlucky as not to be able to get half as much in cash for things as they had cost him in bills. Such trading as this, the reader may think, would soon come to an end. It is quite clear that such trading must end in bankruptcy and ruin to someone, or to more than one. It is not, however, so sure that this mode of carrying on business would overtake ruin speedily. Our American bankrupt lasted 10 months, and it is the opinion of many well-informed persons that he might have gone on for 3 or 4 years, if he had calculated well and held his ground boldly. How was that to be done? Easily. There is a process which I have heard scientifically described as widening the ratio. That would have done it. Suppose that a man in trade loses £500 upon the business of £1,000, which is about the proportion in our Yankees business or its results. Suppose that he wants to spend, and therefore does spend, the £500 on himself. Is he bound to stop payment at the end of that partial experiment and treat the problem as one therein solved? No. He may double his business and losses, and still keep right in a familiar sense of that nice phrase. If he should trade to the extent of £2,000 and lose £1,000 upon it, he will be able to pay off the first credits out of the net proceeds of his second series of operations. And all the people who get their money, noticing also the activity of his business, will sound his praises as a rising merchant, an upright man, a punctual tradesman. To live during the second series of operations out of them, they should, however, be extended to £3,000 or £4,000 instead of £2,000. And nothing is much easier than to do this. Keep on paying each bill as it falls due, no matter at what sacrifice, by the forced sale of goods, or by discounts at any rate of interest. And there will be no difficulty about widening your ratio of trade. until you are entitled to a place in that category of worthies which Mr. David Morier Evans has culled and put together in his work entitled Facts, Frauds, and Fallacies. Someday the bubble will burst, I know, but the ball may be kept rolling for a series of years on this plan. It is just possible that a hitch may stop the machinery. There are accidents against which no human foresight can guard. And if the bright, pleasant road to ruin gets blocked up, you may, in the side paths, encounter a policeman who will lead you to a judge and a prison, or a hulk. That I take to be one of the inevitable contingencies, which any swindler will look fairly in the face, avoid it if he can, and if not, then meet it with calmness and resignation. The Yankee did not, however, as I am told, understand this practical method of commercial swindling, and he would have inevitably come to grief if he had been an Englishman. The reader may as well bear that little fact in mind. A great man once observed that, although many persons resolve to live by their wits, the vast majority of those who tried the experiment got half-starved by a scarcity of the material for that sort of existence. The penal clauses of the new Bankruptcy Act are also to be kept in view as things to avoid, for I see by the Old Bailey intelligence they are being enforced with terrible severity. If caught and discovered offending against any of the primary canons of mercantile jurisprudence, the weight of punishment is heavy. The reader must also not forget that, although he gives the criminal law and its officers no hold over him, he may encounter cantankerous or savage creditors who, not satisfied with the loss they may have already incurred through him, will throw away more good money, not after bad cash, but in order to punish what they conceive a bad man. They may hunt him down to disgrace and beggary, hold him up to scorn and ignominy, in violation of the pure Christian theory which bids us, live and let live, never ceasing until he has no certain and regular mode of existence left, except begging letter-writing, holding horses at the west end of the metropolis, hawking ballads, vending penny newspapers, retailing vegetables or fruit or stationery, or a life of idleness in a union workhouse. But I am moralizing, preaching, or sermonizing, instead of telling my story. Well, Mr. Adam Driver had run his career in 10 months. During this time, it was believed that he had, however, to use a vulgar term, made a purse, or feathered his nest. He had realized considerable sums by hypothecating and selling goods, getting advances on bills of lading and so forth. Where the money had gone to, his creditors were anxious to know. They believed he could pay 20 shillings in the pound. As a matter of fact, he didn't pay 1 shilling in the pound. Adam Driver, merchant, dealer, and chapman, as he was described in legal processes, was adjudicated a bankrupt. He didn't surrender. Perhaps, if his creditors had had an adequate idea of the dignity of American citizenship, or the sanctity of the Stars and Stripes, or the potency of the meanest recognized Yankee diplomat, they would never have offered such an affront as they did through Mr. Driver and his bumptious nation. The Yankee merchant and citizen, as I have said, didn't surrender to his adjudication in obedience to a printed and written summons which he received. He treated that big, broad slip of paper with gross verbal contempt. Yet he thought it inexpedient to stay in Liverpool. That fine town was too hot for him. He therefore shifted his quarters to London, before the day limited for his appearance in the Liverpool District Court of Bankruptcy. When in London, he said he thought he might as well enjoy himself, and this notion carried him further from the late scene of his enterprise than the British metropolis. He turned his back disdainfully upon the land over which Queen Victoria's metaphorical scepter sways. He went by rail and steamboat to the continent of Europe. Almost as soon as Mr. Driver left the shores of the Mersey, I was desired to bestow upon him my attentions. I supplied him with an unseen guard of dishonor. His movements were watched until he landed at the port of... Here, as no instructions to arrest him on the continent were given me, he was left. The principal creditors of the bankrupt determined to follow him. He was now an outlaw. The time for his surrender had expired. A warrant that would run into France could be obtained for his arrest and for his removal to this country. The requisite processes, or those which able lawyers thought sufficient, were obtained and placed in my hands. I went over myself, and one of the Liverpool gentlemen was my agreeable companion. In obedience to the wishes of my employer and associate, I consented to go with him to the office of the British consul. The British consul was a high and mighty man in his own esteem, and he snuffed me out in the grandest style. I could not help admiring the art with which this servant of the British crown reduced me, from the height of my legitimate self-respect to the nothingness he thought my true status. "They manage things differently in France than what they do in England, sir, I can tell you. Now, leave the matter all to me, sir, till the fellow's captured, and you have him again in England." I and my friend retired to the passage of the consul's office, which was a small room, to confer on the subject. The consul also had a conference in his office with his man of all work, whose name I afterwards ascertained to be Boggy. At this conference, I agreed to allow the consul to take his own course of action in France, and I was to merely assist when asked to render aid. "Well, my man Boggy shall go and see whether the fellow is at this moment in the port. Boggy will soon ascertain that." Boggy's palm was crossed with a golden coin, which bore an effigy of England's queen, to stimulate his zeal in the execution of her laws. The Frenchman was not long in discovering Mr. Adam Driver's whereabouts. He came back to announce that the man we wanted was unsuspectingly smoking a meerschaum at the Anglo-American Hotel. Now to seize the villain. I was ready, and the defrauded creditor was intensely anxious for the fellow's capture. "Nay, nay," said the consul. "We must go to the commissary of police. I must pay his fees. It will not take long to get through the ceremonies, but it will cost money to arrest the scoundrel. Nothing is done in this country, sir, without money." "What will be the amount of the fees, do you suppose?" asked my client. "I can't say exactly. About £16 or £17. You had better let me have 20, and I can return you the balance." Boggy here threw his mercurial eyes at the consul, and then at me, and then at my client. This had the desired effect. "Never mind about the change. I don't object to giving £20, handing over the money, "for the villain's capture. You can let this good man have the balance," said the gentleman from Liverpool. Boggy, with glistening eye and with triumphant mien, led the way. I followed with my companion. We passed into and out of several mysterious offices. Our warrant and other papers were scrutinized with tedious minuteness. Boggy seemed at home and at ease with the minor officials, and to have a becoming veneration for the big wigs. At length we quitted the headquarters of the commissary, and our procession looked readily formidable as we marched towards the Anglo-American Hotel. There were 6 gendarmes, a sergeant at their head, Boggy in their rear, and 2 Englishmen in the rear of the British consul's Frenchman. As we passed along the quay, we observed, not far from the Anglo-American Hotel, and with steam up, ready for her departure, a vessel bound for a distant American port. "He is going away by that ship, is he?" chuckled the Frenchman. "See, here he comes," the lively man continued to exclaim. He was quite right. There, at a few yards' distance, was Mr. Adam Driver, merchant, dealer, and chapman, late of Liverpool, an absconded bankrupt. He was walking coolly down to the quay, smoking his cigar, and about to take his departure in the vessel we had noticed. At a suggestion from Boggy, the sergeant arrested the English bankrupt. The creditor and the debtor exchanged a very few words, not of mutual compliment. "I guess you've made a grand mistake, my good gentleman," said Mr. Driver with a strong nasal accent, which had never been remarked in Liverpool, as if anxious to supply the evidence of his nationality and save the trouble of being asked for it. Up to this moment, neither the creditor nor I had any idea that he was not an Englishman and a subject of the Queen's. "What do you mean, sir?" asked the sergeant of the gendarme, in tolerably good English. "Why, I guess you know that I am an American citizen, and mind now, I warn you, sir, not to annoy me for the delight of those confounded Britishers." The officer looked at us. "He is an English bankrupt subject, to the jurisdiction of our laws, and a felon," I observed. "I calculate that's very tall talk, all that, and when you catch me back in that old country of yours, you may be all right, I dare say. But I tell you, sir, that if you keep me here till after that ship's gone, you'll have a very pretty penny to pay, that you will, I reckon." "You must come with us to the mayor," the sergeant said. "Oh, I guess if you say I must, that I must. But here, look, here is my passport. It's all fair and square, you see. Now, mind what you do to an American citizen, that's all I tell you now." The hissing of the steam increased. "Now, I guess," he continued, "that you'll take me first to the consulate of the United States, won't you?" "No, to the mayor." He looked around wistfully and took out a 10-franc piece from his pocket. "Who is there will go to the consul of the United States and tell him that an American citizen wants his protection. Ask him to come to the mayor before that steamship there can go away." Boggy grasped the piece of money. "Yeah, I don't mind doing that. An Englishman in trouble would like to have his consul's advice. That's only right." Away Boggy ran to fetch the guardian of the Stars and Stripes, as cheerfully as he had devoted himself to Mr. Driver's discovery. 3 minutes took us to the mayor. The American consul was there as soon as we were. The British consul was not there. The mayor heard what the bankrupt and his consul had to say, and then ruled that there was no ground to justify the further detention of the bankrupt, who was protected by the passport of his nation. He could certainly not be given up under the English warrant, and he should not detain him unless his accusers could enter into sufficient recognizances, available in France, to indemnify the accused. We had nobody present to enter into the required bonds. The extent of the risk was an unknown quantity, and the vagabond was set loose. As he parted from us, he put his fingers to his nose and whistled a bar of Hail Columbia. He picked out a fusee from his pocket, then lit his cigar, and with a degree of speed compatible with an air of mock stateliness, the blackguard walked down to the quay, then on board the ship as she let slip her hawser. We were neither of us very well pleased at the result of this excursion. It was impossible to resist the mortification of seeing the blackguard slip through our hands, as we thought we had him effectually in our grasp. We did not return to the consulate of Her Britannic Majesty. We stayed only about another hour in France to refresh ourselves, as there was a vessel then about to start for England, and we were desirous of getting home. There is a moral to this story which politicians may relish, and I am therefore about to add material out of which a member of Parliament might make a reputation. I have disguised the names and localities of the actors in this little international mercantile drama. It may, however, be worthwhile to add that the facts are substantially and, with the specific exceptions I name, literally correct. If any member of Parliament or noble lord wants the real name and address of the consul, I am at liberty to give it. If he wants the real names of any other actors in this little drama, I can and am at liberty to supply them. On our return homewards, we discussed the conduct of the consul, our own consul, in this affair. We were led to doubt the propriety of his taking that money from us. We suspected that he wanted it, not to pay the French police any fees, but to put in his own pocket. We thought that, if our suspicions were accurate, the conduct of the consul was scandalous. I made inquiries. In a letter from the Commissary of Police, I was informed that the French officers were not permitted to take fees, and that not 1 sou had been paid to a gendarme out of the £20 taken from us. By direction of the local French authorities, proceedings against the British consul were taken in a local court. He disputed the jurisdiction of the French tribunals. He set up his consulship in bar of the suit. On this purely technical point, the merits of the case being taken from under the control of the court, an appeal went up to a court of appeal. The consul's plea, in bar of jurisdiction, was held to be a good one. The French judges held that the defrauded person, being an Englishman, and the alleged offender, being an English consul, the remedy was by an application to the Foreign Office in London. Memorials, setting forth all the merits or demerits of the case, and setting forth the miscarriage of justice in the French courts, accompanied by newspaper reports of the arguments and the decisions, were laid before a late Foreign Secretary. The answer to this memorial and evidence was that, as the case had been taken before the French courts and decided upon, his lordship saw no reason to interfere. Further explanations were offered, re-arguing that the merits of the case against the consul had not been heard, that he took effectual means to prevent these merits from being touched by the French courts, and that the case was indeed remitted from French law to British diplomacy. Still, almost word for word, and to the same precise effect was the answer. A third application, further endeavors to show the Foreign Office its duty, elicited only an answer, almost word for word, and to the same precise effect. So the matter was dropped, and it now lies where it was dropped a few years since. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective by Andrew Forrester. Who was the greatest criminal? About 6 years ago, a detective officer, in the employ of the regularly constituted authorities whose local habitation is Scotland Yard, Westminster, was directed to track a young delinquent who had, it was said, forged the autograph of his master, a tradesman in the borough of Southwark. The search was not a very difficult one. The culprit, who had only defrauded someone of £50 by that operation, I dare say thought he had got possession of an inexhaustible fortune, or I should say rather that he acted as if he thought so. It is said that thieves, I mean strictly professional thieves, who have either been born and bred to the craft of robbery, or who have served an irregular apprenticeship thereto, look with cool deliberation at the risks and contingencies of every enterprise, weigh its profit or loss, and are careful not to load the adverse scale of probabilities by rashness or indiscretion. This is, I believe, the case with regular thieves. It is not the case with those who are betrayed by impulse or necessity into the commission of a single crime. Fast men, clerks, shopmen, and the like, when they rob a till, steal a few pounds' worth of goods, or even perpetrate a forgery, act in the most foolish way imaginable. In most cases they aid the task of their discovery, if they do not entirely lay open the secret of their crime. The case I am describing illustrates one half of my theory, and shows the truth of an old saw which affirms that ill-gotten money does no good to the possessor. The means of the fraud or forgery were procured by the criminal on the Monday afternoon. On the Tuesday morning he made use of them. He did not on that day put in an appearance at his situation, and his absence was immediately remarked. An inquiry was made, by his master's directions, at his lodgings, and it was ascertained that he had not slept there since the Monday night. His landlady was as uneasy about him as his master, perhaps more so. She was starting to make inquiries concerning him, when inquiries were made of her on the subject. The good woman, a widow, who was the mother of a family, all grown up to man and woman's estate and off her hands, dreaded that some harm had come to her lodger. These forebodings of evil took no definite shape. That is to say, 100 different forms of peril, misadventure, and suffering crowded so rapidly on the kind-hearted woman's brain that they became merged and confused. But her suspicions never traced the fact, nor anything like the reality. The master of the young man, so far unlike the landlady, was not troubled by many thoughts about his clerk. All that gentleman said or thought about him may be put into a few short sentences. He said he was a blackguard, and that he should never have a character from him. That was a rascally shame to leave him in the lurch without the slightest notice, that he ought to be punished, as artisans are in the manufacturing districts, for neglecting his work and breaking his contract for service. Yet, argued the master, there are plenty of fish in the sea as good as were ever caught. I dare say I can get another clerk after all any day at 15 shillings per week, quite as good as that fellow. When Mr. Thinshanks comes back whining for me to employ him, he'll find that I won't. That's all. No, it isn't all either. I shall just tell him a bit of my mind as well. I'll kick him out of my counting-house and tell him to go to blank. Well, never mind where, my readers. It wasn't Botany Bay, nor Woolwich, nor Portsmouth, nor Millbank, nor Pentonville. that the metaphor or expletive assigned as his destination. Perhaps your imagination, reader, will spare me all excuse for sullying my pages by mentioning the locality, which some original mind has said is not fit to name or write, to ears or eyes polite. In Wednesday morning's Times there appeared an advertisement which informed the readers of the leading journal that Mr. Crapp wanted, as clerk, a single young man of good education, quick at accounts, who wrote a superior hand, of unquestionable sobriety, strict honesty, and enjoying one or two minor qualities. These must be vouched by undeniable references. The salary offered by Mr. Crapp was 15 shillings per week. 300 applicants wrote to J.C., Mr. Crapp's initials, at the post office adjacent to his place of business in the course of Wednesday. On Thursday morning, the employer selected from the lot half a dozen letters and saw as many young men that evening. On Friday, an applicant who had passed through the ordeal by reference, whole and unscathed in body and reputation, was given the stool on which Mr. Thinshanks had been long perched with honour. That day the new clerk received a numerous body of commands. He had been called upon to solemnly declare before Mr. Crapp that he wasn't afraid of work, and the truth of such averment was tested, as far as it could be, in a single day, on the Friday. Among the numerous directions Mr. Crapp gave his new clerk were instructions to write to Messrs. Clockwork and Rigid, politely asking the reason why they had not acknowledged the receipt of the cheque for £50, 4 shillings, and a penny halfpenny, which had been sent them in due course on the previous Monday afternoon. This firm carried on business in the neighbourhood of Shoreditch. It did not take long for Mr. Thinshank's successor to write that and a dozen other letters of equal brevity, and it, with the others, was posted by 11 o'clock on Friday morning. Messrs. Clockwork and Rigid were astonished. They had not received any such cheque, although they had expected to receive one for such an amount from Mr. Crapp. They also knew that the cheque could not have been delivered at, and lost or mislaid in, their establishment. The extreme regularity of all their proceedings, the elaborate system of cheque and counter-cheque, which their genius had many years ago devised and set in motion, enabled them to say at once that the error or accident or wrong, of whatever kind it might be, was not to be laid inside their doors. Further than this they did not care to inquire. The loss, if there was to be a loss, would not be theirs. As a matter of fairness and goodwill as between tradesmen, Messrs. Clockwork and Co. thought it was their duty to inform Mr. Crapp as speedily as they could that his cheque had never reached the firm in Shoreditch. A letter was immediately written and dispatched to Mr. Crapp, apprising him of that untoward fact. Mr. Crapp saw at a glance, as any fool might have done, that between the non-receipt of his cheque by Messrs. Clockwork and Rigid and the disappearance of Mr. Thinshanks there was a link. The money, which ought to have passed from his bankers to the bankers of his correspondents, was that link. He had been robbed of £50, 4 shillings, and a penny halfpenny by that villain Thinshanks. Such base, black, vile ingratitude, after the kind manner in which he had treated that vagabond. He deserved to be hung, quoth his late master, in token of the remnant of that same loving kindness of which he had just spoken. Mr. Crapp dismissed the messenger from Messrs. Clockwork with a formal expression of thanks, which, out of the frame of mind he then enjoyed, it was hard to extract. He determined, although as he said it was a painful duty, to prosecute the villain with the utmost rigour of the law. He put on his hat, and, to speak exactly, he may have been described as having rushed to his attorney's office. That gentleman had left for the day. He he was able to quit the dingy office for a cheerful home at an early hour just now. The incidents I have described took place during that portion of the year so obnoxious to plaintiffs and pleasant to defendants, always except debtors on bills of exchange, who come under the purview of a statute designated by some gloomy wag as the Sudden Death Act. The long vacation, the business on which the client wanted the advice and guidance of his attorney, would not justify an invasion of the home of the latter, so he must necessarily wait until tomorrow. While pausing for the interview between Mr. Crapp and Mr. Croak, the solicitor, will the reader ask himself, had the clerk robbed his master of the £50 4 shillings and a penny halfpenny in question? Perhaps the reader has a judicial mind. I hope he has. Some day he may have to sit on a jury, as no doubt he has already had to do. That frame of mind has enabled him, and will enable him, to discharge his important duties to society as a juryman in a sagacious manner. Well then, the reader, having a judicial mind, can't exactly say. The evidence is insufficient. He will wait and hear what other facts I have to disclose before he gives his decision on the issue I have raised. A wise reservation. Mr. Crapp went home again after his fruitless visit to the attorney's office. He looked critically and suspiciously at his new clerk to see whether he looked like a thief or not, and he did many other things which, as they do not touch the issue just raised, or that raised by the question at the head of this narrative, the reader need not ask me to relate. Mr. Crapp, it may, however, be as well to say, was impatient for the capture of the thief. He reasoned much and seriously with himself on the subject, and came to the conclusion that, if he delayed all action in the matter until the morning, he might be neglecting his duty to society at large. The culprit might escape in the course of that very night to America or some other sanctuary for crime. Too much time had already been given him for defeating the pursuit of British justice. The police ought to be instructed at once. Yes, he would go to the nearest station house and inform the police. He did so. The inspector on duty introduced him to Mr. Sergeant Downey, and that expert thief-catcher and mystery prober took from Mr. Crapp a full, true, and particular account of the matter, as far as the prosecutor could relate it. Sergeant Downey had not much doubt about catching the offender. The young man had the good or ill fortune to possess a marked and individualized countenance and gait. The offence was, in all probability, his first crime. The officer did not think the thief had left the country, nor had he, as the next incidents will show. That night a row took place in one of the haunts of pleasure and vice at the west end of the metropolis. A robbery was committed upon a young man from the country in one of the night houses of the Haymarket, during a squabble between some social evils and fast men who had there congregated. The police, on being called in, seized 2 men on suspicion of having perpetrated the offence. One of them next morning was liberated by the sitting magistrate. His pocket-book, his card-case, and his own explanations warranted his declaration that he was a gentleman and innocent of the robbery. Another, and a young man, was not so fortunate. Having, he said, the fear of the reporter and the newspapers before his eyes, being, he added, unwilling to disgrace his respectable friends, and being withal sure to lose his situation if it transpired that he had spent an evening in such disreputable society, he refused to give his name and address. The victim of the affray could not identify the reticent person as the thief, and was ready to admit the reasonableness of his excuse for secrecy. But the magistrate thought the police ought to know something more than they did about him before he was set at large. It was, the learned gentleman said, very strange that a young man should have about him, in such a place, in banknotes and gold, about £23. Notwithstanding his appeals and protestations, and despite the air of injured innocence he put on, and although the police knew nothing to his disadvantage except his presence at the scene of the robbery and the possession of this money, he was remanded, in order that further inquiries might be made about him. Sergeant Downey paid a visit to the house of detention and was allowed to see the reticent prisoner. The sergeant asked him if his name was not Thinshanks. The prisoner said, no, it wasn't. The officer shook his head in token of doubt about the truthfulness of that denial and grinned sardonically. He went direct from the house of detention to the abode of Mr. Crapp. Both afterwards visited the temporary prison. The plausible sufferer was at once identified by the tradesman as his absconded clerk. Mr. Thinshanks, although sullen and as reticent as ever, was humiliated and crushed by the terrible eye of his late master. Mr. Crapp's solicitor, when first consulted by his client, advised him not to think of prosecuting. Such a step was, he said, unsatisfactory. If the thief were caught, the affair would cost his prosecutor a tidy sum of money, in addition to his present loss, and a world of trouble to boot. The prosecution could not be left in the hands of the police. If so, the scoundrel would, in all probability, escape, and who could tell that he might not then turn upon the kind master he had robbed, and bring an action against him for false imprisonment? If, on the other hand, the prosecution were conducted by Mr. Croak with proper vigour and skill, so as to secure a conviction, as the scoundrel merited, Mr. Crapp would have to pay a bill of costs. He would have to kick his heels for several days about the Surrey Sessions House, the atmosphere of which was physically deleterious. He would sustain discomfort, lose his temper, and impair his digestion, or perhaps his health, in addition to the loss of his money. Mr. Crapp inveighed against the rules and practice of British criminal jurisprudence, because it did not bear all the cost of prosecutions, liberally pay witnesses for their time and trouble, and hold out premiums to loyal men for their energetic pursuit of justice. But, at any necessary cost, and any unnecessary inconvenience or annoyance, he said he was prepared to do his duty by hunting this forger as near to the gallows as such a culprit might be driven. When Mr. Croak was informed that the criminal had been taken, and that upon him nearly half the proceeds of the cheque had been found, the legal gentleman's objections to a prosecution were not so pointed and decided as they had been. He merely observed to his client that the fellow must now be so prosecuted as to ensure his conviction, and he thought, although he did not so say, that the money which Mr. Thinshanks had not dissipated would suffice, in addition to the scanty allowance of the Home Office, to pay the cost of his judicial condemnation. Mr. Crapp, who ostentatiously grieved over the wickedness of the foolish young man, withal begged that, in the interests of outraged justice, Mr. Croak would employ all his eminent skill, and at the same time wished it to be understood that when the trial came off, he desired the counsel for the prosecution would inform the judge, the jury, the spectators, the reporters, the readers of newspapers, and the outer world, that he, Mr. Crapp, the prisoner's kind-hearted master, recommended him to mercy. James Thinshanks was in due course taken before one of the magistrates of Southwark, on the accusation for which he had not been arrested, and the one for which he had been taken up was dropped. At the first examination of the prisoner, Mr. Crapp was represented by a counsel in a stuff gown and very learned in the criminal law of his country. The reader will not care to have a report of his speech when I tell him that it was not worth reporting. Of this scene and its incidents it is enough to say that Mr. Snake, the learned counsel, then attired in stuff but who now wears silk, did not trouble himself to examine the charge sheet, and took the accusation as it had been framed by the police, without inquiring about its accuracy. The evidence was yet, however, of the flimsiest character and scandalously incomplete. The cheque was not in court, and so many other essential ingredients of the case were only conspicuous by their absence that Mr. Snake should merely ask the bench to remand the prisoner. An insignificant fact or two were then given in evidence, and the prisoner, who offered no objection, was remanded for 7 days. He would have acquiesced in a remand for 7 or 10 times 70 months. Much as the stupid and mean thief disliked the house of detention, its diet, and its restraints, he had an intenser dread of what is called a trial, with its inevitable sequel, a conviction. He drew a species or a degree of comfort from the philosophy of Hamlet. He would very much rather bear the ills he had than fly to others which appalled by their very uncertainty. He had not yet arrived at that other stage of criminal philosophy, which a genteel villain named William Rupel found, it is said, in Spain, that draws its only consolation out of knowing the worst. After the first examination of the prisoner, Mr. Snake intimated to Mr. Croak he thought it very desirable to have a consultation as early as possible. Mr. Croak understood, or, not to pay him an undue compliment, he saw that there was something in the suggestion. He therefore endorsed the learned counsel's brief with that potent word consultation, and with the yet more potent figure of 2 guineas. A meeting between attorney and counsel took place that very afternoon at the chambers of Mr. Snake. Mr. Croak attended it himself, and nobody else was there. It was a secret meeting, but I shall take the liberty of drawing aside the veil and letting the reader into this consultation. I shall ask him to prick up his ears, so that he may lose nothing of the conversation, and to concentrate his attention, so that he may understand what he hears. Mr. Croak. Yes, sir? Pray be seated. Thank you, sir. This was the frigid tone of a greeting between the mouthy criminal advocate and the patron attorney who buttered his bread on both sides. I am told that this bumptiousness on the one hand and humbleness on the other is the almost invariable style of intercourse between the technically upper and the technically lower ranks of the legal profession. Much of the power of wig and gown is said to depend upon the maintenance of a relative status in the business of the law. After a moment or two of iciness, Mr. Snake's consciousness of what was due to the attorney warmed him, so he grew polite and more condescending towards his inferior brother and paymaster. You see, Croak, said the great Snake, that it is very important to frame this charge against the prisoner accurately, and I should like to know the real facts of the case, such as can be established in evidence exactly, which I do not yet. Did the prisoner steal a cheque with the amount and so forth filled in, and with his master's signature attached in his master's own handwriting? Or did the fellow steal a blank cheque and fill it in, and sign it with his master's name? The distinction is important to the prisoner himself, because the different facts establish different crimes. But the prosecutor is far more interested, as it seems to me, in this part of the affair than the accused. Pardon me, sir, if I say I don't see that, the attorney ventured to say. Oh, obviously, replied Mr. Snake. If the cheque had been perfectly drawn by the prosecutor, if it had his signature, making the £50, 4 shillings, 1.5 pennies, payable to Messrs. Clockwork and Rigid, or bearer, if it was a complete and genuine cheque, then it is plain that the loss must be borne by Mr. Crapp. It was an act of embezzlement of a cheque, or its proceeds by his own clerk. Suppose, on the other hand, that the prisoner stole a blank cheque and wrote his master's name at the foot thereof, that would be a forgery, and the bank must bear the loss, because they have no right or authority to pay forged cheques. A light entered the head of the attorney. He was lawyer enough to see a point when his microscopic vision had been sharpened, and when the point was held up to him. He told Mr. Snake that he could not distinctly say, he had not positively ascertained from the prosecutor, whether or not the cheque was stolen in blank or after it had been filled up and signed. He would see how the matter stood in this respect, and further instruct Mr. Snake. The attorney afterwards had a conference with his client, in which he endeavoured to expound the law of the case to the prosecutor before he sought to learn how the facts stood. I don't know what the reader may think of this order of proceeding. It strikes me as having not been quite logical or morally correct. It was very like giving Mr. Krapp a hint how he might shape the facts and throw off a burden or loss from his own shoulders to those of the banker. Until, indeed, this result of the legal demonstration was made quite apparent to the prosecutor, he could not be induced to tax his memory about the facts. "You see," said Mr. Croak, "if you really did fill up and sign the cheque, and happened to suffer it to lie about unnoticed for an hour or two, or suppose, after filling it up and signing it, you handed it to Thinshanks to post to Clockworks, and suppose he stole it or cashed it without authority, and appropriated to his own use the proceeds?" "Well, suppose he did. That's what he did do, I dare say," replied Mr. Krapp. "I hope not," rejoined the attorney. "Hope not? What's the use of hoping not? The blackguard's bad enough for anything." "No doubt he is, but you see, if he stole a cheque after you had signed it, we couldn't say that he forged your signature, could we?" "No, I suppose not. But what matters about that? Isn't it as wicked and abominable to steal a cheque signed as it would be to steal one unsigned? If it isn't forgery, it's robbery, felony, isn't it?" Yes, my good Mr. Krapp, but I must speak plainer, I see. I want to find out who is to be at the loss of the money, the £50 odd." "Why, I suppose I must be. Of course, mustn't I?" "I don't know. Let us see how the facts and the law stand. I hope I can show that not my client, but the bank must bear the loss of the cash." "Oh, I see your drift. But how is that to be made out?" "Why, suppose you left your drawer open, just suppose, you know, it had so happened, and that you left your cheque-book available to your clerk." Here the attorney drew breath and looked critically at his client. "Suppose that he tore out a blank cheque and filled it up and wrote your signature under the order to pay. That would be forgery, you know." "Yes, I know that." "Then you would not have to lose the money. The banker would lose it." "Would he?" "Yes, because if he pays a forged cheque, the consequences are his, not yours." Mr. Krapp was bewildered by the strength of his new enlightenment. "Ah, I see. Yes, I wonder how it was. Now, upon my word, Mr. Croak, I can't tell for the life of me at this moment how it was. I'll rub up my memory. I'll let you know tomorrow." The client and attorney parted company. The former, on his return home, at once sent his passbook to the bank and got his account made up. The cheques which had been cashed since the last balancing of his account were of course returned in the passbook, and among them the cheque made payable to Clockwork or Bearer and not crossed. Whoever wrote the signature of John Krapp, there could be no doubt that this date and the amount in words and in figures were written by Thinshanks. This, however, was not remarkable. The clerk usually wrote the body of cheques for his master to sign. Mr. Krapp pondered long and anxiously over the document. He compared the signature John Krapp with the same autograph on other cheques. Did he doubt who had written his name at the foot of that order to pay? No. He knew it was his own writing. He was only looking at it to see whether he could find a sufficient excuse to say it was not his writing. Strangely enough, the John Krapp on this cheque was not exactly like that on the others. This signature was a little more extended or sprawling than his customary autograph. How was that? He recollected perfectly well. He wrote it in a frightful hurry. He had, on the day he wrote it, in the afternoon, promised to take his dear wife, Mrs. Crapp, to the theatre. He was racing through his business that afternoon. It was also very odd that he neglected to cross the cheque. That neglect arose through the same cause. Dare he venture to say, on his oath, with all the consequences of perjury before his eyes, that he had not written John Crapp on that slip of paper? Why not? Who should contradict him? Who could do so? Only Thinshanks. Was that possible? Yes, he might from the dock contradict him, but his evidence could not be taken, and the unlikeliness of the signature was a further guarantee against harm to the prosecutor from such a denial. He, Mr. Crapp, was a respectable man. Could he swear to the lie without blushing? He was afraid not. Yes, he could. He would. He couldn't afford the loss of £50. It was a heavy sum for him to lose. It was a flea bite to Undertales. They were rich beyond computation. He would venture to say it was not his signature and risk discovery. Nobody could give legal evidence to the contrary. That was very certain. At the next examination, Mr. Snake opened the case as one of forgery. The learned counsel argued that the prisoner at the bar had doubtless seized an opportunity, when his master's back was turned, to tear out a blank cheque from the book, had filled up the stump. He had filled up the body of the cheque, which was not unusual, but he had also written his master's name underneath, a course never allowed by Mr. Crapp, never before done by this young man, and which he had no authority whatever for doing. Of course he had not crossed the cheque, which showed his intention to misapply the proceeds, so that he might get those proceeds to dissipate in that haunt of vice from which he had been taken. It was, Mr. Snake proceeded to say, an artful contrivance, and had so well succeeded that his master, guided by the stump cheque, was really led, in the absence of reflection, to suppose that he had, in the usual way, signed the draft itself with his own hand, but on looking carefully at the signature, he immediately saw that, although a clever imitation of his autograph, this John Crapp had never been written by him. He, Mr. Snake, could very well understand how even a bank clerk might, without pausing to compare signatures, honour the forged draft. But the worthy magistrate, or anyone, upon making the comparison between the several cheques he now offered for comparison with the one payable to Messrs. Clockwork, see that it was not in the same handwriting as the others. His highly respectable client would distinctly swear that the signature was forged, and there could be no doubt about it. The case was now complete, or would be when he had laid the evidence he had in court before his worship, and he should ask for the prisoner's committal to the next sessions to stand his trial on the charge he had described. The evidence sustained the learned gentleman's address. The prisoner, who was not a little astonished at the extraordinary blunder of his master, as he thought it, saw no object in explaining how the case really stood. If he could get rid of the proof of the one alleged forgery, that of John Crapp, he could not hope to grapple with the other charge. He saw that the robbery of the cheque and its proceeds could be proved. He did not know the object his master had in swearing that his own signature was not his handwriting, and if he had been informed, the same authority might have told him that his purpose would not have been very effectually served by trying to expose the fraud and villainy of his master. What did happen in the progress of this very remarkable case, the reader will learn. The prisoner's committal was reported in the newspapers. His family, with whom he had not communicated, thus got to know of his situation. They communicated with him. They employed an attorney for him, whose name I shall call Shark. Mr. Shark, who is a notable man in the transpontine region of the metropolis, and looked upon as almost a deity, at least in power or skill, by the criminal heathen across the border, had private interviews with the culprit in his temporary jail. Mr. Shark told his client to make a clean breast of it with him, that he must know the whole truth if he was to do him any good, etc. The unhappy client was as candid as the attorney could wish. He pleaded guilty at this investigation, not of forgery, but of the other offence. He insisted that the John Crap had been written by the hand of his master, in a hurry, as described, and that the neglect to cross the cheque had been the clerk's temptation. He saw that by intercepting the course of the cheque from Crap's to Clockwork's, and that by presenting it at Messrs. Undertale's himself, he could easily get the sum of £50 4 shillings and a penny halfpenny. Under an evil impulse he determined to do so, and was foolish and guilty enough to obey that impulse. The wretched young man declared that he had never before been guilty of a dishonest act. This was, he solemnly protested, his first offence. His whole career had been blasted by yielding to the one temptation. He also poured into the indifferent ear of his legal adviser the story of his wretchedness from the moment when he clutched his ill-gotten money. He had, he said, endured an agony of remorse. In wild excitement he had afterwards, until his arrest, obtained his only relief from the pangs of conscience. Several times he had resolved to throw himself upon the mercy of his late employer, but the savage sternness of that gentleman's character made him tremble on the threshold of that good resolution. Mr. Shark saw at once, and almost admired, the ingenuity of the device adopted by the prosecution for throwing the loss of the money upon the bankers. He did not think it necessary to enlighten his client on this head, and allowed him to indulge the belief that Mr. Crap's evidence contained an involuntary misstatement of fact. He did not, he said to himself, think it any part of his duty to interfere between the prosecutor and his bankers. The prisoner had scarcely any object to gain by the denial of the forgery, and he would assuredly get no one to believe him. This criminal practitioner saw just one use he could make of his client's frank instructions. The threat of an explanation on the one hand, and the promise of silence on the other, might get a strong recommendation to mercy from the prosecutor. Mr. Shark called upon Mr. Croak. What passed at the interview may be guessed at through the result. When at the trial Mr. Snake repeated the speech of which I have given an outline, he added that the prosecutor, who had been convinced that this was the prisoner's first crime, and was anxious that he should have an opportunity of recovering his lost character, instructed his counsel to recommend him to the merciful consideration of the court. The facts were proved, and something more than the facts were sworn to. The jury found the prisoner guilty. The judge, after giving, as he said, full effect to the generous recommendation of the prosecutor, sentenced the culprit to 4 years' penal servitude. The bankers allowed Mr. Crap the amount of the stolen cheque, which had been declared a forgery by the deliberate judgment of a criminal court. About 12 months out of the 4 years of hard punishment allotted to the dishonest clerk had been served in patience and unrepining penitence. He had won the good opinion of warders, governor, and chaplain. He was granted such indulgences as were consistent with the discipline of his prison. He was not unlikely to get a ticket of leave as soon as one could be granted. One evening, amid the calm thoughts which solitude engendered, there came a notion that he ought not to have allowed that error of Mr. Crap's about his own autograph to have gone uncorrected. It was, he had always understood, desirable to tell the truth, if for no special or other reason, for the abstract interests of truth. And, for his own sake, was it not desirable to let the real facts be known? Why should he suffer under the odium of a deeper criminality than he had been guilty of? He determined to speak to the chaplain on the subject. He did so. The chaplain thought he was right in desiring to make these explanations. The reverend gentleman, in his simplicity, said he would write to Mr. Crapp, and so endeavour to lighten the burden of that gentleman's prejudice, and perhaps get his signature to a memorial on his late clerk's behalf. The chaplain, in an accidental bit of wisdom, mentioned the story of the convict to the governor. The governor saw at once, or suspected there had been, an object in Mr. Crapp's evidence, though he hardly knew what it was. His brother-in-law, who was a solicitor, was then on a visit at his house for a couple of days. The whole story was repeated by the chaplain and governor to the lawyer. He traced the successful fraud in his imagination at once. The circumstances were accordingly mentioned to the proper authorities, who directed that the facts should be communicated to Messrs. Undertale, the bankers. The head of the banking firm, who had been so defrauded out of £50, 4 shillings, and a penny halfpenny, consulted their solicitors, and was informed that under the new law of evidence the testimony of Thinshanks could be used in a prosecution against Mr. Crapp, which they recommended as an act of simple justice and for the interests of the banking community. Mr. Undertale's partner was a truly generous man. He shrunk from the destruction of a respectable tradesman, and the firm was by this partner led to hesitate. Mr. Undertale consulted the solicitors again on the subject, and they still thought the firm were bound to prosecute. There were some difficulties about the case. The evidence of the convict might be disbelieved. Mr. Snake, or whoever might be Mr. Crapp's counsel for his defence, would assuredly argue that the convict had, in the solitude of his prison, invented this story in order to gratify a revengeful feeling against the master who, although he had prosecuted him to conviction under a stress of duty, had recommended him to mercy. Yet there were some corroborating facts to be laid before the jury. Experts might testify that the signature was not a forgery. Mr. Crapp's hurry might be sworn to by the convict. His visit to the theatre, which caused it, might be proved. The motive of throwing the loss upon the bankers could be argued. Second thoughts in a counting house at Lombard Street ran in the same direction as in the solicitor's office. It was determined to prosecute Mr. Crapp in the prospect of his conviction for the good of society. Within a few hours of the formation of this opinion, Mr. Crapp fled from his house, and as a living man was never again heard of. The body of a man resembling him was 10 days afterwards washed ashore at Barking Creek. I suspect that Mr. Undertale's partner was led by his excessive generosity to warn the wretch of his peril, that he fled in consequence, and that, dreading capture, shame, and punishment, he committed suicide by drowning. Does the reader wish me to answer the question at the head of this narrative? He is welcome to my opinion, and at liberty to differ from it if it does not please him. I think Mr. Crapp was worse than his clerk. I think that Mr. Croak was a greater criminal than either, but I consider that the vilest knave of the lot was Mr. Snake. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective by Andrew Forrester. A Grand Railway Plant. Does the reader know that all the money taken at a railway station is sent up to headquarters every night? Such is the arrangement. The money is put into a box, constructed as well as may be to render a peculation or robbery on the way difficult, if not impossible, and off it is sent. An advice is of course also sent by the station master or cashier from the particular station to the head office. The money for paying salaries and wages is also sent in a like manner in a reverse course from headquarters to the tributaries from which it originally came. The chief station, terminus, or office is in fact the center of an arterial monetary system. Everything in the form of cash comes in there and goes from there. The mode of paying wages, or at least of conveying the wages from headquarters, is this. In order to guard against robbery or fraud, a list of all the porters, engine drivers, guards, and other servants who belong to or are allotted to each station for payment is sent up to headquarters. On a given day, say Friday or Saturday, this list is taken back to the station by a clerk from the cashier or secretary's office, who also takes with him the sum required to pay all these servants their wages. The clerk makes a journey from one end of the line to the other, depositing as he goes along a parcel of money packed up with the wages list. These parcels are received from the hands of the clerk by someone who is always on the lookout at each place of deposit, with that eagerness or care men usually betray when they expect to obtain the reward of their industry. The arrival of the cash bearer is always either known by fixed arrangement or by a special telegram which is sent down the line. The reader is, I dare say, also quite unaware of the fact that until a year or two ago there existed a gang of the vilest scoundrels, who derived enormous gains by the systematic plunder of railway companies. Their modes of operation were as various as the devices of wicked ingenuity could possibly make them, and their ramifications were astonishing to the most practiced detectives. Their subterfuges, plans, and arrangements furnished me with many a long and lucrative job. In very many cases, it is fair to suppose, when undiscovered or even unsuspected. They brought actions for injuries never received by persons who were never present at collisions or smashes. They made demands for lost parcels which, as an Irishman might be excused for saying, had never been lost. They stole passengers' luggage, they appropriated goods in course of transit, and they had other schemes of plunder. So widely ramified was their machinery that in nearly every large station there would be a confederate, ostensibly doing the company's work, receiving the company's pay, and ranked among the company's faithful servants. On every 9th or 10th train there was a guard who had a connection, either as principal or agent, with the plunderers. At the headquarters of many lines of railway throughout the kingdom, in the secretaries, chief cashiers, and managers' offices of several lines, they had their spies, informers, and associates. The youthfulness of these spies in headquarters was enormous. Take the case of a pretended accident by way of an example. An action was once brought against a company having its chief station in the metropolis. The plaintiff asked damages or compensation for the injuries sustained through a collision. The company did not see its way to resist the claim entirely, but as they considered the amount wanted by the plaintiff to be excessive, they thought it could be reduced by negotiation. £2,000 was the sum originally asked. The plaintiff, however, in the course of the negotiation reduced his expectations to £1,000. This was, his attorney said, the very lowest he would accept. The company's solicitors reported this one day and were authorized to settle by payment of £800 and costs. The company's solicitors thereupon offered £700 as their very highest figure. If this was declined, they must, they said, fight to the end, and see what a jury would give. It was, of course, their intention to spring £100 at the last moment, rather than let the negotiation break down. The plaintiff's attorney, however, in reply to the offer of £700, wrote back to say that he had seen his unfortunate client, who, in order to put an end to dispute and litigation, would take £800, but not 1 shilling less, and added that it was useless to negotiate further if that concession were not met at once by an assent. It did not appear, nor was it at all remarkable, that the negotiation should be thus conducted up to the very point at which the company's solicitors were empowered to settle, but the real cause of the plaintiff's agreement to accept £800 was the information he had received that the sum was the most he could hope to get without passing through the ordeal of a public investigation, a test the gang would always yield much to avoid. It happened, by a singularly fortuitous combination of circumstances, that I had under my vigilant eye at that time a man who was concerned in getting up a forgery. In the course of my watch I saw letters passing to and from the secretary's office of an important railway. It was no part of my business to report the circumstance. To have done so might have spoiled the game I was playing, so I took no notice, or rather made no sign. In less than a week after the delivery of the last letter, about 6 o'clock in the evening, my plot was ripe and I seized my man. Extraordinary inadvertence and wonderful care. He had destroyed one link in the chain I was constructing with his own unconscious aid, but he had preserved one link in another chain of equal value and utility to his other foes. On his person I found a note in cipher, it is true, but written on paper which had an impression of one of the company's seals. The cipher was moreover not so very hard to decipher. A friend to whose skill I paid a deserved compliment in my former volume soon unraveled that mystery. Would the reader like to guess what the letter contained? It was a transcript in cipher of the minute of the board in relation to that case of damage and compensation. A confederate of the gang, or at least one of its spies, actually held a confidential situation in the secretary's office so near to the heart of the company's innermost secrets that he could copy the minutes from the book in which their resolutions were recorded. It was under this guidance the plaintiff instructed the attorney employed by the gang for that action to take his stand upon £800, precisely, and it was through this infamous betrayal of the company's confidence that the plunderers got the money. Of course, I now handed the document over to the company. The money had, however, been paid. My prisoner was found guilty on another charge, so that it was not requisite to prosecute him for the railway fraud. The clerk was also not prosecuted. He escaped that fate under the shelter of his respectable connections. He solemnly assured the directors that he had not participated in the plunder, that the forger was not one of his regular associates, that he had learned the cipher but as an amusement playfully, and that he merely told him the effect of the board's resolution in order that he might induce his friend, the plaintiff, who he supposed had been indeed hurt, not to persist in his excessive demand. The directors believed, or affected to believe, this story. Perhaps they did not like it to transpire that fraud and villainy had nestled in their headquarters, and so near to the very center of their administration. However that may have been, I know that they reprimanded, censured, and dismissed the clerk, and that they abstained from his prosecution. When this young gentleman who had copied the minute was discharged, the company imagined no doubt that they had weeded out the fraudulent elements which tainted their confidence. How great their mistake was will now appear. The matter I am about to speak of occurred only about 12 months after the episode just narrated. It so happened that, at the date of this grand plant, a clerk attached to the chief cashier's office, whose duty it was to convey the wages down the main line, had arranged to take his annual month's holiday and to start on Friday, the day on which he always delivered out the money. "What is to be done about the wages, sir, this week?" the clerk inquired of the chief cashier. "Oh, that's easily managed, Wilson," replied the gentleman. "You must pay on Thursday." "Thank you, sir, but shall I telegraph to the stations and tell them we pay this week on Thursday?" "That may be as well, Wilson," added the chief cashier. Now, whether any message was handed to the telegraph clerk by Wilson or not is a mystery yet unsolved. He says that he did so. The telegraph clerk says he did not. Between these conflicting statements there hangs a painful suspicion to this day. It would seem only probable that the liar was a confederate of the gang, but that is not a certain inference. The written message may have been handed by Wilson to one of his fellow clerks in the chief cashier's office in a confusion or excitement resulting from his impending holiday, or it may have been inadvertently placed aside by the telegrapher, and one of his associates may have destroyed it in order to favor the criminal enterprise which its suppression, from whatever cause arising, did render possible. The board of directors could not, and perhaps could not be reasonably expected, to judge between the conflicting declarations of the two clerks, so they dismissed both from their situations, and thought they had done all which impartial justice and their duty to the shareholders required. The only certain fact is a negative one. The telegraphic message was not sent. The wages were looked for in vain on the Friday. Wilson, laden with a good round sum of money, went down the line on Thursday as he had arranged with his chief. He went, as ill luck would have it, according to his promise in the telegram, by an afternoon express, and, as if the elements favored the fraud, a heavy autumnal mist, nearly amounting to a fog, lasted during the whole of his journey, although I don't know that events would have taken any other form or color if the day had been distinguished by sunshine. As Wilson approached each station, the train slackened speed, according to usage when he arrived by it, on such an errand, and he put out his head from the carriage, in which he enjoyed a separate compartment. As soon as it appeared, he was greeted by a friend, or at least someone who knew his features very well. "Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson. You're early this week. Never too soon to take money. Hope you'll enjoy your holiday, Mr. Wilson." These sentences embody the pleasant wishes of his quondam friends, and with slight variations confirm the letter as well as the substance of all the greetings he received. As each friend so greeted the clerk, he took the money designed for a particular station, and in double quick time the train was again in motion. In some cases the train didn't stop at all. The money was dropped out much in the way the mail bags are dropped, an attendant being on this Thursday, as on previous Fridays, in readiness to meet the expected boon. At one station, it was a large station, a man, who was there patiently waiting to receive the cash from Mr. Wilson, was disappointed. An old acquaintance caught a glimpse of the cash clerk as the train slackened speed. After a moment's shaking of hands, Wilson offered the station clerk the money. "Here it is," said Wilson. "What?" inquired the other. "The screw. It's only Thursday." Yes, I'm off tomorrow for my holiday. Oh, very well. It's just as welcome today as tomorrow, I dare say, but why didn't you say you were coming today? 'Pon my word, I wasn't looking out for you, and what an awful lark it would have been if you had had to take the money back to London. I did telegraph on Monday. The D you did? The gaffer never told me anything about it. It's just like him, but never mind. I'm mum about his carelessness. He's a good sort. The train moved on again, and the expectant thief went empty away. From another station the money was lost. That is to say, it reached neither the hands for which it was intended by the company's cashier, nor those who laid a plan to divert it into other channels. It went in a direction that neither party contemplated. The train did not stop at this station, and a man was there to receive the money, but his movements had, he thought, been noticed. He was cautious, perhaps needlessly timid. He thought that as the train approached, two faces were peering at him from the station master's office. So he turned, went into the station, asked when the next down train, which stopped at that station, would arrive, and sneaked away. Wilson arrived at the station in due course, and saw what he took to be a man in waiting for him. Unluckily, the wheels did not properly bite the rails, owing to the damp and their slipperiness, so that he had not sufficient time for observation, although the condition of the atmosphere rendered careful notice doubly requisite. Into the hands, as he supposed, of the official in waiting, the incautious, and I think I must, after all fair allowances, say very negligent, clerk dropped his packet, which lay there unnoticed until morning. An old man and woman, passengers by the market train, then saw it, picked it up, took it home, said nothing, but inserted it in a hole up the cottage chimney for a long while, after which they informed the parson of the parish that an uncle of the husband's mother had sent this money to them. It was the amount of a legacy. The clergyman thought it remarkable that this money should be received abruptly without his knowing a word about any previous correspondence with lawyers, but the parson was not a suspicious man, and he made no inquiries. The sum, although not large, only about £53, was very much more than the usual weekly apportionment to the station where it was dropped. The wages there were not more than £8 per week. There was, however, a sum due from the company to a cattle dealer as compensation for the unpublished destruction of a part of his freight, and this was forwarded, along with the wages, to the station master, with strict directions about the form of the receipt he was to take for it. The clergyman advised that the money should be laid out under the guidance of Messrs. Seal and Delivery, highly respectable solicitors in the neighboring town of H. He gave an introduction to those gentlemen by a letter which explained the matter as it had been explained to him, and this introduction and his explanation saved all inquiries as to the source of the funds, which they profitably invested for the childless couple, who will never enjoy a penny of it. The two miscarriages I have mentioned were the only failures of the plan of the gang to capture one whole week's wages throughout the line of the Great Railway Company. Next day, Friday, Mr. Wilson went on his holiday trip to Paris. The company's servants were expecting him, as usual, except at the one station to which a misadventure had taken the money intended for its use. It is needless to say that no Mr. Wilson and no money reached either of these places from London, as expected, until rather late in the afternoon, when the chief cashier's office was closed, and that exalted functionary and all his clerks had gone home. Nothing was said about the affair. It had not indeed until then become very remarkable, but as soon as the fact became the subject of particular notice, it rose to the magnitude of a grievance and threatened to become a scandal. "We've had no money and ain't likely to get none till tomorrow," said a porter at one of the extremest stations to the guard of an up train. "Oh, bosh, don't come that, you know. I shan't lend you another shilling in a hurry," retorted the guard, who had 2 days before lent that small amount to the friendly porter. "'Pon my soul, we ain't," rejoined the porter, and he appealed to his fellow servants for a corroboration, which they supplied. "It will be all right tomorrow," said the guard. "I suppose the chief cashier has got a headache and hasn't been to the office, or Wilson has got the bellyache, or some fine thing or other. Well, it's lucky for me my old woman isn't without a pound, so she can go to the market, if we are as bad off at our station as you are here, and I suppose we're all in the same pickle." The porters were less philosophical. All their domestic and personal arrangements were planned on the theory of a week's wages on Friday, and no other day. The wives might have been allowed to postpone the purchase of the Sunday joint and the rest of the needful week's supply of provision, but every man had engagements which could not be so easily deferred. Every Friday night the porters assembled at a public to spend a convivial hour. Was this enjoyment to be sacrificed or even postponed? It was more than human nature, cast in the railway porter mold, could endure without protests as loud as they were deep. Were they to be laughed at and jeered at and told that the company was insolvent, that their masters couldn't pay their wages? It was too bad. Hadn't they feelings as well as a secretary or a general manager or a director or the chairman of a board? That was what they would like to know. They meant to say it was shameful, scandalous, atrocious, and abominable, and worthy of harsher terms of description. This is not only what they meant to say, it is what they did say. During the night, the news had circulated up and down the line and over all its tributaries. In the morning, it was known to the secretary and the chief cashier. The circumstances of the case were so peculiar that these leading functionaries did not feel themselves competent to deal with it. The secretary hastened to confer with the chairman of the board, who again consulted two of his colleagues, who happened to be in town, and in consequence certain steps were taken. In the first place, a check was drawn up upon the company's bankers for the amount they had been robbed of, exactly £2,310, 18 shillings, 6 pence, and a clerk was dispatched to all the stations for the satisfaction and comfort of all the indignant servants, who had now grown clamorous for their wages. Wilson's conduct was a topic of serious consideration. Could he have run away with the money? How could the robbery have been effected without his participation or connivance? What was his previous character? What sort of references did he bring to the company when he first entered its service now 5 years ago? The latter questions were answered satisfactorily, the former were not. The chief cashier echoed a general opinion when he declared that he did not think Wilson capable of such a villainous and wholesale robbery. Yet the chairman of the board and the secretary did not see how the thing could have been perpetrated without his connivance, or they thought indeed without his active participation. They asked again and again, how could it have been done in despite of his vigilance? They searched the papers and examined the clerk's reference book to see what sort of references he gave when engaged as one of their servants. Nothing could be more satisfactory than these. Their distinctness, emphasis, and verisimilitude were, it would seem, an adequate guarantee for his fidelity in any place. Yet again and again these very inquiries landed them upon the question, how could it have happened without at least his connivance? His mode of life, his habits and his manners, conversation, tone of thought, and known taste were repugnant to the theory of his criminality. Yet again, here the chairman of the board ventured to say that he had heard of rascals who covered the most nefarious designs, and even found their opportunities for the commission of crime in the well-sustained outward show of virtue. He was absolutely sure that the fellow Wilson was at the bottom, if not also at the top of the crime. The solicitors to the company were instructed to take such steps as they might think fit in the case. They consulted me, and I gave it as my decided opinion that the facts were as consistent with the innocence of the clerk as with his guilt. This was a view of the matter which had not occurred to the solicitors. Lawyers have a kind of second instinct which always makes them lean to the dark side of conduct and of events. Of criminal lawyers this is especially true. A regular Old Bailey practitioner cannot understand a theory of innocence. It would be far more easy to convince any judge or jury of the guiltlessness of an accused man or woman than it would that able and accomplished gentleman with a hooked nose and guttural voice who was known as the Thieves' Attorney General in the City of London. But what does he care about the guilt or innocence of his clients? Literally nothing. Under the genial influence of a fee, he will speak as eloquently in his own and in some other person's opinion, and contend as loudly that his client is really guiltless, whether he be so or not. If anything, as he has often had occasion to say, he likes to have a confession of crime from the accused, because then he knows that the client is not humbugging him. He relies upon a knowledge of the worst. He is sure that no facts are being concealed from him, and he can tell how far it is safe to carry his objurgations or his cross-examination of witnesses. The company's solicitors were, it is true, not men of this precise stamp. Still, they had in their professional career seen so very much of the corrupt and evil in mankind, and so very little of the higher traits of human nature, that they were always ready to accept unfavorable hypotheses, an explanation of human conduct, and slow to receive opposite theories in their place. They were hard to convince that Wilson might be innocent of all participation in the robbery. At length, however, after carefully weighing all the reasons, I advanced against the immediate arrest and accusation of the clerk. They admitted it was just possible that he did not aid the conspirators and thieves, otherwise than by his gross and culpable negligence. I speedily ascertained how and where Wilson intended to spend his holiday. It was arranged that I should follow him. If, when I overtook him, he consented to return with me, I was not to legally arrest him. In case he should, however, refuse or manifest any decided unwillingness to return, warrants for his seizure in Paris and his rendition were procured and placed in the hands of an ordinary detective officer who accompanied me and had instructions to obey my directions. Thus armed, we proceeded to Paris. To discover the suspected clerk was not difficult. It was one of the easiest tasks I have ever had allotted me. I found out the hotel he put up at. He was not in when we arrived there, somewhat early in the evening. I left my companion with the warrants at the hotel while I went further in quest of Mr. Wilson. I had a special motive for this part of my little arrangement. I did not think my man would return during my absence from the hotel. I thought it most likely, as I knew my way about Paris, was acquainted with the institutions of the gay capital, knew I could get aid from the French police in my search, and for other reasons, that I should bring Mr. Wilson back to the hotel, a prisoner in fact, although under no formal detention. In case I did not discover him out of doors, I resolved to return alone to the hotel in good time, in all likelihood to meet him there. I wanted to have the first word with him, and if I could, to have that word in the absence of my fellow traveler, clothed with so much authority. And why, the reader may ask, did you want to take this advantage of the law's proper servant or officer? I did not want any such advantage. I would have given him an advantage which might have served his turn at Scotland Yard, if I could have done so with what I considered fairness towards the suspected. I did not wish the circumstances of his arrest to prejudice him with his masters, and it might have been before a criminal tribunal. My experience of human nature and of society had suggested to me that this young man might perhaps, when so far from the scene of his labors beyond, as he supposed, the eyes and ears of his employers, and in a holiday mood visit some places, not thought proper places by many right-minded folks, of whom I am, at least in this respect, one. As I felt that the weight of suspicion before evidence of guilt already bore with undue force upon the clerk, I thought it wrong to let the weight of another element, however fair in itself, be added to the burden of prejudice. If I had then been, as I have on other occasions often been, employed to watch leisure movements and scan the holiday pursuits of a clerk, so that his masters might, by my report, determine whether or not he were fit to hold a position of trust, I should have had no desire to screen the incidents of Mr. Wilson's visit to Paris. Here I saw, or thought I saw it to my duty to bring him back to London in order that he might render such explanations as he could about a particular crime. To do this effectually, I argued that it was desirable for his sake truly, but also for the interests of justice, that he should encounter no prejudice which the clerk's reference book, his antecedents, and his general conduct did not warrant. This, I hope the reader will see, was but an act of simple justice to the suspected. Let me add that I foresaw, if the clerk were really innocent, but if prejudice led to his wrongful arrest, the true culprits would have had an effective warning to destroy any clue while their pursuers were on the wrong track. Whatever the reader may think, I am candid enough to say, will not alter my conviction that I acted so far prudently and justly. I found Wilson costumed a little outre in a fast dancing hall of the French capital. A gendarme pointed him out as a new arrival. An inspection of my photograph satisfied me of his identity. I accosted him as, "Mr. Wilson?" "That's my name." "I know it perfectly well. I want to speak with you." "Who are you? What's your name? What have you got to say to me?" "If you step aside to the other end of the gallery and leave this pretty little lady here, I'll tell you." "You be—" I stopped the remainder of the sentence by a look which terrified him. I whispered in his ear that I wanted him, and should, if he did not obey me, call upon the police, who were in force and about this haunt of folly and vice, to arrest him on a charge of robbing his employers, the Railway Company, of £2,310, 18 shillings, 6 pence, but that if he followed me back to his hotel, and from thence to London, he would have an opportunity of rendering any explanation of the case which lay in his power. He extricated himself from his frail companion, and we proceeded together to the end of the gallery, where conversation unheard by the disinterested was possible, and I told him in greater detail the circumstances of the robbery. He naturally denied all knowledge of the affair, said he was entirely unable to account for it, and although it was plain to see the terror inspired by a bare suspicion against him, he expressed an ardent wish to return with me to England and lend all the assistance he could in the discovery of the culprits. I explained my reasons for not allowing my friend with the warrants to arrest Wilson. He was very grateful. I told him that if he followed me out, I would allow him to make his way, under my eye, to one of the least objectionable of the cafes on the boulevards, where I should take him into my custody. The poor wretch was glad enough to avail himself of this privilege. I telegraphed my success that night. By an early train next morning we took our journey homewards, and arrived in London the same evening in due course. Mr. Wilson consented to become my guest for the evening, and until either the stress of duty compelled me to hand him over to the police, or I had the pleasure of announcing that he was no longer under restraint. The day after my return to London, there was a solemn conference at the headquarters of the Railway. That august assembly, the board, had been hastily convened and had a special meeting. The whole matter was investigated by the light of facts, now within the knowledge of its officers and advisers. Other minor and auxiliary conferences were held in ante-rooms between myself and the leading partner of the firm, who enjoyed the lucrative and honorable appointment of solicitors to the company. The results of the whole deliberations put together were a resolution not to prosecute the suspected clerk because there was not enough evidence at hand to warrant a conviction, and another resolution that as there was more than enough evidence to justify a strong suspicion of his complicity in the affair, as there was abundant proof of gross negligence, the clerk Wilson should be dismissed. One victim not being sufficient to compensate for the loss of so much money, the two other clerks, one in the chief cashier's and one in the telegraph department, were also deprived of their situations. The most unsatisfactory part of the affair, to my mind, was the abandonment of all further search for the culprits. No why or wherefore was given to me in explanation of this abrupt and extraordinary decision. I suspect the cause was an unwillingness to allow so palpable a sign of administrative weakness at headquarters, and from the very center to the extreme circumference of the financial operations of the company to be trumpeted throughout the world. I have known much heavier losses quietly submitted to for a like reason by joint stock companies and by great mercantile firms. When one of the oldest, wealthiest, and most highly reputed discount houses in the city of London discovered that its chief acting partner had advanced a young firm of traders a vast sum of money upon the security of forged dock warrants, it determined not to prosecute the scoundrels because the defrauded gentlemen, knowing their own importance, feared that if it should become known in Lombard Street that they, the great old wealthy and knowing house, had been so let in, all the floating securities in the London markets would be discredited. A panic would seize all the money changers, metropolitan bankers would be involved in trouble that might upset a lot of them, the governor and company of the Bank of England would have to guard its issues, limit to the minimum its credits, and, in fact, that through the one gigantic fraud a radius of half a mile round the Royal Exchange, where the potentates of gold, who are the arbiters and controllers of manufacture all over England and beyond this queendom, do congregate, might become a scene of despair, ruin, or chaos. Am I overstating the case? Let the reader who thinks so peruse the evidence given by Mr. Chapman of the well-known House of Overend, Gurney and Company at the London Bankruptcy Court, and in the Central Criminal Court in the proceedings taken against Messrs. Blank. Or, if he cannot readily learn the particulars of this noted case, let him ask any friend who knows the history of British banking and British trade during the last 20 years, and that friend will supply him with at least as many instances in which splendid swindles, forgeries, and frauds have not been investigated, or being investigated and proved have been secretly condoned for such reasons as my imagination assigns to the directors of the Blank Railway Company for their decision in the present case. No man of the world, no one who has had much experience in practical business, will gainsay the probability of my suggested motive. I do not say that the reason hinted at was the operative reason in this instance, but I think it was, and I say that I think it was, and the intelligent reader can form his own opinion as to the soundness or hollowness of my hypothesis. It may be satisfactory to further explain, as I have very much pleasure in doing, that although not instructed to hunt down the perpetrators of this crime, I was requested to assist the officials of the company in framing such arrangements as would make it impossible to repeat a robbery like that so successfully accomplished. With the aid of the company's officers, I did this, and I have the satisfaction of knowing that if any further designs of the same description were afterwards conceived, they were never carried out. A survey of the obstacles to their realization must have warned off the conspirators. The reader who desires to see poetical justice summarily inflicted on every wrongdoer as soon as the wrong has been committed may have been grieved to learn that a gang of villains escaped their merits. I shared that feeling. I do not believe that Wilson was in the fraud, although I cannot undertake to say that the evidence of my faith is so perfect as I could wish. He, however, was utterly and hopelessly ruined by the dismissal from his situation under circumstances of so grave suspicion, and if his worst offense was negligence, as I suppose, he has been terribly punished. The last time I saw him, not 6 months ago, he was selling penny packets of stationery for the million on a stall in one of the popular marts at the East End of London. The reader last mentioned may obtain some proper comfort in the evidence I can supply as to the ultimate vindication of justice upon the persons of the whole of the gang concerned in this great plant. I hunted down 4 of them not long since, and one volunteered a statement of the facts of that case, as each of the 4 did, in the hope of being admitted to the privileges of what the Irish call an approver. During this conversation, after he had completed his confession of the offense he was then charged with, he also told me that he had taken part in this affair along with all his present companions in crime, who were the last of the set who had up to that date eluded justice. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Secret Service, or Recollections of a City Detective, by Andrew Forrester. An episode of Criminal Justice. Some time ago, a robbery was perpetrated in the mansion of Lord H., which is situated in one of the squares of Belgravia. The thieves made a tolerably successful and remunerative haul. They cleared out the whole of the plate, and also much of the jewelry, which chiefly belonged to Lady H., and was of enormous value. How the thieves obtained access to the premises did not for a long while seem at all clear. Appearances on the surface warranted a belief that one or more than one of the servants of his lordship or her ladyship had aided and abetted the robbery. But there was no scintilla of what is called legal evidence to justify or warrant that suspicion. Nobody attached to the household was therefore arrested on the charge, but a reward was offered for the discovery of the offenders, and ordinary police vigilance was exhausted in the endeavor to track the delinquents. Weeks and months, about 3 months, rolled by, and nobody was brought to justice. His lordship was irritated beyond measure by this failure of justice. He one day went to his solicitors, declaring that he would spend half his fortune, if necessary, in order to secure the offender and his adequate punishment. What share in the production of this decision Lady H. may have had, I do not know, but I have a notion that she had much to do with it, for it is certain beyond all doubt that the loss of her jewelry preyed upon her spirits and exasperated her to the last pitch of intensity. Being rather shrewishly inclined, she would, I verily believe, have inflicted some revengeance on the stoutest of the thieves if she could have clutched him. Lord H.'s solicitors were somewhat annoyed at the failure of the police in the discovery of the criminals. They communicated with me upon the subject, and I at length was employed. It was a teasing and difficult job. It gave me 10 times more trouble than many a greater and more important business. Yet, having undertaken it, I was determined to go through with it. I would not, I felt, be baffled. For a long time I could obtain no clue. At length I did get a scent of my prey, and from that moment the result was certain, although it could only be undertaken by a circuitous and uneven track. I at length hunted down the principal delinquent. The whole robbery had been effected by one man and one woman. The woman fled as soon as the man was arrested. I might have secured her before, but in doing so must have lost the man. Her arrest would have given him notice of his peril, and in truth, I was almost careless about the female's escape if I could catch her companion. Lord H. was more exasperated than ever when he ascertained who the criminal was, although he assured his solicitors, as they informed me, that he had not the slightest knowledge of the man, nor did he suppose the delinquent had any knowledge of him beyond which all thieves of London might have in common with the nobleman. I suggested that some mysterious cause inspired this desire for vengeance in his lordship, besides the natural influence of his loss upon his mind. That was sufficient to account for much revengefulness, but it did not appear to me an adequate motive for the sudden increase of such an emotion since the disclosure of the identity of the criminal. I do not, however, know that my suspicions were correct. It is possible that they were incorrect. The offender was brought before the magistrate in the usual course, and remand upon remand was applied for and obtained. The prisoner's attorney requested the application with all his argumentative power and force of advocacy, but in vain. The prosecution was thought by the bench to be entitled to every opportunity for discovering their property, and so involving the prisoner in the evidence of his guilt as to render his escape through the meshes of the law impossible. At length, the case was brought home with sufficient clearness to the prisoner, not only to warrant his committal for trial, but to secure his conviction when that trial took place. He was accordingly committed. Next sessions, a true bill was found against the prisoner by the grand jury of the Central Criminal Court, and in due course the prisoner was placed in the dock to go through the great ordeal in connection with this case. The court was somewhat crowded. The incidents of this robbery had attracted public attention. The value of the plate, the rareness of the gems, the neatness and completeness of the exploit had all combined to invest the case with an air of public importance. In the court, awaiting the trial with greedy anxiousness, were Lord and Lady H. In the gallery was a female, attired in costly raiment, enriched by here and there a jewel of considerable value. She was perhaps one of the handsomest women in London, and her beauty was of that order usually denominated sweet. There was an apparent gentleness and amiability of expression underlying the traces of deep and painful emotion which something then transpiring or anticipated had aroused. The eyes of this elegantly attired and beautiful female rested entirely upon Lord and Lady H., who together occupied seats upon the bench on the right hand, a short distance from the judge, and who were prominent marks of observation for other persons besides this interesting female. The case then before the court was a tedious trial for perjury, in which there was a mass of conflicting evidence. The tasks of judge and jury were rendered particularly difficult by the tangled mass of fact and fiction which the skill of the prosecution and the dexterity of the defense had laid before the court. To the parties interested in the next case, that of the plate robbery, no doubt this protracted evidence was very irksome, as well as to the man in the dock, whose liberty trembled in the balance of this conflicting testimony, or the discrimination of his fellows the jurymen. Simultaneously with the latter portion of this trial for perjury, the counsel for the defense, Mr. Sergeant Pondress and Mr. Anthony Stuffgown, were engaged in a consultation with Mr. Weedle, the prisoner's attorney. A communication had been made to the latter gentleman according to Act of Parliament the night before. It was a letter written by the fair spectator in the gallery of the court, who had also had an interview with Mr. Weedle this morning. The position she then occupied in court had been selected for her by the prisoner's legal adviser. He had calculated with tolerable precision where his lordship would sit, and he wished her to be within the range of his vision without being too prominent to the disinterested spectator. The prisoner's attorney had in this consultation explained to the counsel his stratagem, or intended coup de théâtre. The learned sergeant and his learned junior considered the idea a good one, and may have said to have approved it, although, as they explained, it was no part of their professional duty to offer an opinion upon it. When the consultation was ended, the counsel returned to the court, one taking his seat and the other hanging listlessly on the railing of the counsel's boxes. Mr. Weedle was on the staircase of the court, watching its two modes of egress and awaiting the effect of his little stratagem. An usher received a three-cornered note from the hands of somebody addressed to Lord H., with a small gold coin, and a request that he would put the half-sovereign in his own pocket and hand the note to his lordship unseen by her ladyship. The note ran thus: Gallery of the Old Bailey, July 19th, 1850 blank. My lord, for heaven's sake, don't prosecute my brother and kill your faithful Clara. His lordship cast his eyes to the gallery, and for the first time in that place he beheld the form and features of a lady not unknown to him, but one he had very frequently met elsewhere. Those eyes and the recognition of the writer were too much for the nobleman's delicate sensibilities. His face became as pale as chalk. He trembled almost as violently as a man attacked by St. Vitus's dance. He swooned immediately after he thrust the missive unseen into one of his pockets. This event caused what the reporters for the daily journals described as a painful sensation in court. His lordship was removed in his carriage to his residence in Blank Square, Belgravia, without uttering more than one sentence. That sentence he so uttered was an instruction to his solicitor to get the trial postponed. The trial for perjury, after a short interval, was proceeded with, and ended in the prisoner's acquittal. Whereupon Mr. Kenai, as one of the counsel for the prosecution, rose after a conference with his learned brother retained for the defense, and, addressing his lordship, begged that, owing to the sudden illness of the prosecutor, the trial of the prisoner might be postponed. The prisoner's counsel felt, they said, some difficulty in resisting the application after what they had seen, but added that they thought the prisoner, who had done nothing to cause his lordship's illness, was entitled to be liberated on bail. The judge, after glancing at the depositions, said he did not see that the accused had any such claim, and declined to attach that condition to the adjournment of the case as prayed for by the prosecution. Clara, who from the gallery beheld all that had gone on, and who devoured every word that had been uttered by the lawyers and the bench with greedy ears, maintained a wonderful show of self-possession, but was stirred by the intensest and most anxious thought. She left the court when this decision had been arrived at in her brother's case, he being indeed quite unconscious up to this moment as to what had taken place in his absence, and when it was explained to him, being left ignorant for the time of its cause. Next session, the prisoner was again brought up for trial. His lordship attended, but not her ladyship. She was induced to remain at home by the solicitude of her husband, who apprehended the effect upon her of the fetid atmosphere of the court. Although he had been up to the day first appointed for the trial, resolutely bent upon securing to the prisoner the weightiest punishment he could get inflicted, he was now prepared to recommend the prisoner to mercy. The evidence, which in the briefs as originally delivered to counsel disclosed a complete chain of proof, was remodeled. They now contained a narrative which set forth the difficulties of the theory for the prosecution and went far towards explaining away the points against the accused. The briefs for the defense, which as originally believed set forth no possible answer to the charge, now contained a theory which reconciled the evidence as it stood, or was expected to stand, with the possibility of the innocence of the accused. A witness for the prosecution did not answer to his name when called, and the reader may be informed that this witness had gone beyond the jurisdiction of any English tribunal. The result was that the prosecution broke down, and the culprit was liberated. The explanation of this miscarriage of justice is simple. Pretty Clara was the mistress of the noble lord. He had indeed seduced her some years before, and she had been living since then, unknown to his wife, under his lordship's protection. She was the sister of the prisoner. She was innocent of all participation in or knowledge of the robbery. For many years she had not seen that brother. They were orphans. They had both been thrown upon the world at a very early age to earn their own bread. She, when no more than 14 years of age, had been placed in one of the West End millinery houses, and had won a promotion to the counter of a shop in Oxford Street. He had obtained a situation in a city warehouse, but had never obtained a promotion by the exercise of any industry or fidelity on his part. Brother and sister had both diverged from the paths of virtue in different ways and at different times, and had been for a period of 6 years unknown to each other. Neither cared to let the other know his or her whereabouts, pursuits, and mode of life. What had become of her, the reader knows. Of him it is necessary to say that he robbed his employers, who forgave what they currently believed to be a first offense, but discharged him without a character. From step to step, he traveled deeper and deeper into the mazes of criminality, until he got inextricably involved with associates in various cases of fraud, larceny, and burglary. The mode on which the robbery had been effected was very simple. The prisoner had won over the affections of a servant in Lord H's household, and used the information he thus obtained to effect, with her connivance, if not her assistance, the crime for which he afterwards stood charged at the Old Bailey. This, however, was not his first appearance in that court. He had been there on a former occasion, and had, as on this day, been acquitted by a flaw in the evidence against him. His sister, through which instrumentality he now escaped, became acquainted with his last crime and peril by a newspaper, which, in noticing the case laid before the grand jury, mentioned as a fact discovered by the prosecution the real name of the accused, and 1 or 2 instances of his early career, sufficient to prove his identity with her lost brother. From the moment when Claire made this discovery, it had been impossible for her to get access to his lordship. Her first thought was to throw herself at his feet, and ask, as the only disinterested favor she had sought at his hands, and as the highest reward for her dishonor, a brother's liberty. Foiled in this, her woman's wit suggested a communication with the attorney for the defense. She had no difficulty in ascertaining who had that task allotted to him, and she met Mr. Weedle, who arranged with her the stratagem which proved so successful. This little episode was followed by one or two circumstances that the reader may be put in possession of. Lord H., who was by no means a strong-minded man, accepted the incident as a warning of Providence. He would not for a trifle risk the enmity of her ladyship, to whom he was somewhat attached, and he dreaded the notoriety of his own criminal association with the prisoner's sister. He resolved to be virtuous, and carried out that resolution by a financial arrangement with his mistress through the family lawyer. She, who had not been further tainted by sin than in her illicit connection with the prosecutor, used the means now placed at her disposal in a way that enabled her to gain an honest and creditable livelihood henceforth. Her brother tried to do the same, but that wish was broken down by the constant interference of his good resolutions from old associates. He also tried various modes, like his sister, for obtaining an honest livelihood, but the impossibility of maintaining an incognito rendered this impracticable. Ever and anon he encountered former friends, who reviled his intentions and frustrated them. It was a good joke, they told him, that notion of his of working for a livelihood. Did he, they asked ironically, really think of turning honest? What a funny idea, they exclaimed. They persecuted him in various modes. They would demand money from him, and if he hesitated, they would threaten to split or peach upon him. He had to give them on such occasions all he had, and promise more than he had, or perform as the price of their forbearance. Dodged on every hand, and finding it impossible to earn an honest livelihood in this country, he fled from it, with the aid of money supplied him by his sister and brother-in-law. For by this time Clara had become the wife of a good-natured, easy-going fellow, who held an appointment in Her Majesty's customs. And I lost sight of him amid a crowd of steerage passengers on board an emigrant ship bound for Australia, which, I hope, he is now living as a creditable member of society. End of section 15. Read by bobpliley, Tucson, January 2024.